now. So it's a problem.
So in the meantime, we have more numbers, and the numbers look like this. NDA is ahead in 66 seats, the Mahagathbandhan in 39, the Jan Suraj Party in 3, and others in 1. Anurag Naidu, welcome this morning to the program. Now, I want to just get your first thoughts in. Obviously, these are very early hours. Gautam Seth of the Congress is still arguing that Tejashwi Yadav will be the chief minister. Sumant Raman is going so far as to say that if Tejashwi Yadav fails in that ambition, it will be the fault of the Congress. But we'll get a quick reaction to that from Gautam in just a moment. I want your first thoughts.
Yeah, thank you for having me on the show, Barkha. I think a couple of things, and I've been like following up these exit polls. None of the exit poll has given any indicator where NGP is in a position to form a government. And what is most surprising for me is all the spokesperson of the Congress are piggybanking on Tejaswi's chances of pulling them through, but not speaking about the numbers in actual what Congress is expected to win. I think Congress has pulled Tejaswi down in the last election as well. What we have seen, it was a very, very narrow, slender margins, and that was a good opportunity for Tejaswi personally. Even now, we cannot rule out the possibilities of RJD being a single largest party in the whole of this combination. There is a strong possibility, and you end up becoming a single largest party by the number of seats that you win, but you still are away from forming the government. It's certainly for your allies to think, or certainly for yourself to think what kind of allies you have, stitched up with. And that's clearly indicators are very strongly towards Congress. I mean, I think gone are the days when they can really, negotiate based on how big they are and what kind of a legacy they bring and all. People don't vote on legacy. People have really forgotten all these days of Gandhi's. I think Congress has to realize. I think the regional parties more, have to realize that it doesn't really help aligning with Congress. Now coming to the issues of, Suman, I totally agree with Suman. I think vote chori has not resonated. Forget about Bihar. Even wherever the media carried this story, I mean, sitting in South or traveling across, as long as
रोज सुबह 9:15 बजे मार्केट्स में आके बैठ जाते हो और सोचते हो दोपहर के 3:30 बजे तक दिन के 5,000 रुपए कमा लूं। अरे ट्रेडर हो या दिहाड़ी मजदूर, ये जो दिहाड़ी मजदूर वाली सोच है, इस वजह से कभी भी आप ट्रेडिंग में सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो पाएंगे, क्योंकि ट्रेडिंग एक लॉन्ग टर्म गेम है। तो अगर आप भी दिहाड़ी मजदूर से कंसिस्टेंट प्रॉफिटेबल ट्रेडर की तरफ जाना चाहते हैं, तो मैं लेके आया हूं आपके लिए पैसिव इनकम फ्रॉम ऑप्शन सेलिंग कोर्स। इस कोर्स में मैं आपको वो स्ट्रैटेजी सिखाऊंगा जिसमें आप महीने का 1 घंटा इन्वेस्ट करके अपने लिए पैसिव इनकम क्रिएट कर सकते हैं ऑप्शन सेलिंग के माध्यम से। यकीन नहीं आता तो 30,000 से ज्यादा लोग इस कोर्स को एनरोल कर चुके हैं, जो आज अपने लिए पैसिव इनकम क्रिएट कर चुके हैं। तो अगर आप भी दिहाड़ी मजदूर रहना चाहते हैं तो स्किप कर दीजिए, और अगर आप भी अपने लिए पैसिव इनकम क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं तो इमीडिएटली एनरोल कीजिए। वहां मैं आपको सिखाऊंगा कि ये काम आप कैसे कर सकते हैं।
in getting that kind of a vote share, strongly speaks about the personality and the work and the image that Nitish Kumar has been able to form for himself. But larger aspect is Bihar traditionally, Barkha, and it's also a concerning factor, is that it is still combined with this groups of, now see the Yadavs consolidating almost 90-95% around only Tejashwi. The Muslims consolidated only there. JDU having its own consolidation. BJP trying to do its best, but again, it's maxing out wherever it can do the best. So I think there is no change. There is no change in the kind of pattern. I would not expect a big change. I mean, end of the day, when you see the result, we can talk, Barkha. I really don't expect any big change. I mean, BJP has to make Nitish Kumar the chief minister. There's no choice. And they will not. And again, they can, all the possibilities of Todford. So I don't think things are changing in Bihar. It'll pretty much be the same.
So you are expecting, I can see Vinod Sharma, by the way, in the backstage. Could we please? Could we please add him there? Because you have said that the BJP has no choice but to make Nitish Kumar the chief minister. And you're, Anurag, basically looking at a kind of status quo result. Smita, I want you to respond. Again, do forgive us, audience, if you see minor discrepancies on our screen, because the numbers are coming in very quickly. We're trying to update you as quickly as we can. The NDA is ahead according to latest figures in 75 seats, the Mahagathbandhan in 49, the Jan Swaraj Party in 4, and others in 1. And if you look at the breakup of this party-wise, can I have those numbers on my banners? Please, if I can look at the party-wise breakup, could I have that on the banners? Vinod ji, मैं यही बात कर रही थी कि बीजेपी 38 सीट्स में आगे, आरजेडी 40, जेडीयू 31 और जनसुराज पार्टी 4. ये अगर पार्टी वाइज की लीड्स हम देखें तो हम लोग ये बात कर रहे थे, अनुराग नायडू ने कहा बीजेपी के पास कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं होगा नीतीश कुमार को मुख्यमंत्री बनाने के सिवाय अगर एनडीए की जीत होती है. इससे आप सहमत हैं?
ऑप्शन हो या न हो
जी,
हाँ, ऑप्शन हो या न हो, पहले भी हमने आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी को नेता माना है जब कम सीट थे. वाजपेयी जी के समय का याद कीजिए, छोटा दल था जदयू, उसके बाद भी हमने उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया बिहार के विकास के लिए. पिछली बार भी हमारी दोगुनी सीटें थी, तो इसमें शक की गुंजाइश नहीं रह जाती है कि हम उनको नेता नहीं माने. 100 सीट पर हम लड़ ही रहे, 101 सीट पर, तो ये स्पष्ट था कि हम लोग को लगभग बराबर सीटें जो भी आएंगी तो मिलजुल कर सरकार बनाएंगे. और जब मिलजुल कर सरकार बनाएंगे तो हमारा पहला चॉइस, क्योंकि नीतीश कुमार ने करके दिखाया है, हमारे सहयोग से बिहार को आगे ले जाने का काम किया है, बिहार को मजबूत करने, बिहार को सुशासन और भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त बनाने का प्रयास किया है. तो नहीं मानने का सवाल कहाँ उठता है? ठीक है, चर्चा होती है, चूंकि स्पष्ट रूप से नहीं कहा गया कि मुख्यमंत्री के उम्मीदवार है, हमारे चेहरा होंगे, लेकिन नेतृत्व है. जब नेतृत्व है इसका मतलब चेहरा ही, आप माने या न माने, उसका मतलब नेतृत्व का मतलब इनके नेतृत्व में लड़ रहे हैं तो नेता ही होंगे, मुख्यमंत्री यही होंगे. तो इसमें कहीं कोई गुंजाइश नहीं थी शक की कि हम उनको नहीं मान रहे थे.
पर आपने
आगे भी
घोषित नहीं किया था, घोषित नहीं किया था. शुरू में बहुत, जब ये कैंपेन शुरू हुआ तो बहुत चर्चा हुई कि फटीग फैक्टर है, नीतीश कुमार से सब थक चुके हैं, एंड सो ऑन. Anurag, if you want to quickly respond, and then I'll go to Smita Gupta. Yes.
Yeah, two quick points, Barkha. And it will be interesting to see all others BJP spokespersons throughout the day if they take the same line. It appears that they don't want to disappoint Nitish Kumar. And second, it also appears by the voting pattern, this is very important what I'm trying to tell you, Barkha. It does not matter for Bihar whether Nitish Kumar stays with NDA or Mahagathbandhan, because the voting pattern, even if he shifts his loyalty, it is very clearly established that he carries his own chunk. His voters is going to always vote for him irrespective of where he stays. So the possibilities of he shifting the sides again back and forth and is totally open as long as the BJP does not give him the due respect. Now the respect starts flowing in. Now that is very important. You know, it was not when the campaign started, and naturally going by the nature of BJP, they try to build their own cadre, their own party, their own leader. But here now you see the tone. If this tone continues all throughout the day, I think the indicators are clear. They don't want to disappoint and upset Nitish Kumar.
Yes, it's very interesting. And in the meantime, if I can be added back to screen, we have more numbers for you. The numbers are 85 for the NDA, 53 for the Mahagathbandhan, 3 for the Jan Swaraj Party, and 1 for others. Let me get a quick response from Gautam, Smita, just because of the way the numbers are looking. Can I have the party-wise breakup for a second on the banners? Because that would be very interesting to see. The BJP is leading in 40, the RJD in 43, the JDU in 30, the JSP in 4, and the Congress in 3 only at the moment, Gautam. Again, I will ask you if those numbers disappoint you, and also if you want to respond to Suman saying that if Tejashwi Yadav is not chief minister at the end of the day, it's because the Congress would have dragged him down. Do you want to respond to that?
The Mahagathbandhan has fought a very strategically weaved up election, and we have the friendly fights also that Sumanji were talking about. You never know that those fights were to benefit the Mahagathbandhan itself. So it's our own strategy, it's our own strengths and weaknesses that we have catered to, and every party has the right to make those decisions. As far as him commenting on the Congress pulling down the Mahagathbandhan chances of winning, the Congress has only taken candidates on the seats where the Congress feels that the cadre there can, strengthen our winnability. the Congress, in close coordination with Tejashwi ji, after a thorough surveys which were internally done by the Mahagathbandhan, these decisions were taken. So nobody is pulling down anybody. Everyone is strengthening each other. And we were basically fighting this election for the people of Bihar, for the issues that matter to them. And that is where the Congress and Tejashwi ji aligned together. The alignment is about the thought process, about the roadmap to take Bihar further. The vote chori essentially remains one of the principal issue of this country. If electoral rolls being at fault do not disturb us as citizens of India, and if, as one of the panelists says, what matters is I have my voter ID and I am able to vote, then, you know, our conscious as responsible citizens should be questioned by ourselves, because we must worry.
If I may ask you, Gautam, very quickly, and sorry, as I'm asking you this, I'm also looking at the numbers. If vote chori had resonated with the voters, how do you explain the overwhelmingly large numbers of people who came out to vote? People showed enthusiasm for the electoral process, not cynicism. Would you agree with that?
I do agree to a point that a lot of people came out to vote against unemployment. The youth this time heavily voted against palayan or migration, as we call it. And of course, there was high anti-incumbency against the double-engine sarkar, so-called double-engine sarkar. And that resulted in heavy voting in Bihar. But also, if you totally discard the voter adhikar yatra and the role that Rahul Gandhi played in shaping up the campaign with Tejashwi Yadav, I think we are discrediting him. He did play a major role, and the results will reflect the same.
Okay, Anurag, Sumant, Vinodji will respond, but first Smita. And Smita, as you respond, let's quickly look at the latest numbers. If we can just stay on the screen for a second for the party-wise breakup, but the overall picture is 89 leads for the NDA, 60 for the Mahagathbandhan, 4 for the Jan Suraj, 2 for others. Now, if I can have the party-wise breakup, the latest one on my screen, I know we have the graphics up, but look at how the party-wise numbers stack up. 48 for the BJP, 45 for the RJD, 32 for the JDU, 3 for the JSP, and 3 for the Congress. This is the party-wise leads. Smita Gupta, I want your thoughts on this. We're looking at a very interesting, the 3 parties in play right now individually seem to be the BJP, the RJD, and the JDU. And if these trends hold, and there are many ifs because we're in the first hour of counting, it is a comeback story for Nitish Kumar. He is asserting to everybody who wrote him off. And I think somebody made the point, either Sumant or Anurag. Anurag, I think he didn't give a single election. He released one video towards the end of the campaign. Prashant Kishor called him mentally unfit. He compared him to Manmohan Singh in an interview with me. He said, Nitish Kumar has become like Manmohan Singh. He's not able to act against his cabinet. He said, I've worked with him, but I'm saying he's not all there. You know, I don't know who will form the government. But Nitish Kumar has shown that he still commands a certain section of the electorate, which whoever forms the government, it's too early to say that.
Well, before responding to that, I just want to say that these are still largely postal ballots.
Of course. Yes, these are early leads, very early.
Given that they're largely postal ballots, and given that the BJP usually does much better in the postal ballots than the Congress or other opposition parties, I would say that the opposition is doing pretty well. You know, I mean, if you look at the BJP and RJD figures, for instance, I would say that the RJD is doing very well if it's getting, it's so close to the BJP as far as postal ballots goes. Secondly, as far as the question on Nitish Kumar is concerned, it is true that Nitish Kumar is seriously ill. But Nitish Kumar also has his track record of close to 20 years. He has been a popular chief minister. And whether this is a sympathy vote, whether this is people generally like him, whether they know this is his last hurrah, one must also remember one thing, that Nitish Kumar, if he had contested, say, alone, he would simply have not got these figures. For Nitish Kumar, the politics of Nitish Kumar, he has always had to be either with the RJD or with the BJP. The RJD has a much stronger position compared with the JDU, and similarly the BJP versus the JDU. So he always has to be there, but it is his personal track record as, Sushasan Babu, his popularity with the women's vote, and I would say there's a huge sympathy factor this time also with him. And as far as journalists who went there, a lot of people, they weren't talking about BJP. They were saying Nitish
Sorry,
Babu
sorry, before you respond, the JDU is now leading in 40 seats, the BJP in 52, the RJD in 49, the Jan Swaraj Party in 3, the Congress in 4. And in terms of the alliances, sorry, Smita, you can respond right after this, 99 for the NDA, 58 for the Mahagathbandhan, 3 for the Jan Swaraj, and 1 others. Now, go ahead, Smita.
No, as I was saying that Nitish Kumar this time, because of his track record and his general popularity with people, even journalists, if you see reports that, and even my conversations with the others, because I was unable to go, people were repeatedly talking about Nitish Kumar. They were not talking about the BJP, So it is, the people do know that he's unwell. So in a sense, that is why he has not been giving interviews. It's not because, he was, as we all know, Barkha, you and I, that Nitish Kumar was one of the most engaging politicians. So the fact that he's not talking to people is not because he thinks he's losing. It's because he's unable really to engage with people, and which is why we have seen him. Just sad, but that is the fact. And so therefore there is a lot of sympathy also, apart from his general popularity in this election. So
that's an interesting thought, that you believe that he's not well, and this could be a certain degree of sympathy. Before Anurag and Sumant come in, Vinod ji, आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, आपसे और गौतम से quick reactions to the latest numbers. NDA 101 सीट में आगे है, महागठबंधन 63 सीट्स में, जन स्वराज पार्टी 3 में, others in 1. और अगर हम इसके party wise breakup, if I could get party wise breakup, हाँ जी, BJP is ahead in 52, RJD in 54. तो अगर party wise देखें तो RJD अभी बाकी पार्टियों से आगे है. पिछले चुनाव में भी ये हुआ था. RJD was the single largest party at the end of the day. JDU is doing well, 40 सीट्स में लीड कर रही है, जन स्वराज पार्टी 3 में और 4 कांग्रेस में. आप क्या कहेंगे इन आंकड़ों को देख के, विनोद जी?
देखिए, अभी तो शुरुआती दौर है, अभी 1 घंटे के बाद स्पष्ट होने लगेगा, और निश्चित रूप से जनता का आशीर्वाद हम लोग को मिला है और आगे हम रहेंगे हमेशा, और निश्चित रूप से सरकार बनाएंगे, इसमें कहीं कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, और हम जनता पर विश्वास करते हैं, जनता के लिए काम करते हैं, इसलिए हमें कोई इस पर अभी के 1 घंटे के बाद इस पर स्पष्ट रूप से हम अपना व्यू दे पाएंगे.
ठीक है, फेयर इनफ. आई थिंक हम सबको ही विनोद जी याद दिला रहे हैं कि ये अभी लीड्स हैं, 1 घंटे की काउंटिंग भी नहीं हुई, 1 पूरा घंटा भी नहीं हुआ है. गौतम, आप क्या इस बात से सहमत है कि अभी भाई थोड़ा वेट करिए, रुकिए?
Absolutely, it's really early. I think it's only 8:48 in the morning, and we have to wait for at least 11, 11:30, 12 for some numbers to solidify. Before that, all of these are trends which will keep quickly going up, down, changing. So I do not think that it is anything for us to be disappointed or for the BJP to be excited about. We need to wait it out. Let's see how it goes.
Anurag, I want you and Sumant to come in on the fact that if you look at the party-wise leads at the moment, the RJD is ahead of the BJP and ahead of the JDU at this point. The RJD is ahead in 56 seats to the BJP's 52, 42 of the JDUs. For me, it seems, just going again, मैं कोई conclusion draw नहीं करना चाहती. I don't want to draw conclusions from not even 40 minutes of counting. But if you look at this, you tally it with the exit polls, the RJD as a party is holding on. It's holding on. It's not a sort of a write-off by any standards. And Nitish Kumar is also holding on. So the 2 regional entities, not the national parties, we'll discuss them separately, are in fact continuing to command some loyalty among their bases.
And Barkha, there is one bigger story here. And the bigger story is BJP's vote consolidation, the number that BJP is showing up. Now, BJP do not have a fixed ground. Now, let's say there is a composition that votes for RJD. There are a set of people who vote for JDU traditionally. And that we are seeing that, it just stays as it is. But BJP's votes were up for people to grab, whether it is JSP or Congress, anyone. And that's where people, I mean, you have to understand whether it is Congress or Jan Suraj, they have not been able to appeal or convince the people who were otherwise open to vote for, either, I mean, leaving the compositions of JDU and RJD. Now, that's something which is interesting, that BJP is also holding on to its, vote bank. And that, to me, I think, let's see, Barkha, if the numbers are, if we go by the trend, it is pretty much like what we had previously. Maybe the NDA would better its number a little bit and slightly, but the pattern remains the same. I think Congress is no brainer. I mean, 61 seats. I mean, the day they gave 61 seats to Congress, I think RJD lost it there.
But you're saying the RJD gave too many seats to the Congress?
61 seats, Barkha. Who gives 61 seats? I mean, 61 seats where your leaders have no vision. Your people, there are no people who are even coming forward and taking your seats. And you, sitting in Delhi, you negotiate for 61 seats, and come on. I mean, who is the vote getter? And then you say, okay, Tejashwi, but Tejashwi is representing RJD, right? He's representing the Yadavs and the Muslims. But who is going to get votes for you? So no brainer.
Okay, so Anurag Naidu there saying that the RJD made a mistake in its seat sharing. It would have done better had it given the Congress fewer seats. It had a much better capacity for its strike rate was much better. Look at the latest numbers that we have at the moment. I need we have the party numbers on our screen and the alliance numbers. Let me start with the alliance numbers. 110 leads for the NDA, 77 for the Mahagathbandhan, 3 for the Jan Suraj, and 1 for others. I'd be very interested in knowing the party-wise breakup, if I may have it on our screen. 58 for the BJP, 60 for the RJD. The JDU seems to be right now stuck at 42. The Jan Suraj for 3. The Congress has improved its leads somewhat. It is now leading in 9 seats, right? Sumant Raman, come in on this argument that Anurag just made, that too many seats were given by Tejashwi Yadav to the Congress. That was a mistake. Tejashwi also, rumors or reports from the ground suggested that Rahul Gandhi at one point was still not happy with the seat sharing talks. At one point of the campaign, he was not present in the campaign, and I'll get Gautam, of course, also to respond to that. But how do you look at what's happening? Again, very early, the Mahagathbandhan is now at 81 to the NDA's 110. This is changing literally every minute. Sumant Raman.
Yeah. Barkha, I think whatever be the final result, I think Anurag is right. And I articulated that even earlier. Giving 61 seats to the Congress was way too much. I mean, the RJD has a much better strike rate, as we are seeing even in these postal ballot trends. So clearly, I know Rahul Gandhi drove a hard bargain towards the end, and at one point, until the last day for filing of nominations, they were not sure which seats were going to be contested by whom and so on, and they did eventually end up having 12 friendly fights and all that. But my point is simple: the Congress simply does not have. Okay, here is RJD, which can say that, look, Yadavs and Muslims solidly back our party. Now, who is the vote bank of the Congress? The OBC vote has largely drifted, except in certain segments, and non-Yadav OBCs have drifted towards the NDA. The so-called upper castes are solidly with the NDA. So who is the Congress vote bank to say that, the Congress, yes, they will help consolidate the Muslim vote bank behind the RJD to some extent. But beyond that, who are the Congress voters? Where are they? What is that number? And I think that it was a strategic mistake. As I said, Barkha, if the MGB pulls this off, this is Tejashwi Yadav's victory. If the MGB fails to cross the line, it is clearly being brought down by the Congress. And you will see that if the MGB fails to cross the line, the Congress strike rate will be significantly lower than the RJD. If they do cross the line, the Congress strike rate will still be lower than the RJD's, but it will at least have created it would have got past the pass mark. And you can see now on your screen, the trends are narrowing. So I really would not, the leads are the NDA are narrowing. I would not say, I do not even want to give any credence to these numbers until at least 11 o'clock this morning.
Okay, that's a fair. Gautam, I want you to respond. So much is being said about how the Congress was given too many seats. Again, the BJP made this point repeatedly. The Prime Minister himself in one of his campaign speeches said that all was not well between the RJD and the Congress. Both Sumant and Anurag Naidu made the point about being the RJD being dragged down by the Congress, why so many seats had been given to the Congress at all. Do you want to respond?
See, Barkha, organizationally also, if you look at how the Congress approached these elections, it was about resurgence of our cadres on ground. It was about recreating that momentum which we had lost. Certainly, we had lost the momentum. There is, no lies to it. Certainly, we do not have the cloud that we once pulled off in Bihar in the late 90s or before that. But you also see that this time the approach of Rahul Gandhi to organizationally first strengthen the Congress party on ground, then wherever the service spoke, and service were jointly conducted by the RJD and the Congress, not singularly by the Congress or by them, and wherever the service spoke that the Congress has fair chances to perform, it was certainly our duty to bargain for those seats, and very graciously Tejashwi ji also accepted that the Congress has the capability of winning on those seats. And I see from 3 to 9 to now 15, the Congress is leading. Still early numbers. I am not getting happy on this. All I am saying is that wait it out. The Congress has very strategically fought these elections. These have not been the regular way that the elections were approached by us in the last decade or so. This one has been an organizationally uplifting movement also for the Congress party. Our in charge to the PCC president, everybody has very micromanaged these elections. They have not just been sat in an AC room in Delhi and led those elections. So you will see those changes happening on ground this time.
Okay, let's look at the latest numbers on our screen. Can we move to the top of the screen if we can have the numbers back? But in the meantime,
From standing still to standing somewhere amazing with Agoda's great travel deals. See the world for less. Book now.
ये भारत नहीं है, ये पश्चिम बंगाल है। पश्चिम बंगाल यहाँ पे 2 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन चलता है, एक हिंदुओं का और दूसरा ये मुसलमानों का। भारत हिंदुओं का राष्ट्र है। जीत कौन रहा है? जिन्ना दे देते ना थोड़ा सा बंगाल उनको।
टुकड़ा नहीं, इंडिया का लाइट हाउस है बंगाल।
विश्व एक खेल है, लोग मरते हैं, देश जलता है, खेल चलते रहता है।
Suraj, 16 for the Congress. So the Congress has improved in its leads. Yes, go ahead, Sumant.
Barkha, I think that, the Congress, I would be looking at the Congress numbers very carefully. 25, anywhere around 25 plus is where they need to reach to make the RJD be competitive, right? So if it's going to be 16, it's a good start for them, but we'd have to wait. These are very, very early trends. Second, at the moment, it clearly looks like the RJD is not a party that depends heavily on postal votes or does well in postal voting. And if the postal votes themselves are showing that the RJD is ahead of the BJP, and the first round is probably just starting now. So these trends are largely postal votes. And if the RJD is doing so well, I would think that there could be a potential surprise somewhere around 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, because already you see the leads are now 25, 120 to 95, which potentially could mean that we could see a change going forward as more votes are counted.
Well, going by the leads, it's certainly a hard-fought, close election at this hour. At this hour, what it is safe to say is that it's not tilting one way, which is also very interesting because usually when there are huge turnouts, it's a unidirectional election. Going by the leads in the first hour, it is not a unidirectional election.
Wait, Barkha, wait.
Yes, I'm waiting.
I am telling you.
Waiting.
Just No, what I'm basically trying to say is this could be a unidirectional election. We just don't know yet.
Sure.
On the basis
Sure.
of 800 or 1,000 votes in each constituency, which are
Yes.
postal ballots, sometimes even lower, we cannot predict this election. And just as you see on your screen, 120-98 is not what it was even 15 minutes ago. So I
Fair
think that
enough.
we need to look at
Fair
11, 30, 12.
विनोद जी, थोड़ी एंजाइटी हो रही है, थोड़ा टेंशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बीजेपी और जेडीयू मिला के आगे है. एनडीए 121, लेकिन महागठबंधन की भी 98 सीट्स में अब महागठबंधन आगे है. अगर हम पार्टी वाइज देखें तो आरजेडी 71 सीट्स में आगे है. 71 सीट्स में आगे है. तो क्या थोड़ा सा टेंशन हो रहा है आपको विनोद जी? मैं मानती हूं कि जो महागठबंधन अपने लिए कहता है वो बीजेपी के लिए भी लागू है. दिस इज वेरी अर्ली एंड दिस कुड चेंज, लेकिन अभी टाइट फाइट चल रही है.
देखिए बरखा जी, चुनाव होता है, जब तक फाइनल रिजल्ट नहीं होता है हर पार्टी को टेंशन बना रहता है. और निश्चित रूप से चुनाव के परिणाम तो अभी समय लगेंगे, 11-12 बजे के बाद स्पष्ट होंगे. तो निश्चित रूप से हम लोग जनता पर विश्वास करते हैं और अभी भी अस्वस्थ है कि जनता ने हमें आशीर्वाद दिया है.
जी, तो ये विनोद जी का काफी मैच्योर रिस्पॉन्स है कि भाई हर पॉलिटिशियन, हर पार्टी को थोड़ी सी टेंशन तो होगी, नहीं तो चुनाव में मजा क्या. देयर हैज टू बी अ सर्टेन degree of tension. Senior journalist Nalini Singh is with us. Sumant Raman is still with us. Vinod Sharma of the BJP is with us. Nalini, good morning. It's a very interesting sort of set of numbers in the first 1 hour of counting. We are looking at 56 leads for the BJP, 71 for the I beg your pardon, for the RJD, 43 for the JDU, 4 for Prashant Kishor's party, 17 for the Congress. And if you look at this alliance-wise, it's 123 for the NDA, 100 now for the Mahagathbandhan, 4 for the Jan Suraj. So what I want to say is, it is a close, it is at this moment a good fight on. I don't know about close. I don't know whether it will eventually be a close fight, but it is a good fight on right now. 124 for the NDA to 100 for the Mahagathbandhan. The RJD at the moment ahead as the single largest entity. Nalini, your thoughts?
Barkha, a very good morning to all of you. Yes, it's very interesting. What is kind of teaching a lesson already, a very early lesson, is that you have got 10,000 rupees given on the eve of the elections to 1.3 crore women or thereabouts. You've got a power subsidy, 125 free. Free? Then you've got old age pension rising from 400 rupees to 1,100 rupees. You know, what is happening is that this is actually the quintessential welfare, is what you can call it, a welfare state or welfareism. And if in that, within that, if Mahagathbandhan is, getting 100 and NDA is at 124, it's teaching us something. And it's also, it's actually also upending everything that I had thought. Remember, Bihar is one of the most feudal states in the country. And the remnants of feudalism are very much there. And there, I had thought, perhaps wrongly, that the EBCs have been so dominated in the past by this feudalism that they are what is called in Hindi, bhiro, get scared easily. So they were scared by the Yadav domination. EBCs are actually going to vote for the NDA because of the looming Yadav, again, potential return or whatever. Now, I'm being proven wrong from what I can see. Feudalism, which I know about.
Made an assumption you're saying you were wrong about.
I think I was wrong about the EBCs. It looks to me, because when you see that they have still got 100 and the NDA's got 126, it appears that some chunk that I had thought was going to the NDA as a kind of solid entity seems to have cracked somewhere. What also has gone, look, for instance, Muslims and Yadavs would have gone in a major way to the Mahagathbandhan. But there, I thought that whether VIP brings the Mallas, that's a marginal kind of issue, and the CPI, etc., and the Congress party bringing the upper caste, that's also marginal. What was big for the taking is 36% of EBC. Now, has that 36% splintered? And if so, how come? Because most in this, the high poverty index state, when I've described the welfare handouts in the sense that it's gone to your account. It's not if it's being mediated by somebody, or to an extent it may be mediated, but largely gone. So what is actually at play? So Barkha, I'm saying that, if you maybe, if I had another half an hour or something, I might have rung up people in Bihar and found out. But at the moment, I'm also puzzled about it. So anyway, but it's not too much of it.
May I just interrupt you? I'm so sorry. We have two sources that we're looking at for numbers. In one source, 229 leads are now available out of 243 seats. The NDA is ahead in 122, and the Mahagathbandhan in 104. Other source, not very different. The NDA ahead in 126. To the Mahagathbandhan's 103. So as I said, it's a tight, good fight underway at the moment. Some of them coming to you in a second. I just want you to look at the party-wise breakup. It's very interesting. 58 leads for the BJP, 75 for the RJD, 54 for the JDU, 3 for Prashant Kishor's Jan Swaraj party, 17 for the Congress, and 11 for the LJP. We haven't been speaking about Chirag Paswan's party that last time contested outside the fold of the NDA. How do you look at these numbers?
Yeah, is that for me, Barkha?
Yes, Sumant. Yes.
Yeah, Barkha, I think I honestly, at this point of time, I think that the MGB is probably doing better than what they may have expected based on the exit polls. I see, the fact that these are very early trends and they're still at 104 already. Particularly, I look at that 17 of the Congress and I say, hang on. I mean, if the Congress can push that to 25, then it means that there is a momentum on the side of the MGB, which means that the RJD will do much better. So I think that the RJD is already leading in 75. They had 75 in the last assembly. So they are holding on to every seat. Potentially, then we are in a situation where this could go to the wire. But I don't think so. I think that you could see these trends change after a couple of rounds as they go on, which is why I keep coming back to hang on till around 11 o'clock. But this is an open fight. This is not over yet, whichever way you look at it. I think that the MGB, if I were an MGB supporter at 908, I would not be unhappy with what I'm seeing.
डॉक्टर सूरज मंडल कांग्रेस के नेता हमारे साथ हैं. नमस्कार सूरज जी, आपको आंकड़े जो हमारे लेटेस्ट आंकड़े हैं वो बताना चाहती हूँ. पार्टी वाइज देखें तो बीजेपी 57 सीट्स में आगे है, आरजेडी 75 में, जेडीयू 54, जनसुराज पार्टी 3, कांग्रेस आपकी पार्टी 18 सीट में आगे है और एलजेपी चिराग पासवान की पार्टी 10 सीट में आगे है. अगर हम इनको अलायंस वाइज देखें तो एनडीए 124 सीट्स में आगे है और महागठबंधन 104. द एनडीए इज लीडिंग इन 124 to 104 of the Mahagathbandhan. The Jan Swaraj Prashant Kishor's party at 3. Party-wise, the RJD is significantly at this moment ahead. It was, remember, the single largest party even in 2020. सूरज जी, ये आंकड़े देखकर आपको क्या उम्मीद है, क्या आशंका है, क्या बोलेंगे आप?
Do you want me to respond in English or in English?
We are bilingual, so you can respond in anything. Okay. I'm alternating between English.
So I'll first get back to you in English only, then I'll switch over.
Sure.
We are fighting against all odds. It's not just BJP; it's against Election Commission. They are bungling all the time. I think you have seen the yesterday's data released by the Election Commission of India. Look what they have done. They are showing us that there is 69 point and something voting. The SIR says it's 7.42 crores, and their figure says it's 3 lakh more. I mean, sorry, 30 lakh more. So question is, what are they doing? And okay, and the first round, whatever we are discussing right now, begins with the opening of postal ballots. So naturally, in postal ballots, every time, since it is the clear-cut reflection of what people have said, there is no bungling in this. So naturally, the MGB, that is Mahagathbandhan, is just sweeping ahead.
But if I may ask you, sorry, sir, if I may interrupt and just ask you, we were discussing earlier before you joined that actually the high turnout in Bihar shows an extraordinary enthusiasm among the people. And therefore, despite the cynicism of the opposition with the election commission, with the vote chori issue that Rahul Gandhi raised, people of Bihar are not cynical about the electoral process. People of Bihar have shown great faith, great belief in our democracy. Would you agree with that?
Obviously, but what choice do the people have? They want to change this government. They want to change Mr. Modi. They know Mr. Modi is on power in an illegal manner.
I'm sorry.
Let me just finish it. Since I've been watching, I'm also from a political family, so I've been closely watching the elections. I could see the kind of fervor which was there in 1977. When the people were on streets, there was no need for the party which they were voting for to campaign even. Exactly this thing was happening this time. The Mahagathbandhan everywhere was getting huge support of the people. And you know what happened during the last round of voting? At many places, the voting were slowed down. So at about just 10 minutes to 5 o'clock, Mr. Tejashwi Yadav made a appeal on his Facebook Live, and he just appealed and said that, people of Simanchal and all these people, even if you have to wait till 12 o'clock at night, please wait and vote. Don't come back from the polling booth. And I'll tell you the figures at polling booth just increased 5 times more. The people who had returned back went back to the polling in Purnia. People waited till 11 o'clock at night.
I know. I'm sure what you're saying is accurate. The only point that I'm trying to make, Dr. Mandal, with respect is that Bihar has had a historic turnout and it's trying to tell us a story. And what that story will be, we should know more clearly in another couple of hours, hopefully. Here's what the latest numbers... May I, sir, share the latest numbers? Just give me a moment. We have 132 leads for the NDA, 106 for the Mahagathbandhan. So that gap has somewhat widened in the last maybe 5 minutes. But again, we are into just an hour of counting. And so we're going to have to wait for some more time to pass for greater clarity. In another source we're looking at, we have 239 leads out of 243, 133 for the Congress, 103 for the Mahagathbandhan, not too different, both sources actually tallying with each other. I can see Mayank Sinha of the JDU, if we can bring him up on our screen. In the meantime, let me actually look at the party-wise breakup. We have 55 leads for the BJP, 75 for the RJD, 59 for the JDU, 3 for the Jan Swaraj, 20 leads for the Congress, and 14 leads for the LJP. Mayank ji, good morning, namaskar, कैसे हैं? क्या लग रहा है इन आंकड़ों को देख के? Mayank Sinha is with the JDU. Mayank ji, आवाज आ रही है तो बताइए. Mayank ji, आपकी आवाज आ नहीं रही है. आप कुछ बोले? Mayank? No, Mayank ji ki awaaz nahi aa rahi. Mayank Sinha of the JDU. We'll try and reconnect to him. Nalini, if you want to come in at this point, you were talking about how some of the assumptions you made before were somewhat wrong. And, if we look at the latest numbers on our screen, we are still seeing a fight underway, but we're seeing the NDA now leading in 133, the BJP in 55, the RJD in 75, JDU in 59, the Congress in 20, the Jan Swaraj in 3, and the LJP in 14. Your reaction?
Barkha, the first reaction that comes to mind is that with RJD as the single largest party, and of course the second in the pre-poll alliance. So obviously the one, the NDA with the largest numbers as a pre-poll alliance will be called. But if these were other times, then RJD would have been called by the governor. That's the first thing that comes to mind, because 75 and 57, as you say, for the BJP, that's quite a huge margin. And within BJP, within the NDA, I wonder if there is a little bit of a competition between BJP and JDU on who will be the highest. But what is interesting is, Barkha, and I'm not wrong in this, that actually if we had the caste census with us, then it would be, and just look at the alliances, then it would have been quite unnecessary to have exit polls, because you could, amazing thing is 78 or 79 years after independence, we are still able to go to Bihar and say, this is how they will vote as far as the castes are concerned. So that also has not, one has not been able to.
But Nalini, sorry to interrupt you, but at the moment, the NDA and the Mahagathbandhan as alliances, the NDA has widened its lead. It's leading in 134 to 105 for the Mahagathbandhan. But when you break that down into parties, it's a very interesting picture that comes up. The RJD is leading in 74 and the JDU in 60. So the two best performing parties at the moment are the regional parties of the state. The RJD in 74, JDU in 60, Congress 21 seats में 21 seats, LJP 14 seats में 14, and the BJP 55. BJP is ahead in 55. So, as an alliance, the NDA is ahead. And now, if we take a look at a very instructive graphic on your screen, this actually shows you how these parties fared, last time. So if you look at this, you will see that the JDU is leading in 60 compared to the 43 seats that it had come down to earlier. The LJP is more or less the same, 14 to 12. And then if you look at the BJP is right now leading in 55, and it had 74 seats the last time. Now, Mayank ji, I hope you can hear me. ये आंकड़े देख के आप क्या कहेंगे?
हाँ, देखिए, नीतीश जी के काम पर जनता ने मुहर लगाने का काम किया है, और मैं बहुत ही बिहार की जनता को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि वो किसी के झांसे में नहीं आए और नीतीश जी के जो किए हुए काम पर उन्होंने मुहर लगाने का काम किया है और जनता दल यूनाइटेड और हमारे तमाम अलायंस पर भरोसा करने का काम किया है। तो ये आपको स्पष्ट दिखाता है कि जो लोग कह रहे थे वहां पे कि जनता दल यूनाइटेड का परफॉर्मेंस डाउन होगा, मैं वहां पिछले 2-3 महीने से था और मैं ग्राउंड में देख रहा था कि नीतीश कुमार जी के काम को लेकर
मुझे मालूम नहीं कि कौन जीतेगा। आपकी आवाज जाती रहती है बीच में, मैम जी।
कोई भी जो था एंटी इनकम्बेंसी का कोई फैक्टर ही नहीं था, क्योंकि वो लोग समझ रहे थे कि नीतीश कुमार
Okay, Mayank Sinha's connection is not working to us. In the meantime, 137 seats for the NDA, 102 for the Mahagathbandhan. It's been like this now for the last 10 minutes. And if you break that down party-wise, the RJD leading in 74, the JDU in 62, the Congress in 19, and the BJP in 57. Dr. Mandal, let me get your response.
I just had a feedback also from some of the constituencies. It's the reflection is almost of the postal ballot, since the EVM count has not begun in many of the constituencies. But even then, the RJD in those areas are doing well. In the parliamentary seat of Madhepura, where there are 4 districts, where there are 4 assembly segments. In 2 of them, RJD is ahead. In 1 of them, Congress is ahead, and in 1 of them, JDU is ahead. So it's almost the unexpected lines in that area, since I was there even to vote. But we are keeping our fingers crossed to see what is going to happen after maybe an hour or so.
Okay, we will of course look at these leads as they develop. 103 for the Mahagathbandhan, 137 for the NDA, Jan Suraj 3, others at 0. Another source we're looking at is showing 139 for the NDA. This is a C voter source, 139 for the NDA and 99 for the Mahagathbandhan. So a little bit of difference there, Nalini. This could, again, nobody's calling the election, but the NDA right now has established a greater lead. In the last 10 minutes since we've been talking, that it's maintained that.
I think, Barkha, Mr. Mandal is probably right. There is a delay, there is a lag in some of the constituencies in counting, being traditionally there's been a lag. But I would say, so therefore the picture could change in either way. But what
at the moment, I'm so
it's
sorry, because it's 140 now, 140 leads for the NDA, 62 for the JDU, 57 for the BJP, 74 for the RJD, 3 for the Jan Suraj, and 19 for the Congress, and 14 for the LJP. Sorry, Nalini, complete your point.
Yeah. Barkha, I just wanted to say that you mentioned very correctly that it's the two regional parties that are far ahead of the so-called national parties or the national parties. What is very interesting, and one should really laud the voter of Bihar, is that they did not fall for the opium of communalism or the opium of Ghuspaitiye, etc. So these are people who have actually voted. These voters, and we know that the per capita income of Bihar is 1/3, 30% of the national average. But look at these thinking voters. And even if they give MG Mahagathbandhan 100, despite all that was said and all that was given. So I would say that I have great hope in Bihar, because look, when we are giving, we are giving the 10,000 rupees, etc. I don't need to tell you what kind of budgetary burden that is. And with a state that is coming on to revenue deficit, which after that states go down, and 80% of the money for Bihar is coming from the center. So obviously, as they would say in the local, in Hindi even, that gulami to phir ho gayi na center ki. Bihar phir hoga 80% अगर वहां से आ रहा है धन राशि, तो फिर बताइए 20% पर बिहार कैसे अपना सर उठा के बात करेगा. So that also I find one should laud Bihar, the Bihari voter. But also, if this is what's going to be when you're giving away so much of the budget of the state, you can be sure that there will be no investment in industry or very little. So this palayan, this migration will carry on, because you will not have jobs.
So we will of course discuss that as the picture is clearer on which issues have prevailed. Mayank, I'm hoping कि इस बारी आपका network सही रहे.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
अभी की जो पार्टी वाइज ब्रेकअप है, आपकी पार्टी जेडीयू बीजेपी से अपने अलायंस पार्टनर से थोड़ा आगे है. JDU in 63, BJP in 58, the RJD in 73. लेकिन इसको अलायंस के तौर पे देखें तो NDA is 140 to the Mahagathbandhan's 100. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, कैंपेन की शुरू में बहुत से लोगों ने कहा कि नीतीश कुमार थक गए हैं, एक फटीग फैक्टर है नीतीश कुमार के साथ. प्रशांत किशोर जिनकी अपनी पार्टी है, उन्होंने कहा वो मेंटली फिट नहीं है. गृह मंत्री अमित शाह से पूछा गया कि कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री चुनाव की बात, तो उन्होंने कहा इसका अपना प्रोसेस होगा. नीतीश कुमार को सीएम कैंडिडेट घोषित नहीं किया गया था. ये आंकड़े देख के, चाहे किसी की भी सरकार बने, मैं अभी इलेक्शन कॉल नहीं कर रही हूँ, जल्द सुबह का टाइम है, किसी की भी सरकार बने, नीतीश कुमार has shown that he remains relevant, a relevant political force who was dismissed too soon. मयंक, इन आंकड़ों को देख के और अपनी पार्टी की परफॉर्मेंस को देख के आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, किसी के पास कुछ नकारात्मक बात करने का कोई दृष्टिकोण नहीं था नीतीश जी के खिलाफ, क्योंकि उन्होंने काम को प्राथमिकता दिया था बिहार में. तो और उनकी एक ही इमेज था कि भाई इनको रिटायर होना चाहिए और ये थक चुके हैं, ऐसा प्रोपेगेंडा विपक्ष के द्वारा एक सेट किया। जितने एक्टिवेट लगता है कि तेजस्वी यादव जी ने भी उस तरह का प्रचार कर पाने में सफल हो पाए होंगे, क्योंकि लगातार बारिश भी हो रही थी, चक्रवात का भी तूफान भी आया था बिहार में, और उन्होंने कोई भी ऐसा अपना जो प्रोग्राम था वो आपको उन्होंने मिस नहीं किया। वो बाई रोड ही आप सफर किए, बाई रोड ही उन्होंने जनसभाओं को संबोधित किया, रोड शो किया। तो अगर जिस प्रकार का नैरेटिव विपक्ष ने सेट किया उसका खामियाजा विपक्ष को भुगतना पड़ा, क्योंकि काम के बदौलत अगर वो बात करते तो उसका आकलन कुछ और होता, क्योंकि इन्होंने कभी उस दरमियान नीतीश जी के काम को बिहार की जनता नकार नहीं सकती है, और वही हमारा प्लस पॉइंट रहा। दूसरी बात, मैं नलिनी जी बहुत सीनियर पत्रकार रही हैं, पत्रकार हैं भी, मैं एक बात उनसे कहना चाहता हूं कि हमने फ्री बीज का लालच नहीं दिया था। जो आप समझिए कि गांव में जो महिलाएं रह रही हैं, उन्होंने जो 10,000 रुपए का उपयोग किया, उन्होंने कैटल फार्म्स कर दें, कैटल बकरी से बकरी खरीदी, 10,000 में 2 बकरी खरीदी, और उसने बोला कि हम बकरी का दूध अब बेच रहे हैं। तो उसका सोर्स ऑफ इनकम कहीं ना कहीं बढ़ा। जो उसके पास 10,000 रुपए भी नहीं थे और उसको परिवार के लोग नहीं सपोर्ट कर रहे थे महिलाओं को, तो वो महिलाओं को एक सोर्स ऑफ इनकम का एक जरिया भी मिला उस 10,000 रुपए से। और अगर वो अच्छा करेंगी तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने भी बोला है कि उसको 2 लाख रुपए हम देने का काम करेंगे। तो कुछ लोगों ने फार्चून की दुकान खोली है, कुछ लोगों ने सिलाई की मशीन ली है किस्तों में कि हम सिलाई करेंगे। तो ये आपको दिखाता है कि नीतीश कुमार जी महिला जी बोलिए।
हाँ जी, मैं एक मिनट, जस्ट 1 मिनट। मयंक जी, क्योंकि आपकी आवाज आ जा रही है, मुझे एक पॉलिटिकल सवाल बहुत जरूरी पूछना है आपसे। अगर आप हमारे स्क्रीन पे ये आंकड़े देखें तो आप देखेंगे कि बीजेपी 58 सीट्स में आगे है, पिछली बारी उनको 74 सीट्स मिली थी। इसका मतलब अभी तक अगर आप देखें तो बीजेपी कंपेयर टू लास्ट टाइम, बीजेपी एज अ पार्टी थोड़ी नुकसान में है। जेडीयू जिसको 43 सीट्स मिली थी लास्ट टाइम, वो आगे है 60 सीटों में, ठीक है। एलजेपी जो एनडीए की बाहर लड़ी थी लास्ट टाइम एंड इट वाज बिलीव टू वीकन नीतीश कुमार, वो रफली सेम है, 14 सीट्स में आगे है, पिछली बारी 12 सीट्स थी। तो आपको क्या लगता है ये जो जेडीयू की इंप्रूव परफॉर्मेंस है और बीजेपी को थोड़ा नुकसान है, क्या जेडीयू की वोटर ने, मतलब ये कैसे, ये आप कैसे एक्सप्लेन करते हैं? ये जो बीजेपी को नुकसान है ये और जेडीयू को फायदा है, ये आप कैसे एक्सप्लेन करते हैं?
देखिए, नुकसान जो पिछले चुनाव का था वो सबको मालूम है, उसको दोहराने की जरूरत नहीं है
जी।
चिराग पासवान जी हमारे बाहर थे, उन्होंने जेडीयू को जिस प्रकार से भी डैमेज करने का काम किया, उससे हमारी सीटें घटी थी, 25 से 30 सीटों पे हमें नुकसान उठाना पड़ा था। तो उस बातों पे हम जाना नहीं चाहते हैं। इस बार हम सारे लोग मिल के लड़े हैं और हमें उम्मीद है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भी परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा होगा। अभी तो रुझान आ रहे हैं और मुझे ये भी उम्मीद है कि जनता दल यूनाइटेड आपको सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बन के बिहार में उभरेगी, क्योंकि जो नीतीश कुमार जी का काम है वो लोगों के दिल में बैठा हुआ है, और वहां पर किसी भी हमारे नेता ने कभी जात पात धर्म की राजनीति नहीं की। उन्होंने एक तरफा काम किया, बिहार के विकास को कैसे आगे बढ़ाना है। भारत सरकार ने जो सपोर्ट किया, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हम तहे दिल से 2014 से शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं कि बिहार में उन्होंने लगातार बिहार को मजबूत करने का काम किया, जो पिछली किसी सरकार के प्रधानमंत्री ने करने का काम नहीं किया था। इसलिए दोनों लोगों का परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छा होगा। 1-2 सीटों का अंतर हो सकता है।
जेडीयू की जो रिकवरी है, इस बारी चिराग पासवान एनडीए के फोल्ड में है, पिछली बारी नहीं थे, उससे नुकसान पहुंचा। आप उस बात को ना भी दोहराना चाहे तो अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं कि जेडीयू को जो 17 सीटों में आज के चुनाव में अभी तक फायदा हो रहा है और बीजेपी को उतनी ही लगभग सीट्स में नुकसान हो रहा है, इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? इसमें तो जेडीयू विल बिकम द मोर डोमिनेंट, अगर ये रहे आंकड़े तो जेडीयू विल बिकम द मोर डोमिनेंट पार्टनर इन द एनडीए। बिल्कुल उल्टा हो गया पिछले चुनाव के मुताबिक।
नहीं, देखिए, हम लोग अलायंस पार्टनर हैं, कोई डोमिनेंसी का यहाँ चक्कर नहीं है। पहले ही हमने क्लियर कर रखा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सीटें ज्यादा आई या जेडीयू की सीटें ज्यादा आई, ये दोनों सीटें एनडीए के लिए ही हैं। तो हम लोगों ने कभी किसी को ऊपर नीचे करने का काम नहीं किया, ये महागठबंधन के लोग कर सकते हैं। एनडीए के कार्यकर्ता और एनडीए के नेता जो हैं वो सब कुछ एक साथ है संगठन के विस्तार के लिए, और जो भी चुनाव का रिजल्ट आएगा उसमें हम लोग सभी लोग एक है और एक हो के चुनाव लड़े थे। किसी को किसी प्रकार से किसी को नुकसान पहुंचाने का काम किसी एक दूसरे पार्टी ने नहीं किया है बिहार में। तो जो मैंडेट आया है, जो मैंडेट चल रहा है, वो जनता के द्वारा दिया हुआ है। इसमें हम विशेष अभी समीक्षा होगी तो पता चलेगा कि जनता दल यूनाइटेड की सीटें किस प्रकार से बढ़ी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को किस चीजों से नुकसान हुआ, वो तो एक समीक्षा का बात है। लेकिन अभी तो हमारी सीटें, हम तो बिहार के मतदाताओं को बड़ा देतुल्य जनता को बड़ा ही धन्यवाद करते हैं कि उन्होंने नीतीश कुमार जी के काम को, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के काम को मुहर लगाने का काम किया है और उन्होंने जनता दल यूनाइटेड को जो आशीर्वाद प्रदान किया है उसके लिए हम कोटि कोटि उनको धन्यवाद देते हैं। बस हम अभी आज यही कहेंगे क्योंकि ये चुनाव का शुरुआती रुझान है। अभी कहना बहुत जल्दबाजी होगा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को क्यों नुकसान हुआ, जनता दल यूनाइटेड को किस प्रकार से फायदा हुआ। हमारे जो मैनेजमेंट टीम थी वो हर विधानसभा पर अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को बूस्ट कर रही थी और हर प्रखंड के लेवलों पर अपने पदाधिकारियों को बूस्ट कर रही थी कि नीतीश कुमार जी के काम को घर घर तक पहुंचाने का आपको काम करना है, जिसके लिए पार्टी लगातार पिछले 6 महीने से काम कर रही थी। तो उसका फायदा मिला है।
Sorry, मैं interrupt कर रही हूँ. Before Dr. Mandal and Nalini respond, we are looking at two sources for our numbers. C Voter has this automated numbers update, which I want to share with you. The gap has widened, 147 leads for the NDA to 90 for the Mahagathbandhan, in leads that are now available for 242 out of 243 leads are available. Another source that we're looking at, not very different, 147 for the NDA and 92 for the Mahagathbandhan, 4 for the Jan Swaraj. The numbers are changing on our screen as we speak. 150 on our C Voter source, 150 leads for the NDA to 87 for the Mahagathbandhan. Before Nalini Singh responds, Dr. Mandal, are you getting a little nervous? Thodi si tension ho rahi hai?
No, there's absolutely no tension. We know that I told you beforehand that we are fighting against the Election Commission, which is a great vote chore. Now, anyway, the figures what you have shared, the more loyal of them, the Election Commission of India's figure is quite different. They are putting BJP much ahead of JDU, 25 right now, 16 for JDU, 10 for RJD, etc., 3 for Congress. Anyway, we heard very good stories. बहुत अच्छी कहानी सुना रहे थे कि नीतीश जी की इतनी थी तालमेल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ और विकास तो हम लोग देख ही रहे थे किस तरह से पुल रोज गिर रहे थे। खैर उसके आगे भी हम बताते हैं कि 10,000 रुपए ठीक चुनाव के पहले आप देकर बकरी खरीदने के लिए और क्या क्या खरीदने के लिए, बड़ी अच्छी बात है। लेकिन उनकी ड्यूटी कहाँ लगाई? इलेक्शन के बूथिंग पोल्स पर इनकी ड्यूटी थी, जो हमारे जीविका दीदी थी। अब ये किस लिहाज से था इलेक्शन कमीशन को, अभी तक इसके बारे में कोई एक्सप्लेनेशन उन्होंने नहीं दिया है। इसके साथ ही वो कई जगह हम लोगों ने वीडियो शेयर किए हैं जो ये सो कॉल्ड जीविका जी जो दीदी जो हैं वहां पर किस तरह से प्रेरित कर रही थी अपने सहयोगियों को और दूसरी वोटरों को कि वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को या जनता दल यूनाइटेड को वोट दें। लेकिन इसके साथ ही एक महत्वपूर्ण बात और है कि अभी हम लोग देख रहे थे कि पिछले कुछ दिनों में किसी भी प्रधानमंत्री के किसी भी रैली में नीतीश जी साथ नहीं गए। ये अभी कहानी हमें सुना रहे हम, चलिए अच्छा है जब, लेकिन जो जितनी रैलियां हुई आप देख रहे या रोड शो हुए वहां ललन सिंह गए थे। अभी ऐसी भी खबर आ रही है कि जेडीयू में ललन सिंह और जो संजय झा है उनके प्रति थोड़ी सी जो भी नाराजगी या यूं कहिए जो रिपोर्ट्स आ रही हैं उस पर मैं अधिक टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहूंगा। लेकिन ये निश्चित तौर से है कि नीतीश जी को एक स्पेंट फोर्स बता दिया अमित शाह ने बार बार पटना में रहकर, अपने होटल में रहकर, जहां सीसीटीवी पे कागज लगा दिए गए उस रात को जहां पर जब वो अफसरों से मिल रहे थे। तो ये सारी, और इधर दिल्ली में ब्लास्ट हो रहा है। तो खैर ये बातें हम लोगों ने देखी तो हम नर्वस क्यों होंगे? हम तो देख रहे हैं कि हम जनतंत्र की रक्षा के लिए और संविधान के लिए की रक्षा के लिए लड़ रहे हैं।
मैं डॉक्टर मंडल नर्वसनेस रिजल्ट की बात कर रही हूँ। तेजस्वी यादव
नहीं रिजल्ट देखिए रिजल्ट अगर अभी भी मैं दावा करता हूं कि एक भी कंस्टिट्यूएंसी में, एक भी में आप जो बैलेट से वोट करा लें, चुनाव आयोग निष्पक्षता के साथ वोट करा दे, तो कहीं भी जो है एनडीए नहीं जीत सकती है बिहार में। ये मेरा दावा है।
Dr. Mandal, it can't be that if the opposition wins the election is fair and if the NDA wins the election is unfair.
No, we are not saying. We are repeatedly saying. We are repeatedly saying. I have told in other channels also today. I'm sharing with you also. Even in the Lok Sabha elections, 80 seats, 79 to 80 seats have been bungled up by NDA, the BJP. And what my contention is that everywhere, if the election commission was much fairer, then the BJP, even in Haryana or Maharashtra, they would have gone much below.
I will tell you, and then Nalini Singh can come in, I will tell you that actually if you look at the party-wise breakup, it is the BJP right now that is down compared to the last time. It had 74 seats last time, is now leading in 64. Okay, the numbers seem to have changed a bit. The RJD is in 63. The JDU, the story of the election seems to be the JDU, Nitish Kumar's party, written off by everybody. Nitish Kumar did not do a single interview. He just did his election rallies. His opposition called him unfit. His alliance partner wasn't willing to declare him a chief ministerial candidate. Remember, the Gathbandhan had Tejashwi Yadav, लेकिन NDA ने नीतीश कुमार को नहीं घोषित किया. The JDU is leading in 69 seats. If these trends hold, I don't know if they'll hold. The main competition is between Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav. That is what is very clear. It is the regional parties that are battling it out for the heart of Bihar. 69 of the JDU to 63 of the RJD. The NDA has now widened its lead, 152 leads for the NDA to 87 of the Mahagathbandhan, 4 for the Jan Swaraj party. Dr. Mandal, please let Nalini Singh respond and then Mayank of the JDU to respond after that, because it's a very, very interesting. One minute.
I'll just one point. Just I wanted to tell you.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you were saying national parties. BJP contested 101 seats. Congress party contested almost the half of that. That was what you should also tell your viewers.
Fair enough. But for all the emphasis I was making, Nalini, was that the one politician who was written off. He was written off by the media. He was written off by his opposition. He was possibly even written off by his alliance partner. Dr. Mandal gave us a few examples, even if Mayank can't speak freely about them. Amit Shah very clearly said that the chief minister will be decided after the election. At the moment, you could argue it's the Mahila welfare scheme. You could argue somebody else said, I think you said, or somebody else, is it sympathy? I don't know. I don't know what it is. But the Nitish Kumar, जिन्होंने एक इंटरव्यू नहीं किया पूरे कैंपेन में, एक वीडियो रिलीज किया बस चुनाव से 2 दिन पहले, बस. His party is leading in 69 seats. At the moment, the JDU is leading in more seats than any other party. It's going up and down. It's changing. But at the moment, Nitish Kumar ki JDU sabse aage party hai at an individual level. If these numbers hold, the story of the election will be Nitish Kumar. Nalini.
Absolutely right. And I would say that here, Nitish Kumar has become synonymous in the minds of the weakest in Bihar with the fact that there's somebody to look after us. Koi to hai. So I would say that all the benefits that I was listing earlier, people are actually connecting that with Nitish Kumar. Not with any other party, or to much lesser extent with other parties. So I think, but I also agree with you that Nitish Babu did not appear on television, did not have social media. But I would say one thing, that not only that, during COVID times, I remember that Nitish Kumar was actually housebound for months and months.
Young developers can't clearly differentiate between artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science. In the early stages of my career, it was a bit confusing for me too. To pursue a career in any field, you need to be familiar with the profiles and roles in that field. Join our free masterclass, to gain a deep understanding of data science, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. Learn which skills are most important for your career path, and also how to ace your interviews and make your way to a top tech company. Click on the link below to join us.
रोज सुबह 9:15 बजे मार्केट्स में आके बैठ जाते हो और सोचते हो दोपहर के 3:30 बजे तक दिन के 5,000 रुपए कमा लूं। अरे ट्रेडर हो या दिहाड़ी मजदूर, ये जो दिहाड़ी मजदूर वाली सोच है, इस वजह से कभी भी आप ट्रेडिंग में सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो पाएंगे, क्योंकि ट्रेडिंग एक लॉन्ग टर्म गेम है। तो अगर आप भी दिहाड़ी मजदूर से कंसिस्टेंट प्रॉफिटेबल ट्रेडर की तरफ जाना चाहते हैं, तो मैं लेके आया हूं आपके लिए पैसिव इनकम फ्रॉम ऑप्शन सेलिंग कोर्स। इस कोर्स में मैं आपको वो स्ट्रैटेजी सिखाऊंगा जिसमें आप महीने का 1 घंटा इन्वेस्ट करके अपने लिए पैसिव इनकम क्रिएट कर सकते हैं ऑप्शन सेलिंग के माध्यम से। यकीन नहीं आता तो 30,000 से ज्यादा लोग इस कोर्स को एनरोल कर चुके हैं, जो आज अपने लिए पैसिव इनकम क्रिएट कर चुके हैं। तो अगर आप भी दिहाड़ी मजदूर रहना चाहते हैं तो स्किप कर दीजिए, और अगर आप भी अपने लिए पैसिव इनकम क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं तो इमीडिएटली एनरोल कीजिए। वहां मैं आपको सिखाऊंगा कि ये काम आप कैसे कर सकते हैं।
The person who is, if there is a sympathy vote, the people in Bihar do not kick out the elders of the family. So maybe that would be one. But, still I would say that we have to talk about, when Mayankji was saying that is it not something we want, that the poorest woman should have 2 goats or she should have a sewing machine, etc. I would say the answer is yes, yes, and yes. But the point is, what happens जब आपका खजाना फिर खाली हो जाएगा? When you've got, when you've done with this money and you've given it, then again, who are you going to look up to? To the center? So you become a state which is tied to the center.
I'm sorry. I just have some very interesting data. The JDU is leading in 71 according to the C voter data that we have. It contested 101 seats. The BJP is leading in 64. It contested 101. The LJP is leading in 16 and it contested 28. The Hum party is leading in 3 in the RLM. And then now let's look at the Mahagathbandhan in the same way, because this also, as Dr. Mandal said, strike rate should also be measured against how many seats a party has contested. Can I look at the Mahagathbandhan scorecard, please? I saw it. It's just before. Yeah, there. The RJD contested 143. It's leading in 64. The Congress contested 61. It's leading in 18. Right? So I just wanted to also give you this context. And again, if we go back to the NDA scorecard, it is the JDU. If you look at, can I go back to the NDA scorecard, please? The NDA scorecard. The NDA scorecard, please. The next slide. The NDA scorecard. Yes. The JDU contested 101. It's leading in 71. The BJP contested as many seats as leading in 62. So this is very important. The JDU is at the moment outperforming the BJP. That's all I wanted to sort of make that point. Before Mayank responds, Nalini, if you want to come in on that, and then I'll get Mayank of the JDU to respond.
Yes, I think it just confirms, Barkha, about a leader who has become synonymous with looking after the person who's the last in the row, last in terms of survival. And I think that when I was talking to people, they said, what more do we want? We've got all this. What more do we want? That is a fantastic assumption and a perception of the voter at the bottom end. And this is the EBC that we were talking about. I would just say that, so this is a formula, but we as journalists must talk about looking at it from 30,000 feet above. The question is, if you are not investing in something which will give you GST returns, if you're not having construction that gives you the registration fees, etc., where does a state government earn from? So it earns from these sources. So if it earns, then it invests. If it invests, then the youth stays back in Bihar. I'm just saying that the families are getting fractured, and we are seeing only one generation. Wait until it becomes another 10 years or so. this is a sociological phenomena that will take place. I'm only saying that, it's not something we should talk about today, but certainly there is something.
Before Mayank responds, the latest leads from C Voter, we have 243 out of 243 leads. The NDA ahead at 151. The Mahagathbandhan in 86. From another source, slightly different, 154 for the NDA, 83 for the Mahagathbandhan. But the NDA has for a while now, at least I think, Nalini, since you joined us, maintained this wide lead. The BJP is now leading in 65, the RJD in 62, the JDU in 70. It is if these leads hold, and there's a big if, because we're not calling the election, but if the leads hold, then the JDU has been the big story of the election. Prashant Kishor leading in 4, and the Congress 16, the LJP 16. मायंक जी, आप पे वापस आऊंगी. बहुत से लोग कहेंगे कि जो महिला वेलफेयर स्कीम थी 10,000 रुपए वाली, उसने पूरा चुनाव जो है बदल दिया. ब्रेकिंग न्यूज उसके बीच में आ रही है कि तेज प्रताप यादव ट्रेल कर रहे हैं. लेकिन क्या आपको लगता है कि ये एक सिंगुलर इशू रहा? कुछ लोगों ने कहा नीतीश जी के लिए सिंपैथी वोट है, हाँ वो अनवेल है. प्रशांत किशोर ने उनको कहा कि वो मेंटली फिट भी नहीं है. किस रूप से आप देखते हैं ये जो गेन्स अभी लीड्स में आ रही है फॉर योर पार्टी? हाउ डू यू एक्सप्लेन दैट?
जनता ने फिट घोषित कर दिया, उनको अनफिट कर दिया. सबसे बड़ी बात है, जनता ही सबसे बड़ी भगवान है, और उन्होंने बता दिया कि नीतीश कुमार फिट है, आप लोग अनफिट हैं. आप लोगों का बिहार में कोई जगह नहीं है, क्योंकि
आप लोग कौन?
उन्होंने इन्हीं ये महागठबंधन के लोग जो कांग्रेस, और सबसे बड़ी बात आप देखिए चुनाव का कहाँ क्या क्या हुआ. इन्होंने एक SIR का मुद्दा लेके आए. 15 दिन उन्होंने रैली किया, राहुल गांधी जी ने तेजस्वी जी के साथ. फिर वो चले गए घूमने, अपना इटली घूमने चले गए, जहां भी गए. ठीक है, उसके बाद वो मुद्दा जनता ने नकार दिया कि भाई SIR का कोई मुद्दा ही नहीं है बिहार में. अब इन्होंने अपना एक दूसरा पैटर्न लाया कि भाई अब ये नहीं ये होगा, वोट चोर गद्दी छोड़. अब वो भी जनता ने इनको बोला ये भी गंदी बात है, ये भी नहीं है. ठीक है, अब उन्होंने एक नया जुमला फेंका कि हर घर में एक परिवार को नौकरी देंगे. वो कभी पॉसिबल ही नहीं था. जब मैं
आपकी आवाज चली गई मैंग जी,
बात कर रहा
आपकी आवाज चली गई
बिहार में.
हाँ,
तो बोले कि अगर ये कहते कि जो सरकारी नौकरी सरकारी, हाँ अब आ रही है
जी,
सरकारी नौकरी जितनी खाली पड़ी है उसको भरा जाए और नई नियुक्तियां सरकार के अनुसार लाया जाए, तो वो एक बात सच हो सकता था. लेकिन जो इन्होंने जुमला फेंका कि एक परिवार के सदस्य को आप नौकरी देंगे. अब आप एक बात बताइए, बिहार में ऐसे बहुत से लोग हैं जो शिक्षित नहीं है, जो 7वीं पास नहीं है, 5वीं पास नहीं, उनको
Okay, we lost Mayank Sinha of the JDU right there, but the JDU is very much the story of the election at this point. And let's look at this very interesting graphic on our screen. It also gives you the strike rate of the parties. It also tells you, how many seats they sort of fought last time. If you look at the BJP, it's leading in 64 seats. It contested 101. The JDU is leading in 71 seats. It contested 101. The LJP is leading in 16. It fought 28 and so on. So this is a very interesting thing. Mayank ji, आपका बाकी पार्टी तो अच्छा कर रही है, लेकिन इंटरनेट नहीं अच्छा कर रहा. इसका भी कुछ करना पड़ेगा.
अब हाँ, इस बार हम भारत सरकार के लोगों से बात करेंगे कि भाई हमारा इंटरनेट अच्छा किया जाए. तो
अच्छा, आप बोल रहे थे, बताइए.
मैं ये कह रहा था कि देखिए जो तेजस्वी जी, जो राहुल जी चल रहे थे रैली में 15 दिन तेजस्वी जी के साथ, SIR का मुद्दा लेके आए. फिर वो चले गए घूमने चले गए, अपना SIR का मुद्दा डंप हो गया. बिहार की जनता ने उनको नकार दिया उस मुद्दे को लेके. फिर उन्होंने दूसरा मुद्दा लेके आया, वोट चोर गद्दी छोड़. बिहार की जनता ने बोला ये सबसे गंदी बात है. ठीक है, इस पर तो हम लोग थोड़े से भी राजी नहीं है. फिर उन्होंने एक तीसरा मुद्दा लेके आए तेजस्वी जी ने. लोगों ने बोला ये तो बड़ा खराब जा रहा है फीडबैक. तो उन्होंने बोला कि अच्छा एक अच्छा जुमला फेंकते हैं. तो उन्होंने सबसे बड़ा जुमला फेंका कि हर घर में नौकरी देंगे, एक परिवार को सरकारी. अब एक बात बताइए, बिहार में ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग हैं, बहुत सारे परिवार के लोग हैं जो शिक्षित नहीं है, जो 5वीं पास हैं या फिर नहीं पढ़ पाए हैं किसी परिवार में गरीबी के कारण, तो उनको आप कहाँ से नौकरी दीजिएगा, किस प्रकार का? तो उन्होंने, जनता ने बोला कि सारी बातें जो है, ये सारी बातें बेवकूफ बनाने वाली बात।
यहाँ पे मयंक जी बिल्कुल उलट गए, वापस
नकार दिया। और
जी
जो चीजें थे जनता ने बिल्कुल नकार दिया इनको। तो जो नीतीश कुमार जी का था, ये अगर ये बात कहते हैं तेजस्वी जी कि हाँ भाई जो सरकारी नौकरियां रिक्त पड़ी हैं उनको हम भरेंगे, या फिर नई नियुक्तियां जो सरकार के अकॉर्डिंगली होगी राज्य के बजट के अनुसार उसको हम देने का काम करेंगे, तो जनता शायद विश्वास करती। लेकिन ये लोग विश्वास के लायक ही नहीं है। इन्होंने एक प्रोपेगेंडा चलाया कि नीतीश कुमार अनफिट है। अगर आप बताइए कोई मुख्यमंत्री अनफिट रहेगा तो इतना बड़ा बिहार में जो विकास का काम चल रहा है वो कैसे होगा, कैसे संभव है? आप, इनका काम है केवल मीडिया में आके बाइट दे देना, कुछ भी बोल देना। आप एक देखिए, पटना मेट्रो चला, ये कितना बड़ा बिहार की जनता ने कभी सोचा था कि पटना में मेट्रो चल पाएगा? पटना एयरपोर्ट जो कभी मतलब कि कभी सोचा था बिहार के लोगों ने कि पटना के एयरपोर्ट ऐसे हो पाएगा? 6 लेन का जो ब्रिज बना बिदुपुर का, देखिए कुछ पुलें टूटी हैं, उस पर सरकार ने काम किया, सरकार ने जांच का आदेश दिया, सरकार ने उनको संज्ञान में लेकर उन कंपनियों को ब्लैकलिस्ट किया है जो भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपी थे। लेकिन नीतीश कुमार जी के ऊपर बिहार की जनता को भरोसा है कि ये व्यक्ति भ्रष्टाचार नहीं कर सकता है, और लालू यादव जी पर ठप्पा लगा हुआ है कि ये व्यक्ति बिहार में आएगा तो भ्रष्टाचार ही प्राथमिकता रहेगी।
इस पे प्रशांत किशोर ने कहा कि नीतीश कुमार मनमोहन सिंह जैसे हैं, वो खुद भ्रष्टाचार नहीं करते लेकिन वो रोक नहीं रहे लोगों को भ्रष्टाचार करने से।
देखिए प्रशांत किशोर जी को हम क्या बोलेंगे, बिहार की जनता ने उनको जवाब दे दिया। बदलाव करना चाह रहे थे, सबसे पहले तो अपने घर का बदलाव कर लेते। घर टूटा हुआ है उनका, जहाँ के रहने वाले हैं, पहले वो बदलते तो फिर बिहार की बदलाव की बात करते हैं। घर का छप्पर टूटा हुआ है, घर टूटा हुआ है, थोड़ा पहले घर को ठीक ठाक कर लेते हैं, घर से ही लोगों की पहचान होती है, तो बिहार के बदलाव के बारे में बात करते हैं। खुद वो होटल में रह रहे थे तो बिहार के बदलाव की बात क्या करेंगे? जो व्यक्ति अपना घर ही नहीं सुधार पाएगा वो बिहार को कैसे सुधारेगा? तो ये सब चीजें वो बहुत अच्छा।
उन्होंने ये भी कहा प्रशांत किशोर ने कि अगर नीतीश कुमार की 25 से ज्यादा सीट्स आएंगी तो राजनीति छोड़ देंगे। Could we show the graphic that shows the party-wise strike rate of the JDU, please? अभी the JDU is leading in 71 seats. तो मयंक जी, इस पे आप क्या कहेंगे? प्रशांत किशोर ने कहा कि अगर नीतीश कुमार की 25 से ज्यादा सीट्स आएंगी तो वो राजनीति छोड़ देंगे। At the moment, the JDU is leading in 71. क्या कहेंगे आप मयंक? नहीं आ रही आवाज।
देखिए अब तो ये बात मीडिया को उनसे पूछना चाहिए कि भाई 25 सीट से तो ज्यादा आ गई, आप राजनीति छोड़ रहे हैं आप। हेलो, हम कह रहे हैं कि आप मीडिया को लोगों से उनसे सवाल पूछना चाहिए कि आप राजनीति छोड़िएगा, बिहार में रहिएगा या फिर कहीं घूमने जाइएगा बाहर। तो ये तो अब आप देखिए बिहार की जनता ने उनको नकार दिया है। प्रशांत किशोर जी बातों के बहुत ही धनी व्यक्ति हैं, अच्छे वक्ता हैं, अच्छे प्रवक्ता हैं, लेकिन जो बातें, वो अच्छे एनालिसिस्ट भी हैं, वो चुनाव लड़वा सकते हैं, लेकिन अपनी पार्टी को उन्होंने चुनाव सही से नहीं लड़वाया। मैं आपको बहुत एग्जाम्पल देता हूं, मैं घुमा हूं, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं कि जन सुराग एक कॉर्पोरेट बॉडी की तरह काम कर रहा था। 4, 5, 10 लड़के रख लिए, कंप्यूटर रख लिए, उस पर डाटा बना रहे हैं, और राह चलते जैसे नहीं होता है कि एक सर्वे कर लिए कि आपको क्या चाहिए, तो ये चाहिए, ये चाहिए, ये चाहिए, उसका नंबर लिख लिए और कह दिए कि बस ये लोग बदलाव चाह रहे हैं। इनके ग्राउंड पर एक भी बूथ का मेंबर नहीं था। जो भी लोग इनके पार्टी से लड़े हैं, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, बहुत इंटरनल बात बता रहा हूं मैं, वो अपने बदौलत लड़े हैं। प्रशांत किशोर जी का कोई योगदान उसमें नहीं है। उन्होंने अपनी खुद की बूथ कमेटी बनाई है, उन्होंने खुद अपने बूथ पे जाके लोगों को खड़ा होने के लिए प्रेरित किया है। जो भी कैंडिडेट लड़े हैं, प्रशांत किशोर की टीम एक कॉर्पोरेट टीम जिसमें 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 के लड़के हायर हैं, वो अपनी नौकरी कर रहे हैं। उनको बिहार के बदलाव से और बिहार के सोच से कोई लेना देना नहीं था। मैं बहुत स्पष्ट आपको बता रहा हूं, आप जाइएगा उनसे सवाल पूछिएगा तो ये बोलेंगे कि हम ये करना चाहते थे, वो करना चाहते थे, बिहार में बदलाव था, लहर था, ये था, वो सब बातें करेंगे। अभी तो जब पोलिंग हो रहा था और तेजस्वी जी बड़े उत्साहित थे और हम लोग भी तेजस्वी जी पर मन ही मन हंस भी रहे थे कि ये व्यक्ति क्या बोल रहा है कि वोटिंग परसेंटेज ज्यादा हुआ। अरे वोटिंग परसेंटेज इसलिए ज्यादा हुआ कि नीतीश कुमार को जनता फिर से रिटेन करना चाह रही थी और महिलाओं ने बढ़ चढ़ के वोटिंग किया। मैं तमाम हमारी यूएसपी ही महिला रही है, क्योंकि नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो महिलाओं से मैंने पूछा तो बोले कि हम लोग को पहले बाहर नहीं निकलने दिया जाता था।
एक मिनट मयंक जी, एक मिनट मयंक जी, एक मिनट। ये जो महिला
नहीं देखिए महिला स्कीम
जी मैं पूछना चाह रही हूँ, ऑपोजिशन ने, डॉक्टर मंडल आई वांट टू कम टू यू आफ्टर दैट, ऑपोजिशन ने कहा कि ये वोट खरीदी है। उन्होंने इस स्कीम के बारे में कहा वो ये वोट खरीदी है। शायद वो ये कहेंगे कि नीतीश के नंबर ऐसे इसलिए आए हैं क्योंकि उन्होंने 10,000 रुपए औरतों को दिए। क्या कहेंगे आप इस पे मयंक जी, अगर ऑपोजिशन ऐसा कहती है तो?
नहीं देखिए
हाँ जी,
उनकी बातों पे जनता नहीं फंसी।
बोलिए मयंक, बोलिए। अच्छा मयंक, आपकी आवाज शायद नहीं आ रही, प्लीज रिकनेक्ट करें। इतनी देर में मैं एक मिनट, Dr. Mandal, let me get a last comment from you on what the numbers look like as we move on to our next segment of analysts. At the moment, the lead for the NDA has stayed, and the real story of this election is Nitish Kumar, written off by the media, by his opposition, and even by his key ally, the BJP, in the first phase of this campaign. The BJP is leading in 63 seats, the RJD in 59, the JDU in 73 seats, the Congress in 18. Alliance-wise, the NDA is ahead at 155 to the Mahagathbandhan's 82. This number has not shifted for the last 30 minutes odd. I'm not saying I'm calling the election, I'm just saying it hasn't shifted. Dr. Mandal, a last comment from you.
I think the figures should be shifted because we have lots more to for the counting, even the time and number of votes which is coming. The Election Commission site says that JDU is 51 and BJP is 48, and accordingly RJD and their given
the Election Commission numbers are a bit different. We've been looking at those numbers as well. They count a little bit more slowly. We'll maybe have a look at the EC numbers as well.
No, they take the official feedback from the district magistrate, that is the returning officers of every booth. But अभी हम सुन रहे थे कितने बेशर्मी के साथ ये जनता दल यूनाइटेड के हमारे प्रवक्ता बोल रहे हैं कि वो सरकारी, अरे सरकार आपकी है, आप नौजवानों को जो नौकरी मांगने जा रहे हैं, सड़कों पे दौड़ा के मार रहे हैं, पीट रहे हैं, और यहाँ पर आप भाषण दे रहे हैं और राहुल गांधी के बारे में बोल रहे हैं कि ये कहाँ गए, नहीं गए, इटली गए। अरे आपके प्रधानमंत्री कहाँ गए? यहाँ दिल्ली में ब्लास्ट हुआ था और अपने मित्र अडानी जी के लिए पहुंच गए भूटान। और सबसे बड़ी बात, जिनका बैग हमेशा पैक्ड रहता था विदेश जाने के लिए, अब किसके डर से वो थर-थर करते हैं कि सभी बड़े जो सम्मेलन है उसमें जाने से इनकार कर दिए। ये सब जरा देखिए और फिर बात कीजिए। राहुल गांधी के अपने जो उनके अपने पहुंच है बड़े यूनिवर्सिटीज में है, जहां पर जो डिग्री छुपाने वाले लोग जा नहीं सकते हैं, उनकी हैसियत नहीं है। और साथ ही मैं बता दूं कि अभी जो महिलाओं की बात आप कर रहे थे, महिला एक डिस्टिंक्ट आइडेंटिटी नहीं है। इट हैज गॉट इट्स आइडेंटिटी आल्सो amongst the social structure of the state. It is identified with the people and community, that is, even the castes reflect there. But there is one community, that is the youth, which has gone ahead everywhere, every survey. They have reportedly and categorically stated that they want a change. And I think ultimately, whatever the result might come, it will reflect a change. At least we are sure, even in spite of the fact that Election Commission of India is doing repeated bungling, there is no going back on SIR and vote sure, my friend should know. We are still on it, and even recently, Rahul Gandhi has exposed, and every time he exposes, even the small children have started calling the great leader of this country vote sure. So that should be remembered. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Mandal, I thank you for your time today. Mayank Sinha, I'm going to request you to stay on with us. Nalini, if you have a final word in this hour, and then we will connect with you later. I just want to give you the overall picture. The NDA is now leading in 156 seats to 81 of the Mahagathbandhan and 3 for the Jan Swaraj party. Could I have the party-wise breakup, please, on my screen? Party-wise breakup, yeah. The RJD is in 59, the BJP in 65, but the JDU is ahead in 72 seats at the moment, and I've been saying this for almost an hour now. It is the JDU that is very much the story of this election. Nalini Singh, a final comment from you.
Barkha, finally, I would actually like to ask the Congress party. See, it is 130 years old, plus or minus, versus a party that's 3 years old. So the Congress party seems to be leading in about 16 or 19. And this JSP, Jan Swaraj party, is already leading in about 4. So, they are fighting. Congress party will now fight for the 4th place amongst the parties. 4th place. And JSP might be fighting for the 6th place. Does the Congress party not believe that there is something going wrong with the way it is approaching elections? It can say anything about money, about the fact that the whole machinery, election commission, SIR, but the Congress party itself, a national party, should actually today be ducking behind. They should, what is the lesson the Congress party is learning? To me, that's also very important. But I think one should finally laud the voter of Bihar, who has, even the 81 seats that you are showing for Mahagathbandhan, in the face of this tsunami of welfareism, of free power, of old age pension, 10,000 rupees with the promise of 2 lakh rupees, etc. I think that this is something that we should, we have to now bracket this and say what's going on. But certainly the poorest people have responded. But one should laud Bihar, because it did not fall for communalism, it did not fall for this ghuspetia, it did not fall for anything which provokes the social harmony. And many of your reporters who've been out have said that over here, when you talk about the Muslim vote, not in Simanchal, but in other places, they say, and I have experienced this, that there really is very little friction between Hindus and Muslims in Bihar. At least they don't talk about it.
Okay, Nalini, thank you so much. We'll let you go for now. We'll reconnect with you later in the day. We have very distinguished voices that will keep helping us make sense of this very, very interesting election. Shahid Siddiqui is with us. Welcome, Shahid. Good to see you. Professor Ashwini Kumar is with us. Mayank Sinha of the JDU continues to be with us. Vivek Kumar Rajak of the RJD is with us. And Garima Dosani of the Congress Party is with us as well. Thank you very much. At this hour, Nitish Kumar is the story of this election, the underestimated, unexpected, written off by his opponents, written off by the media, written off by even, I would argue, at least in the first phase of this campaign, his own ally who did not make him a chief ministerial candidate officially. His party is doing extremely well compared to the last time. And at last count, the JDU was leading ahead of all other parties. Can I have the party-wise breakup on our screen? In the meantime, this is what the alliance figures look like. The NDA is now leading in 157 to the 80 of the Mahagathbandhan. We also have the C voters automated figures, only slightly different. The NDA leading in 155 to the Mahagathbandhan's 81. Prashant Kishor's Jan Swaraj party is at 3, others are at 3. If you break this down party-wise, the BJP is leading in 65. The RJD has slipped compared to last time, is leading in 59. The JDU is leading in 72. The JSP, the Prashant Kishor's party in 4. The Congress in 17. The LJP in 17. Remember, the LJP did not fight with the NDA the last time. It was seen to be a move by the BJP to weaken Nitish Kumar. This time, the LJP is in the fold. But again, if I can have the party-wise comparison on our screen, you will actually see how much Nitish Kumar has gained or seems to be gaining in comparison to last time. In fact, early leads show that the JDU is performing better as a party than the BJP. So this is a very, very interesting development. I want to get reactions to it. Mayank Sinha, the JDU is with us, but let's first get the Congress and the RJD. मैं आपसे शुरू करूंगी. विवेक कुमार रजक, how disappointed are you? Tension है, nervousness है. नमस्कार. क्या कहेंगे आप? What will you say?
Okay. First of all, thank you, Barkha, for inviting us in the show. But all of us know that this is the beginning, and if you see the trends in the morning, I mean, when it started, and now the figures are changing every time. So we are neither disappointed nor we are so excited. So let it progress as the day progresses. So I think this will change. This will change very much.
You're hoping.
Yeah, we are very much hopeful. We are very much hopeful given the response that we received during the campaign and during the election of 2 phases. So we are hopeful that these figures will change and will certainly form the government.
Okay, I want Ashwini ji to come in, and then I'll come to Shahid and Garima. If you look at the party-wise leads, Professor Ashwini, the JDU had 43 seats the last time, and it is leading in 72. If these leads hold, it has gained in 29 seats. The BJP has somewhat made up. It is now leading in 66, but it's down at the moment in about 8. The RJD, which was performing much better in the earlier part of the morning, is right now down in about 11 seats. The Congress is down in about 3 seats. Prashant Kishor has, of course, just started this election. You have been arguing that Nitish Kumar has built what you called a maternal welfare state. Is this the women of Bihar that can explain these numbers? Ye numbers kaise aap read karte hain? And also, do you think the BJP made a mistake by not declaring him a chief ministerial candidate, or does it not matter if these numbers hold? We have to also remember, I can see Rajiv Pandey of the BJP, but if we can just, Namaskar, fix him in such a way that he's not covering my... Namaskar, sir. Sir, I will... thank you. There you are. Hanji, Ashwini ji.
Barkha, I mean, like, I'm not at all surprised. And as you rightly mentioned about the phrase I coined, maternal welfare state.
Yes.
Most significantly, even in today's express space, I just mentioned what I would call that, the early trends are also a social script for Bihar, a social text. What the message I'm getting from the social text, from the early trends, that the Didi vote. Women are certainly at the center of this 2025 elections, and this is historic. And this historic election will create what we call multiplier effects across the nation, I mean, like 12 states.
Do you believe Nitish Kumar was underestimated by both his opposition and his alliance partner, the BJP?
Let me tell you, I mean, like, the history of alliance between, Nitish Kumar and BJP goes long back, 93. And Nitish ji has also learned the art of managing, longevity and, political contradictions from Bajpayee ji. So I would, leave aside this question and would come back to the central message from the early trend that Nitish Kumar is certainly, I mean, like, people say that Bihar mein Kaaba, so I would say Bihar mein Nitish Ba. So if you look at it, the way Nitish Ba in Bihar is galvanizing, the very narrative of this social text. So given the chance, I mean, like, remember we were together on 2020 also, verdict. With 43 seats, he became chief minister. With 72 seats or 78 seats, if he becomes number 1, that would certainly, say something very important, that Bihar is out of the dark ages. And also you look at what I call pragmatic, Hindutva, pragmatic socialist Hindutva, like Vyavharik Samajwad of Nitish Kumar. There is also a Vyavharik, politics by BJP. And both of them have put their faith in the women power. That's the message from early trends.
Yeah, let's get reactions from Shahid Siddiqui, Rajiv Pandey, and Garima. Shahid Siddiqui, aapse shuru karti hu. If these trends hold, right now the NDA is ahead of the Mahagathbandhan with a significant lead that hasn't actually moved for the last 1 hour. And the real story, as I have been saying, is Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar was called mentally unfit by Prashant Kishor. The BJP did not declare him a chief minister candidate. He did not do a single interview in this entire campaign. He released a recorded video towards the end of the campaign. Is this the Mahila 10,000 rupees scheme? Is this something else? We don't know. But what we know is, the weakening of Nitish Kumar last time hui thi, that has been corrected. JDU has shown that it is still relevant as a political force, and it is relevant because of Nitish Kumar. Would you agree, Shahid Siddiqui?
Kumar understands Bihar better than anyone else. He may be old, he may be not so well, and he may be unwell, but he understands the ground level realities of Bihar. He understands the mindset of the Biharis, and then the way he has used social power, the women power, to galvanize his party and to re-emerge time and again is really amazing. And people may have written him off. In fact, I saw him in the India meeting in Mumbai, and I thought he is not present there. His mind was not there. But I think he's always prepared for the worst, and he's planning things in a way where no other leader can compete with him. He is an extremely pragmatic leader. He's an extremely realistic leader. He is ready to change sides. He's ready to change his ideology. He's ready to change anything. But he knows how to take the voters with him, and that's the strength of Nitish Kumar. It may be his last election, but he is going to the chief minister. I don't see anybody be able to replace Nitish Kumar right now.
Shahid bhai, can I ask you? You said that when he was with the India Alliance and you had interacted with him, even you questioned whether he was all there. But now, do you feel that many people either underestimated him or read him wrong?
Yes, people have been underestimating him because he was not speaking his mind all the time. As you said, he has not given any interview. He was not coming out very openly, but he was planning. He was Tana bana kaise bunna hai, that he knows. So that's what he was doing, and that he has done very well. He is a social architect, and Lalu and his party has failed there. They have depended too much on Yadav Muslim alliance, which doesn't work beyond a point. Beyond a point, you need all the smaller groups, smaller parties, where Akhilesh Yadav did much better in UP. He understood the reality and he changed his narrative. But Lalu and his party have not been able to change the narrative. But Nitish Kumar is always ready to change and to re-emerge and do whatever the situation demands.
Okay, Shahid Siddiqui says that even he felt at one point in his interactions is Nitish Kumar all there. But now he is saying that he sees no scenario where Nitish Kumar will not be chief minister. Shahid, am I summarizing you correctly?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. So we haven't called the election, but Shahid Siddiqui has called the chief ministership. That is for sure. Now I want to bring in the others. Rajiv Pandey. NDA leading in 156 to the Mahagathbandhan's 80. That is good news for you. The C-voter automation that we have gives NDA 156 to the Mahagathbandhan's 80, exactly the same. That is good news for you. But the party-wise breakup, the BJP at the moment slightly down from last time, and Nitish Kumar's JDU, handsomely up from the last time. Do you think that the BJP, opposition to chodiye, do you think the BJP also underestimated Nitish Kumar?
Barkha, it is not like that. BJP never underestimated Nitish Kumar ji. Prime Minister as well as Home Minister, we are fighting election in the leadership of Mr. Nitish Kumar. You have to add 2-3 things, Barkha ji. If you see last time BJP got NDA got 37% and almost similar Mahagathbandhan also got 37%. Thereafter, to a small group, what Shahid Bhai was saying that they should add, they added VIP and IIP. Still their vote percentage has gone down by 2% after adding 2 smaller parties. They have 3 left parties. As far as BJP is concerned, last time our own partner, LJPR, was contesting on their own, and that has reduced the number of seats of JDU. This time it is not like that, so we are back on the track. Our alliance is intact. 5 Pandavs are intact. All 5 parties have fought together. Though through social media and many journalists, they try to create tir hi lalten hi tir hai type ka some bogus bogie. That is not seen at all. You have to understand one more thing, Barkha ji, which I wanted to say on your channel because it's a very meaningful discussion. All journalists who went to Bihar used to ask you, what is your name? Rajiv. What is your full name? They are trying to say that Bihar is voting on the basis of caste, which is not correct. All women, they have shown that they are caste neutral. They have not voted for their own. Yadavs will vote only for RJD. It is not correct. In my own area, I have seen Yadavs have voted for NDA. I can understand about Muslims. Muslims have voted for Mahagathbandhan in toto. That I can understand. But in Bihar, if you see, from 2020, the government will be in power with 11% more votes. Barkhaji, that is the biggest point, what I feel, that Bihar will be governed with a larger majority, man. You try to understand. As far as Nitish ji is concerned, BJP, when Nitish ji was just 42 seats and BJP was 70 plus, that time also we said he will be the chief minister. It is between the Nitish ji and our top leadership, Jadyu top leadership and BJP top leadership. That's not the issue. If you go in Bihar, you have traveled in Bihar. If you go to Bihar, you see the electricity, road. It is, some people try to even paint Bihar about the criminalization issue. You see the difference between 2005 and today about the criminalization of politics also. I am trying to say in the whole election, not a single, incident, barring 1 or 2 incident in which one of the person got killed in Mokama and one or 2 more person. Otherwise, during Jungle Raj, at least 100 people used to get killed in every election. Am I right or wrong, ma'am? You were on the road. You were in Bihar in all elections. What I am trying to say, Bihar is growing. I am telling you, Uttar Pradesh economically has come now in top 5 states, and somebody is saying on some point number 2 states. Now Bihar is on the verge of going to different development project, and you will see in the next 5 years what is going to happen. Now the infrastructural work is done, other things will take place, and I congratulate people of Bihar that they have elected and they have refused to go back to Jungle Raj. You understand?
Okay.
The people like Arithmetic Yadav, the people like several Osama Sahab, you are trying to even communalize and criminalize the politics, and this is done. This is legacy of Lalu Prasad Yadav ji. I am trying to tell you, Barkha ji, people are not ready to accept Lalu Prasad Yadav ji again. Mark my word. And if this Tejashwi Yadav was saying all criminals around 2025, I have a list. If you will say, after some time I can show, all these people were given tickets. In Darbhanga Gramin, the same person is given tickets who is considered a big criminal. Ritlal Yadav's prachar is being done by Lalu Prasad Yadav. So that's, Bihar has rejected that. Bihar has rejected criminals. Bihar has rejected Jungle Raj. And one more thing, they tried to make it this SIRA issue. People have rejected. People have supported SIR. Now this election was a referendum on SIR also. You understand? Opposition tried. SIR, why not anybody who is no more now, his name should be deleted? Why, if anybody we find even 5 votes from not Indians, why not their name should be deleted? Where is SIR agenda?
Okay,
SIR
I think it's a very good question. And at the moment, I want to say the NDA is ahead in 160 seats. The Mahagathbandhan has fallen to 76. The Jan Suraj party, Prashant Kishor's party in 2 and others in 5. If you do a party-wise breakup or breakdown, the BJP is leading in 67 compared to the 74 it won last time. The RJD is down to 51 leads compared to the 75 it won last time. The JDU is leading in 72 with showing a gain of 29. These are leads, but that's what the figure is. The Congress is the same as the last time, 19 to 19, and Prashant Kishor, of course, is contesting for the first time. Now, I want Garima ji to respond. At the moment, while I am not officially calling the election, Shahid Siddiqui, who is no fan of the BJP, has called the election to the extent that he has said Nitish Kumar will be the next chief minister. Do you agree? Do you concede that point, Garima ji?
Good morning to all the viewers, and hi, Barkha. First of all, let me applaud and appreciate you for having such a meaningful discussion, because I'm coming from another channel's debate where the anchor is howling and shouting on top of her voice and hardly giving the panelists any chance to speak. So I found it a very meaningful discussion over here. Thanks to all the panelists also. And please give me a patient hearing, because I have been listening to everyone very patiently. Well, I think this election we have contested with all our sincerity, and the focus of this election was the youth, who's casting his vote beyond caste. He's casting for employment, for dignity, and for opportunity. And my fellow colleague over here said that people don't want to go to the jungle raj. See, Bihar doesn't want any name calling. It's been 17 to 20 years of Nitish and BJP misrule in Bihar now. And let me give you some data. CAG report says that 72,000 crores have been missing, where there is no data where it has gone to. And let me give you a zero poverty index, a zero hunger index, zero quality of education, only 1.5 people, only 1.5% people hold government jobs. Population of Bihar comprises of, the population of India. The Bihar's contribution is 9%, and the contribution in terms of GDP is 3% only. It has the lowest per capita income in the country. In Bihar, 94 lakh families earn less than 200 per day. In Bihar, less than 10% people complete 12th standard. 95% people don't own a vehicle. Can you believe that a state which comprises of 9% of our population is contributing just 3%? Continuously, there has been migration.
But ma'am, at the moment, again, I don't mean to interrupt you, and I want to give everybody a fair chance to speak. The fact is the election is over. The fact is that you had the chance to make this case before the people of the country. The fact is that vote chori, which your leader Rahul Gandhi raised in a big way, actually the voter of Bihar showed extreme enthusiasm in coming out, right? Bihar had a historic turnout, the biggest since independence. So we have to also recognize that the numbers on your screen, can we update our top screen, because the numbers are...
Barkha.
Ma'am, mujhe numbers to bolne do. The NDA is leading in 167 to Mahagathbandhan 69. The JSP is now down to 1 and others are 6. Now, please respond, but quickly, ma'am. I want to give the others a chance to speak as well.
See, Barkha, I'll be very optimistic. These are not the final numbers. These are the initial phases. We are talking at 10 o'clock in the morning. So I think let's wait for the final numbers to come. And, this is SIR versus the polling. I will tell you how. The SIR was taken out during the summers and the monsoon season. Only in 19 days, with 4 lakh government jobs vacant. I don't know who were the field workers who carried out SIR in Bihar. Only in 19 days it was completed. And the lakhs of voters that has been deleted in SIR, process, that will also be a decisive factor. And why I'm saying it is vis-a-vis polling, the polling for the first time in Bihar has happened after Chhath and Diwali, when people have come back for Chhath Puja to Bihar, for Diwali to Bihar, and they have casted the vote. So where mass deletion of voter was happening, where targeted addition of voters was happening, where there was floating voters who have voted in multiple states. So I would attribute all this to your figures to that. But here I would like to make a last bottom line statement that you bet and have me again on your show. RJD will be the single largest party in Bihar, and Tejashwi Yadav as everybody in Bihar have voted in the exit polls, the most popular chief ministerial place. And also about Nitish Kumar, you were again and again posting this question to everyone, that why Nitish Kumar was not made the chief ministerial candidate. The reason is his several political flip-flops. He has lost his credential, and Nitish Kumar, if he would have done something substantial for Bihar, if he would have had some important establishments or achievements to pose, he would not need the crutches of BJP every time.
Ma'am, let me speak now. You have said that I can ask you this maybe in an hour from now, and we'll test it, or maybe 2 hours from now. But at the moment, the NDA is comfortably ahead. I just want to say that. The NDA is comfortably ahead. 1-1.5 घंटे से ये gap कम नहीं हुआ है, ये बदला नहीं है. The NDA is leading in 167 to the Mahagathbandhan 69. I know, Rajiv ji, you want to respond. Just one more minute. If you do this party-wise, the BJP has also now improved its tally. The BJP is now leading in 72, almost the same as its 74 wala performance last time. So the big hit right now, I'm not calling it, but right now has been to the RJD, which is down in 31 seats compared to its 75. 8 minute, Rajiv ji. And the JDU is showing a gain of 29 seats. Now, please respond, Rajiv Pandey of the BJP.
Just wanted to tell one thing, Barkha ji. I think Congress party understood Bihar better than RJD. They were saying, give me more seats. Now, if you see, their seats are reduced by 10 seats. And what is the, if RJD and Congress would have not fought, they would have not even opened account. They are saying that we have, because of the voting percentage and all these things. Now, this is not the time. This is not election meeting is going on, Barkha. Now, the mandate is given by the people of Bihar, and mandate is clear. The gap is increasing. Now it is NDA is 165. BJP, I am telling you what is my information. BJP will touch 80 seats, ma'am. Minimum 80 seats BJP will win. Let the final result come. And RJD should go down below 40 or 35 seats. You know, people do not want RJD at all. You know, I am telling you, if Congress and RJD would have fought separately, not a single seat they would have won. So that's why Congress was holding. That is my understanding about the Bihar. And whatever vote is right now with Mahagathbandhan, there is left parties who have cadre votes. That is adding in the vote of Mahagathbandhan. Left parties have cadre votes. Congress party has Muslim votes. So otherwise, where is RJD? These RJD seats, they have fought on 143 seats, ma'am. 143, and they are down like by more than 31 seats. No, I did not disturb, ma'am. Ma'am, I didn't disturb anybody.
1 minute, all of you. Other people are also on this show. They also have
only
to
one
speak.
line.
Rajiv,
Barkha ji,
I want to go to Shahid, Ashwini, and Vivek.
Yes,
please.
I'll just conclude what I am trying to say. Bihar has voted for Susasan. 1. Bihar has voted for SIR. 2. Bihar has voted for larger development, and I am saying on some points development has taken place, and you see the kind of migration. If you ask me personally, you go to village, you will find that 30 years back the situation of village economy, and today it is completely different, Barkha ji. I invite you to my village in Madhubani, which is on the border of Nepal. Their CPI is fighting. If CPI would have not fought, the NDA would have won by 50,000 votes. So they have some cadre votes. I am trying to tell you, Mahagathbandhan and Lalu Prasad Yadav's party is rejected in toto. That is my final point at this moment, ma'am.
Okay. I want to actually just go back to the numbers for a second, and then I want to get Shahid and Ashwini. If we take a look at these automated numbers from C Voter, whom we are partnering with on this live broadcast, it gives you a very interesting point on the strike rate. So the BJP contested 101 seats and it is leading in 74. The JDU contested 101 seats and it is currently leading in 70. This is going up and down for the BJP and JDU and so on. Can I also see the Mahagathbandhan scorecard also? Could you go to the Mahagathbandhan scorecard? In the meantime, while it's coming up, the Mahagathbandhan scorecard, you now have the RJD contested 143 seats. It's leading only in 52. The Congress contested 61. It is leading in 12. So we have to also see performance vis-a-vis how many seats were contested. Shahid Siddiqui, let's bring you in. The gap is very significant. Again, we have learned the hard way that elections go up and down. हम लोग सब बहुत सीख जल चुके हैं इससे, तो we are being very careful. But the BJP, which I was saying just 10 minutes ago to Rajiv ji ki, "Arey, JDU might outperform you." The BJP right now is the single largest party. So badal raha hai. The BJP is in 74, the JDU is in 70. But again, I will still say Nitish Kumar is the story of the election because it's a massive gain for him. It's a massive, massive gain for him compared to the last time. The RJD has fallen. You know, 1 ghanta pehle I was saying, अच्छी लड़ाई है. Whoever forms the government, close fight hai. Ab close fight nahi lag rahi, nahi dikh rahi. RJD is down to 52 seats. And Prashant Kishor is leading in 4 seats. The Congress is further down to 12. And the LJP is at 17. Shahid Siddiqui, and then Professor Ashwini, and then Vivek, and then Mayank, in that order. Yes, Shahid Siddiqui.
Barkha, people are saying that the young youth have risen above caste politics or caste divisions, but I believe that it is women who have risen above caste divisions. Reasons are different. It's not because they don't believe in caste anymore or they have become more enlightened, etc., etc. It's because of the I won't call it a bribe, but it's a kind of that which was given to women and women in a state like Bihar, where there's so much poverty. 10,000 rupees coming to a woman is a big amount. Is a Diwali, real Diwali for her. It's a real chat for her.
Yeah.
And that is one reason that the women vote has gone very strongly. Even the Yadav, and in some cases I've heard Muslim vote also have Muslim women have also voted in some cases for.
So do you think it's the Mahila welfare scheme alone, or do you think Nitish Kumar's reputation? Nitish Kumar's reputation. Ashwini ji calls it a maternal welfare state.
Yes,
I agree. Prohibition, cycle struggles, now this scheme.
Yes, I agree. I agree with Ashwani ji. It is one of the major factors which has gone into that. Apart from that, the management of elections, because unfortunately I did not visit Bihar this time. I was out of the country. But whatever I have heard is that the management of the election by RJD has not been very, transparent and very good. The tickets have been given on matters or not just of winnability, but for other considerations, which has also hurt them. Congress has not been able to make an impact. Congress, whether in UP or in Bihar, has failed to make an impact, despite the hard work done by Rahul Gandhi. And unfortunately, for the Congress, they don't understand that they have to rebuild the party on the ground. They try to rebuild the party at the top. Rahul Gandhi cannot carry the party on his shoulders state after state. It is the workers at the ground level, workers who have to be, galvanized. Not just galvanized, they have to be created. There's hardly any ground level party for the Congress, especially in the Hindi cow belt. So they want to just, continue on the soldiers of Rahul Gandhi or Priyanka Gandhi, that they cannot go far. You can get the large, huge meetings, but they cannot turn into votes. In order to turn into votes, you need the workers of pool, both level workers.
Shahid, the way you're speaking, I think you have accepted, even though we've not officially called the election, that this is going to be an NDA government in Bihar. It is looking like that to you.
Reality, Barkha. Let's face the reality and see that the way election is going, I don't see any big change. I mean, it's wishful thinking. So I'm here as a political analyst. As a political analyst.
And as a political analyst, you are saying that you believe that it is an NDA government in Bihar and Nitish Kumar is the next chief minister. Shahid,
more seats
Yeah.
with, and nobody can touch Nitish Kumar right now. Nitish Kumar on himself may decide to go at some point, but I don't see that happening real soon. Maybe a year or two, he may try to make a decision, because he must also realize that he is not getting younger.
But look at the leads right now. We really, Vivek ji, the BJP is leading. Rajiv ji, please, thoda dhyan dein in figures ko. The BJP, could we update the graphic on our screen, please? The BJP is leading in 72, the JDU in 75, the RJD is down to 41, and the Congress is down to 7. So it is a very different scenario from the morning. सुबह में 1 घंटा 1.5 घंटा में लग रहा था अच्छी लड़ाई चल रही है. राजीव जी, I'll just let Vivek ji of the RJD come in. Vivek ji, you were hopeful when we started. कुछ बदला नहीं है, वो वहीं पे अटका हुआ है, बल्कि RJD अभी गिर रही है.
ओके, बरखा जी, मुझे 2-4 मिनट दीजिए, बहुत ध्यान से सुनिएगा. I don't want to be so loud and like other they are happening in the other channels. See, the arguments that are given, these are, again, we are saying that this is 10:33 in the morning.
Yes.
Okay? And these are just initial figures that we are discussing. And हमारे जो मित्र हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि सरकार बन गई है, लोगों ने मैंडेट दे दिया है.
और सर, बीजेपी इस समय 78 सीट्स में लीड कर रही है.
मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ, ये तो
अपडेट देना चाहती हूँ. The BJP is now leading in 78 seats.
Yes. So what you are showing, you are showing two different from two different sources.
Yes.
This 78 that you are showing is from C voters' own leading score, and what is running in the speaker is from EC. Okay, from EC, and that is not from 243. That is from something around 219 or something.
Sure.
Okay. So my point is that people are comparing Bihar. I mean, the progress in Bihar in terms of two things, that is electricity and the roads for last 20 years. So Barkha, please tell me, in which state, whosoever is running, the electricity and the water have not improved in last 20 years. Can anybody tell me a state where the electricity and the roads infrastructure have worsened instead of improving, whosoever have ruled the state? Any state in this country. So the country is progressing, so Bihar will also progress. Okay. In the 90s, in the 90s, middle of 90s, obviously, when we opened up the economy in 1991, the states which had pre-existing capabilities, they performed better. So Gujarat, Maharashtra, they did better in terms of attracting the investment when the economy was opened up in 1991.
But sir,
please,
I'm
let,
so sorry.
Let me just complete. Let me just complete. And if you, the Jungle Raj, the tag that is with us, that is with the RJD government, this was not given for the misgovernance. This was a court's observation on a waterlogging to the Patna Municipal Corporation. We know that, but still we are trying. We are propagating this, and the narrative is built upon that. See, when the RJD was in government with Nitish Kumar ji for few months, okay, for almost 18 months, 19 months. So you see the performance of Tejashwi ji.
Vivek ji, can I come in, sir?
Yeah,
can I come in now? Please. Because I have to show you the Mahagathbandhan scorecard from the C voter automation. That 1 minute. The RJD contested 143 seats. It is leading in only 51, sir. The Congress contested 61 seats. It is leading only in 10 seats at the moment. The point is, जो सुबह लग रहा था कि लड़ाई तो टक्कर की रहेगी, अच्छा रहेगा, इंडिया आगे है, लेकिन लड़ाई अच्छी है, वो नहीं. अभी के आंकड़े जो नहीं. Could I ask the producers, when you give the election commission leads, we need to know how many leads are available overall. You need to do that. Otherwise, please take this off till you can do that. आप ये बताइए मुझे विवेक जी कि ये जो लीड्स हैं, ये तो कुछ और ही कहानी बताती है ना. आप तो फिलोसॉफिकल बातें कर रहे हैं.
ना, मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ कि ये जो फिगर्स हैं,
देखिए,
ये जो फिगर्स हैं, ये फिगर्स आप देखिए कि कितना % वोट काउंट हुआ है अभी. ये देखना जरूरी है ना मैम. अगर आप ये नहीं देखेंगी, खाली ये नंबर्स जो आ रहे हैं, इलेक्शन कमीशन अभी भी 230 का ही लीडिंग का दिखा रहा है, 243 का नहीं दिखा रहा. From 219 they have now just revised it to 230. So are giving a number कि जैसे वो सैनी साहब ने कहा था कि हमारे पास व्यवस्था है, गिविंग अ नंबर कि आरजेडी 40 से नीचे होगा, बीजेपी 80 प्लस होगा, 83 होगा, व्हाटएवर एग्जैक्ट नंबर जो ये दे रहे हैं हमारे साथी.
Okay, election commission. अच्छा, एक minute, please. We have to focus on the numbers and not get lost in the rhetoric. Okay. The point is, the NDA is leading in 168 to the Mahagathbandhan's 70 seats. That is the number.
Barkha ji, can I just get
let me just say the number, and I'm coming to you right after that. The election commission is giving leads for 232 seats. Please go back to the election commission banner. Out of not the whole state yet. In this, the BJP is leading in 73 and the JDU is leading in 77. This is according to the election commission, which has not given leads for the whole state yet. Ashwini ji, please respond.
Yeah, Barkha, let me come in here. I mean, like, without getting into the rhetoric and the manifesto kind of a talk here, I think that the leads are pretty much clear here. Based on that, we would not be surprised for even a landslide victory for NDA. Quote, I mean, like, we are expecting now, based on the leads, landslide victory. And secondly, if you just look at the internal dynamics of these leads and within NDA versus Mahagathbandhan, I mean, like, the numero uno position of BJP seems like emerging neck and neck with JDU. The BJP, if you look at, what I have been referring and talking and writing about is also, interestingly, there is something bigger, thing happening in Bihar. BJP is also leveraging Karpuri Thakur's equity within equity socialist. And that's why Jan Nayak, that we can't see, is invisible along with the women. So there are two things here, women-led and also supported and galvanized by the great Jan Nayak and the socialist leader, and both BJP and JDU benefiting from that. I'll stop.
Okay, Rao Rajiv Pandey, then Mayank Sinha of JDU.
Ma'am, first I would like to say, Jan Nayak Karpuri Thakur ji, sir, is talking about that. If you remember in one of the debate in 1974, he talked about removal of Article 370, like Mayawati ji. Mayawati ji also support BJP agenda of removal of Article 370. So the issue is, BJP is not averse to any leader who is talking about the country like Lalu Yadav. Lalu Yadav for himself, his wife, his son. I predicted, I was in Bihar for 10 days in the election, that RJD will not cross 40 and Congress will not cross 15 and other left parties will be decimated this time. That is my understanding. I want to congratulate Rahul Gandhi at the national level for moral victory and Tejashwi Yadav ji for moral victory in Bihar. They will keep only getting moral victories. They will in the evening will say, we have done, we have improved this, that. Bihar has rejected both of them. On national point, the way Rahul Gandhi is being treated by the people of this country, same way in Bihar, Tejashwi Yadav is being treated. Tejashwi Yadav was a creation of media and they pumped money like anything to YouTubers and other things. We were on the ground, so we realized this. And time and again, I am telling you, Barkha ji, this will go, BJP will cross 40, not because of any other things. The way work we have done. The people say, why you are talking about Jan Nayak? We will talk about Jan Nayak. If anybody is good, why you are talking about Sardar Patel? We'll talk about anybody who has done good for the country. We'll talk about, he may be a Congressee. My friend is talking talking about P.V. Narasimha Rao. Sometime I say, when I read the book Half Line, that P.V. Narasimha Rao was the first prime minister from RSS. That is my understanding. What I'm trying to say, so they are talking, he has done good. So PVNR has done good, Atalji has done good, and the Modi ji has done best. You see, the country is, how can a leader win so many elections? Madam, you should do this research, PhD on this, from Gujarat to India to Bihar to...
time, we saw NDA partners trying to cut each other down. You know, we had Chirag Paswan as a loose cannon, canvassing all over Bihar, firing pot shots at JDU. And apparently the buzz was that he had been set up by the BJP because the BJP wanted to downsize JDU so that they could become the senior partner within that alliance. Ashwini ji won't agree, but the fact is that that is what happened. JDU emerged very poorly in did so well. The second reason is what Nilanjan said, that, you know, the RJD may be pulling its weight, but its allies are not being able to pull its weight. And, you know, clearly this decision to carry, to bring the VIP party in a kind of very cynical way to get the Nishad vote did not go down well with the Nishads, who must have stuck with the BJP and the NDA and did not, you know, buy into this new inclusive RJD. And of course, the Congress is always you know, the Achilles heel in any alliance. And you know, the Congress was actually had a very tough task this time because although it was contesting 60 seats, the bulk of those seats, I think some 54 of those seats, they were pitted against the BJP. And the BJP, as you know, is a formidable opponent. You know, I mean, it's got manpower, it's got resources, it's got, you know, state machinery, it's got everything on its side. The Congress has nothing, doesn't even have an organization. So, you know, I mean, so clearly in the MGB, the allies did not pull their weight. They were not able to ensure any kind of vote transfer, which is why the seat performance is so poor. And it's going to be a very tough task for the MGB now, going ahead from here. Because
exactly. And also this is going to have implications for national politics. I just want to take you through the strike rate. We look at the Mahagathbandhan first. This is C-voter data. The RJD contested 143 seats. It's leading only in 33. The Congress contested 61 seats. It's leading only in 8 seats. If I can just move to the NDA scorecard, the BJP contested 101 seats and it's leading in 83. The JDU contested 101 seats and it's leading in 80. You know, I want to bring in Nilanjan, Professor Ashwini Shahi, and of course our two political guests from the RJD and Jansuraj also after that. Nilanjan, look at the strike rate. And you know, while we are being careful because there is 25 rounds of counting left, we are being told. So we're being very careful. The point is, Aarti, for you specifically, sorry, before Nilanjan comes in, can I have that question on the screen? I was trying to read that out. Barkha, RJD did not do that well in Lok Sabha 2024 and is not doing well this time. So I think Aarti has a point. RJD benefited from the JDU vote spilling over to it because of the BJP tried to cut the JDU in 2020. So, you know, just to your point that was a very unusual election because Chirag Paswan weakened Nitish. Aarti, you want to respond to that before Nilanjan comes in? I'm so sorry, I can't hear Aarti. Now start again, Aarti.
I'm saying Chirag Paswan definitely had a negative impact, you know, on the JDU in that election. He was going all over Bihar targeting, you know, Nitish Kumar. And, you know, it's very interesting, Barkha. This election too, he started off his campaign by taking pot shots about Nitish Kumar, talking about his health and so on. And then if you notice, I think he was told to shut up because he stopped completely. And then when questions arose about whether Nitish Kumar would be the chief minister or not if the NDA won, He said, of course, Nitish Kumar will be our chief minister. So completely, did a
Yes,
vote away.
I'll ask Ashwini Shahi to respond to all your questions on the Nitish Modi chemistry, but let me get Nilanjan to come in first. Meanwhile, some updates. BJP's Maithili Thakur is leading by 7,000 votes. Tejashwi is trailing by 3,000, and JDU's very controversial Anand Singh, imprisoned on charges of murder, is actually leading. Is this number correct? 3,70,000 votes.
37,000.
I'm so sorry. This is too many numbers, staring at numbers getting to me. 37,000 votes. Nilanjan, yes, go ahead. Yes.
No, we were talking about 2020, why the Mahagathbandhan did very well.
Yes.
Elections happened in November 2020. Lockdown was very much fresh in the minds of people. There was a complete, inability of knowing what will happen in future because of COVID. We were right in the middle of COVID, and the Bihar government definitely had not been able to do anything much in terms of providing assistance to those people who walked hundreds of kilometers from various big cities where all these Shramik Express trains, somebody remarked, runs. I thought that was a very good observation, that Bihar does not have industries but has industry special labor special trains to take out the migrant labor somewhere outside. It's a very good conceptualization of Bihar strategy. So because of that, and I want to repeat once again that the RJD remains firm. The problem with RJD is that it doesn't gain, it doesn't lose. It has a certain consolidated vote bank which it has.
No, but it has. It looks like it's lost majorly. It looks like, if I could go to the RJD, either the scorecard or our own graphic, but vote share is not converting. No, Nilanjan. It would be interesting to see a region-wise spread to see.
Yes, as more and more data, more data comes.
But आप देखिए ना, आप strike rate देखिए ना, 143 seats contest करके is leading only in 33. It has lost.
I know, but I still have the feeling that when we actually sit down to analyze, we will possibly get to see that the alliance did not work. They did not bring votes to one another. It was actually as if that RJD was contesting separately, Congress was contesting separately.
By the way, to your point, sorry, I'm interrupting you because more numbers have come in. To your point, the Election Commission leads now, all the leads are in. The BJP is now emerging the single largest party.
Yes.
According to the Election Commission leads, Ashwini ji, आपके लिए ये खबर है, अश्विनी शाही के लिए, हमारे दो अश्विनी है आज. Ashwini Shahi ji ke liye, the BJP is emerging as the single largest party according to the Election Commission leads. The BJP leading in 85, the JDU in 76, the RJD down to 34, and look at the Congress down to 6. I mean, these are really big figures if the trend continues. Sorry, Nilanjan, I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead, and then Ashwini Shahi right after that, and then Professor Ashwini. Yes.
So what happened is that I think that the Mahagathbandhan parties, each one contested on their own. There was no coordinated effort. I did not see a joint campaign. I did see a lot of noise during the campaign against the SIR process underway in Bihar. But that was,
the laddus are out at JDU. Whether we are calling the election or not, the laddus are out.
The laddus are called in JDU. I do not know whether it is premature or not. I do not think that the question of leadership is settled. It is quite possible that
you think someone else. You think someone else could be CM?
Well, Maharashtra, we know the track record of the BJP. So let's see. Let's wait. As they say that this is the kahani abhi khatam nahi hui hai.
No, I disagree, Nilanjan.
No. I know that you may.
I also disagree. I don't think Nitish Kumar is an Eknath Shinde.
Yeah.
He's definitely not an Eknath Shinde. And nor does the BJP have a Devendra Fadnavis equivalent in Bihar.
Yeah.
Devendra Fadnavis, remember, had been chief minister for 5 years, was a blue-eyed boy or continues to be a blue-eyed boy of the RSS. There is no such figure in Bihar for the BJP. So I don't think the two situations are at all comparable.
Well, okay, I'll take your point.
I
that you
think
say
I
that
think
it
what
will-
Nilanjan is saying is, if the BJP is the single largest party, will the BJP try and do a Maharashtra or Madhya Pradesh in Bihar? And you are saying, but I am saying, if you look at
Barkha, last time the BJP had almost double the number of seats than as compared to the JDU in 2020.
I think Ashwini Shahi should answer this question.
And still, they made Nitish Kumar the chief minister.
I agree.
I do not think the BJP can rid itself of Nitish Kumar.
चलिए अश्विनी शाही जी, यहाँ पे सवाल ये है कि अगर बीजेपी सिंगल लार्जेस्ट, मुझे याद है 2020 में भी आपकी सीट ज्यादा थी, फिर भी नीतीश जी बने मुख्यमंत्री, तो वो बात मानते हैं। निरंजन मुखोपाध्याय कहते हैं कि भाई अगर बीजेपी का ये परफॉर्मेंस रहा, 85 सीट्स में आप लोग लीड कर रहे हैं ऑन योर ओन, तो क्यों आप नीतीश कुमार को मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे? बीजेपी का सपना होगा कि बिहार का खुद अपना बंदा या बंदी बने मुख्यमंत्री।
देखिए, बहुत लोगों का, हर राजनीतिक दल का सपना होता है। हमारे के साथ चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, तो फिर ये सपना हमको किनारे रखना पड़ता है। हमारा जो नेतृत्व है हम वही करेंगे। और हमने जो चुनाव पीछे अभी जो है, आपको जो आरती जी ने जवाब दे दिया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है बड़ी पार्टी थी पीछे और मुख्यमंत्री बनाया है। लेकिन देखिए, कहने वाली बात नहीं, मोदी विरोधी अभी भी लगे हुए हैं कि भाई इस निराशा में भी आशा की एक किरण खोजते रहो कि भाई हम दूर से दिख रहा है दीपक, उसी के सहारे रात काट देनी है। ऐसा कहीं कुछ नहीं है। जनता ने स्पष्ट बहुमत दिया है और हमें लग रहा है 2/3 बहुमत से हम जो है सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं। एनडीए के लोग अभी कोई न खोजे। जैसे लोकसभा में मैंने पहले भी कहा कि 6 महीने तक चंद्रबाबू नायडू को भगाते रहे लोग, नीतीश जी को भगाते रहे लोग। ऐसा नहीं होने जा रहा है। 2-3 बातें मुझे कहनी है आपकी इजाजत से। अभी मुखोपाध्याय जी कह रहे थे कि बिहार वो ट्रेनें बुलाई गई, लेबर को वो किया गया। क्या गलत किया गया? आपको किसने रोका था? आप भी बुला लेते, ट्रेन बुक कराते, बुला लेते। उसमें क्या 1000 लोग आए तो सारे भाजपा के वोटर थोड़े ही थे, आपके भी तो हो सकते हैं। छठ पूजा की गई, छठ पूजा में सब लोग आए, तो इसमें कौन सी पीड़ा है भाई? ये पीड़ा दर्शाना क्या कहता है? दूसरी बात कह रहे हैं जो है वहां के लोगों को किस तरीके से, कई चैनलों पर मैं सुबह से चल रहा हूं, 10,000 रुपए दे दिया गया। भाई 10,000 रुपए की स्कीम पहले से चल रही है। 50,000 रुपया महिलाओं को दे दिया गया। अभी वो जनसुराज की नेत्री कह रही थी, पहले से साइकिल और सब कुछ हम देते आ रहे हैं, उन्हीं योजनाओं को हम आगे बढ़ाए हैं। और इन्होंने तो देखिए, हारने की ये हताशा है कि बिहार की प्रबुद्ध जनता को एक प्रबुद्ध दल की नेत्री ने अफीम खाकर सोने का बता दिया। जनता को गाली देना चुनाव हारने के बाद शुरू हो गया इन लोगों का। या अफीम खाकर जेएनयू की है, ये अच्छी बात है। अरे जेएनयू में आप लोग पढ़ते हैं, हम ही लोगों के टैक्स के पैसे पर पढ़ते हैं, कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है। और बिहार में हम काम कर रहे हैं, हम ही लोगों के टैक्स पैसे पे काम कर रहे हैं। भारत में काम हो रहा है टैक्स के पैसे पर। तो बिहार में कहीं भी प्रतिभा की कमी नहीं है।
सरकार चलती है टैक्स के पैसे।
अरे आपकी सरकार नहीं चलती है। आप जेएनयू में आप लोग जो है 25 साल पढ़ती हैं, वो हम ही लोगों के पैसे पर सरकारें। मैं तो मान रहा हूं, आपने कौन सी नई बात बता दी? मैंने कहा हमारी सरकार भी चलती है, चाहे केंद्र की हो चाहे राज्य की हो। नया बात कुछ बताइए ना, तो ज्यादा बेहतर है। आप लोग मेहनत करिए, शुभकामनाएं हैं। नई पार्टी आती है और आम आदमी पार्टी की तरह धाराशायी हो जाती है, धूमकेतु की तरह जो है। अच्छी बात है, धूमकेतु के तो उभरिए और गायब हो जाइए। लेकिन
सुनिए ना, सीधा ये तो बताइए, एक बीजेपी परफॉर्म्स एट 85 सीट्स जो अभी आपके लीड्स चल रही हैं, क्या नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे कि बीजेपी में से अंदर से वर्कर्स लीडर्स की आवाज आएगी कि हमारा अपना कोई बनना चाहिए? सीधा सवाल है अश्विनी।
प्रतिशत 100 होता है बरखा जी, मगर मैं कह रहा हूं कि 1000% नीतीश जी हमारे मुख्यमंत्री थे, हैं और रहेंगे। मैंने अभी चैलेंज किया है, वो खुला चैलेंज। और बरखा जी, पत्रकारिता में आपको नहीं चैलेंज कर रहा हूं मैं, लेकिन एक बयानों में चैलेंज कर रहा हूं कि एक बयान दिखा दीजिए किसी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता का, चला दीजिए आप, कि उसने कहा हो कि नीतीश जी मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बनेंगे। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हम उनके नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं।
घोषित नहीं किया गया ना, कैंपेन में घोषित।
देखिए, घोषित भारतीय जनता पार्टी में बहुत कम जगहों पर घोषित किया जाता है, बहुत कम। अभी 4-5 चुनाव हुए, राजस्थान हुआ, मध्य प्रदेश हुआ, हमारा जो है महाराष्ट्र हुआ, ये कहाँ घोषित किया गया था, जरा बता दीजिए हमको। हम लोग एक प्रॉपर प्रक्रिया से चलते हैं, उसी में कुछ पत्रकार भाइयों को चूंकि सूत्र से खबर निकालना रहता है, वो दिक्कत होती है, और विरोधियों को तो खैर दिक्कत ही है हम लोगों से, क्योंकि 56 साल तक उनकी सरकार रही। अब हमने देखिए, अभी कोई समृद्धि की बात कर रहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी समृद्ध है पैसे से, कार्यकर्ताओं से, तो हमने वो मेहनत की है कि अपनी ट्रेन को हम आगे ले गए हैं। कांग्रेस ने 56 साल तक राज किया इस देश पर, और वो समृद्ध थे, वो कार्यकर्ता भी उनके थे, सब कुछ थे, लेकिन हमने उनको पीछे किया है और अपने आप को आगे किया है। ये हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के बदौलत है, हमारे नेतृत्व के आशीर्वचन से, उनके कुशल नेतृत्व से है कि हम लोग आज आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और समृद्धि हमारे पास है। और कार्यकर्ताओं की समृद्धि से तो हम खुश होना चाहिए।
गुलाम साहब हमारे साथ है, गुलाम गौस जेडीयू के नेता हैं, इमरानुल हक आरजेडी के हैं, we also have Jansuraj leadership, but I want to go to Professor Ashwini. But before that, Aarti, are you, you made the point that there was a Modi did not campaign with Nitish. There was a sense in the beginning that he was dispensable. But now you're hearing Ashwini Shahi saying not 100%, but 1000% Nitish will be CM. So he's certainly sounding very categorical. If you want to react to that.
No, I think, Barkha, there's no question. Absolutely. I'm on the same page as Ashwini ji on this. And, it's really unfair to compare it to Maharashtra. The numbers in Maharashtra were so completely different. The BJP had 135 seats. Eknath Shinde had, 1/3 of that. Yeah. And, actually, if push came to shove, the BJP could have actually dispensed with Eknath Shinde and formed a government with the NCP and, some independents and some smaller parties. So here they cannot do that. The BJP and JDU are running almost neck and neck. So there's no question of them dumping, the JDU, and there is no question of Nitish stepping back and accepting to be anything other than chief minister. I would be really, really surprised.
We need to talk about
because,
what this means.
Nitish also does not have a succession line. There is no man, no person, in the second round who he would like to promote to, become the next chief minister of Bihar. So it's, this is Nitish Kumar's party, and Nitish Kumar will demand his pound of flesh. And remember, Barkha, he has the biggest lever of all. He can do what he did in 2015.
He can change sides. He can change sides.
Paltu Kumar, he can change sides. It's a huge bargain.
I don't think the BJP would risk it. I think especially because he himself has done well. It would be a different issue if he hadn't done well. He's done very well for himself. Professor Ashwini, I want to bring you in. You coined the phrase maternal welfare state. We wait for the granularity of the data to show was this women, was this across Bihar? We don't have those details yet. But through this speculation, will he be chief minister? Will he not? Nilanjan saying the leadership issue is not settled. Aarti and Ashwini ji saying bilkul settled hai, 1000% settled hai. Do you, what do you see Nitish doing? I think he would expect to be chief minister. By the way, we're all assuming this is now an NDA government, even though we've not officially called this election yet. But it's 187 for the NDA to 53 of the Mahagathbandhan, and it's been 2 hours since I've been watching this gap, and nothing has moved in terms of the gap closing. Professor Ashwini.
Yeah, based on not just on my research and extensive work that I have done on Bihar, but also on my lived experiences, growing up years during emergency, and also the Mandal revolution, etc., etc. So I've seen, Laluji, Nitishji, Ramvilas very closely, and I also want to reflect a little bit on their art of possible, or their art of leadership. Nitish is a very unusual politician. Let us recognize that. I'm remembering, classic words of, Sankarshan Thakur, who called him political alchemist. Let's not undermine Nitish Kumar. He may be facing challenges here and there in terms of, political negotiation, party affiliations, shifting here and there, I called him elsewhere, 3 years back when he shifted allegiances in terms of shifted. he's India's classic politician whom neither journalist nor analyst or political scientist have paid enough attention to. His art of, shape shifting and his political pragmatism. So back here, just to say a few words, structurally and also qualitatively, Maharashtra and Bihar are very, very dissimilar. They cannot be compared, both in terms of their social history, caste composition, party allegiances, and shifting, social situations. Let us not also, underestimate that Nitish is larger than his political heft, because he himself has become a social construct. And I call that social construct in terms of encapsulation or symbolizing maternal welfare state. What is this maternal welfare state? It really challenges conventional sociologists and political scientists that this is not coming out of a high economic development as happened elsewhere in the world, or even, across India in different states, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, elsewhere in my larger body of work. What Nitish has built, systematically and grounded, civic structure of welfareism led by women. So we have to really look at granular data where 1.7 crore women voted. One thing is very clear from Bihar election early leads that women are winners. There is no doubt about it. Nitish becomes CM or somebody else becomes CM, perhaps secondary to me as an analyst, as a political theorist, where women are winning. Because the gender gap over time, if you look at the way women have, outwitted, and also there is a new view on migration also. Left out women have gone ahead of, in terms of you go to any village.
But Professor Ashwini, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, and we'll need this data to be more granular, but C Voter is saying that the NDA is leading on 42 out of 55 Muslim dominated seats.
Yeah.
Again, we don't know what this actually means in terms of the breakup within these seats, but this is the update that is coming from C Voter right now. So I just wanted to share this with you.
I would also very briefly, Barkha, reflect on, what some people are actually, going back and back, looking at the familiar playbook, I would just remind them, from the days of M.N. Srinivas until now, any younger sociologist, caste or the vote bank is not fixed, It's a dynamic idea. It's a fluid idea. Even if you look at older CSDS data, I guess that will inform you that this whole kind of MOI is not a hegemonic block, It seems there has been rupture there, fragmentation there. And once we get to know the granular side of the data, that's very obvious.
This is a very important point.
Bumper result.
I want to get Ghulam Saab of the JDU in. Ghulam Saab, कैसे देखते हैं आप ये very good news for the BJP, very good news for the JDU. पार्टी की तरफ से क्या कोई भी apprehension है कि मुख्यमंत्री की इशू पे कोई सवाल है?
मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार के अलावा बिहार दूसरा चेहरा कौन है जो वर्तमान में मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता है?
लेकिन ये आपको लगता है
जाति किसी
हाँ बोले
नहीं, हमको लगता है जितनी सारी इनकी योजनाएं थी, रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ एनी कास्ट एंड रिलीजन, सबके बीच पहुंचे, चाहे साइकिल की राशि हो, प्रोत्साहन राशि हो, चाहे वो हिंदू हो, मुस्लिम हो, सिख हो, ईसाई हो, पारसी हो, बौद्ध हो, जैन हो, कोई घर ऐसा नहीं कर सकता है कि हमारे यहाँ सरकार का पैसा किसी न किसी योजना के माध्यम से नहीं मिला हो। इसलिए लोगों ने विश्वास किया है नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व पर और जनता ने अपार समर्थन दिया है और इसको सब लोगों को कबूल करना चाहिए, जनता के निर्णय। ऐसे हारने वालों की तकलीफ तो होती है, लेकिन लोकतंत्र है, लोकतंत्र की यही शोभा है।
गुलाम साहब, आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, आपने कहा नीतीश जी के अलावा कोई मुख्यमंत्री के लिए कोई चेहरा ही नहीं है। आपको लगता है कि इस चुनाव में नीतीश जी को अंडर एस्टिमेट किया था? प्रशांत किशोर ने कहा 25 सीट से ज्यादा आएंगे तो मैं राजनीति छोड़ दूंगा। बीजेपी ने भी मुख्यमंत्री घोषित नहीं किया उनको एज अ कंटेंडर। क्या कहेंगे इसके बारे में?
बरखा जी, आप तो बहुत रिप्यूटेड पत्रकार हैं, आपकी शालीनता, आपकी पत्रकारिता से मैं प्रभावित रहा हूँ। तो बस चलता तो गोदी मीडिया के लोग उनको प्रधानमंत्री का उम्मीदवार घोषित कर देते, अपने औकात से आ गए।
हाँ,
हुआ खड़ा करना पैसे के बलबूते पर मैनेज करना, मैं नहीं कहना चाहता था, मैं भी पत्रकारिता की है बहुत दिनों तक, लेकिन इस तरह से गिरा हुआ स्तर जो इस बार हुआ है कहा नहीं जा सकता। तो प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार है
कौन? आप कह
प्रशांत
रहे गोदी मीडिया प्रशांत किशोर को पीएम कैंडिडेट बना
तो
देते?
प्रधानमंत्री बना था, प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में पेश कर रहे थे, और जनता ने जो निर्णय दिया वो आपके सामने है।
पर गुलाम साहब, आपको लगता है कि आपके अपने अलायंस पार्टनर बीजेपी की तरफ से भी जो शुरू में एक दर्जा दिया जाना चाहिए था नीतीश जी को, वो नहीं दिया?
अच्छा चलिए, कभी कभी होता है इस तरह की बात, लोकतंत्र है ना, लोकतंत्र में हमेशा हाँ में बात नहीं होनी चाहिए।
बरखा जी कब तक आप लोग जो है हम लोगों को लड़ाने की कोशिश करते रहेंगे और वो हम नाकाम करते रहेंगे? जी,
लड़ने वाले नहीं है। जनता ने इस गठबंधन को अपार समर्थन दिया है। मैं जनता के निर्णय को सलाम करता हूँ और विपक्ष के साथियों से भी उम्मीद करता हूँ कि वो सहयोग करेंगे। जो भी सरकार बनेगी उसमें उनकी सकारात्मक आलोचना होनी चाहिए, सकारात्मक भूमिका होनी चाहिए। लोकतंत्र में विपक्ष भी जो है सरकार का ही अंग होता है। हम लोग नेहरू जी के जमानों को याद करें कि क्या लोकतंत्र था।
चलिए, आपने बहुत, मैं अश्विनी शाही जी आपको बताना चाहती हूँ, मैं किसी को लड़वाना नहीं चाहती हूँ, मैं चाहती हूँ कि दोस्ती सब में ही बनी रहे। लेकिन गुलाम साहब से पूछना तो मेरा ड्यूटी है कि भाई क्या लग रहा है, क्या भावनाएं है। तो उन्होंने बड़ी अच्छी तरह से बोला ये होता है, कभी कभी होता है, दिस इज नेचुरल पॉलिटिक्स। दिलीप चेरियन इज विद अस, इमरानुल हक is with us as well of the RJD, and I think I see दीपक जी ऑफ द जनसुराज पार्टी। दीपक जी नमस्कार, आपसे ही शुरू करती हूँ। जब आप मेरे शो पे पहले आए थे एग्जिट पोल्स के दिन, तो आपको बहुत उम्मीद थी कि बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस रहेगा। जनसुराज इज नॉट मैनेज टू लीड इन एनी सीट, कितनी निराशा है?
लोकतंत्र है। बरखा जी नमस्कार, और हमारे पैनल पर जुड़े हुए सारे हमारे मित्रों को मेरा नमस्कार है। लोकतंत्र है बरखा जी, और लोकतंत्र में जनता मालिक होती है। हम एक विकल्प के रूप में, हमारे नेताजी ने एक जो बिहार में पिछले बहुत सालों से राजनीतिक बंधुआ मजदूरी थी, उसको दूर करने के लिए हमारे नेताजी ने एक सशक्त विकल्प के रूप में और जनता के मुद्दों को लेकर हम जनता के पास गए थे। जनता अभी हमें आशीर्वाद उतना नहीं दे पाई जितना उन्हें देना चाहिए था। खैर, जनता मालिक है, और जिनको भी उन्होंने आशीर्वाद दिया है हम उनके साथ हैं, और बिहार के विकास के लिए, बिहार की समस्याओं, मूलभूत समस्याओं के निदान के लिए जो भी सरकार आ रही है या जो सरकार चल रही है।
Build an AI model, but deploying it feels like a nightmare. MLOps makes this possible. We can automate workflows, deploy seamlessly, and scale without headaches. If you want to learn how, join the free masterclass on MLOps fundamentals, building, deploying, and scaling AI solutions. Register now and start building AI that actually works in production.
ये सब मुझे समझ में आ जाता है कि कौन कब डरेगा। बिना किसी को बताए, बिना बोले बस चलो मेरे साथ। मैंने 2 बातें प्यार की करी, उसको आई लव यू सुनाई दिया।
तुझे पता है तू क्या है? राक्षस।
हाँ, थे हम दोनों उस दिन एक कमरे में। हम दोनों बालिग थे, कोई जोर जबरदस्ती तो थी नहीं। राक्षस नहीं हूं मैं सर, बाज। ऑल द बेस्ट सर। 1 महीना और
ये राक्षस हाथ से में नहीं मरेगा। ये अपने घुटने टेकेगा, अपना सर झुकाएगा और अपने किए पर पछताएगा।
बिहार की जनता और हमारी पार्टी कभी भी प्रशांत किशोर जी को, इतने अच्छे प्रखर राजनेता को, कभी भी हम लोग नहीं राजनीति छोड़ने की बात करने देंगे, और वो बिहार के हित में और देश के हित में नहीं होगा। हमें एक ऐसे प्रखर और अच्छे राजनेता की जरूरत है जो अपनी बातों को और जनता की समस्याओं को बेबाक और मूल रूप से सबके सामने रखता है और उसके लिए प्रयास और प्रयत्न कर रहा है। वो अपना सारा सर्वस्व लगा के बिहार में बदलाव के लिए उन्होंने कहा है कि हम प्रयास करते रहेंगे। पहले भी हम बिना विधायक के विपक्ष में थे, आज भी हम जो भी हमें चीजें मिलती हैं बिहार की जनता की तरफ से, जो ही हमें आशीर्वाद मिलता है, जितना ही % वोट शेयर मिलता है, उसके साथ हम बिहार की जनता की सेवा के लिए हमेशा लगे रहेंगे और हम अपने नेताजी कभी भी राजनीति से अलग नहीं होने देंगे और बिहार की जनता का के हित में है कि हमारे राजनेता हमेशा राजनीति करें।
Deepak ji, धन्यवाद. I want to welcome also Sandeep Ghosh, political analyst, Dilip Cherian, political analyst, Shashi Shekhar, political commentator, to our program. Imranul Haq of the RJD, Ghulam Saab of the JDU, Ashwini Shahi of the BJP are with us. Nilanjan, I know you have to leave, so we'll take a last word from you. But just to reiterate, C-Voter has a very interesting strike rate scorecard. The BJP is leading in 87 seats. It contested 101. And the JDU is leading in 74 seats. It contested 101. The LJP is leading in 22 seats. I wasn't done with it. Go back to that. The LJP is leading in 22. It contested 28. Now, if we can show the Mahagathbandhan scorecard by comparison, please. Look at what's happened to the RJD. The RJD is leading in 33 seats. It contested 143. The Congress contested 61 and it is leading in 7 seats only. So while we are not officially calling the election, for the last 2 hours, the gap has not at all been bridged. In fact, it has been worse and worse news for the Mahagathbandhan. The NDA stands today at 190. At the moment, the BJP is the single largest party in the leads. It's the second best performance for the BJP in the last 25 years, but the best in the last 10 years. For the RJD, it's their worst performance in the last 10 years. This is very, very significant politics. But although the BJP looks like it's going to be the single largest party, Ashwini Shahi of the BJP has said 100% nahi, ab 1000% le lijiye ki Nitish Kumar hi Mukhyamantri banenge. Now, before I get all our new guests to react, please let me get Nilanjan to give a last word and then we'll say thank you and goodbye to him. Nilanjan.
I see that the picture is that, it's a remarkable election for the BJP.
Oh, sorry. Sandeep just said that don't go. He wants to say something to you. So I'll let you make a point and then we'll take Sandeep 1 point.
Sure.
Yes. Sorry. Yes. Yeah.
No, I see that this is a remarkable election for the BJP because it has emerged as the single largest. Somebody else.
Sorry, I think, now speak.
No, I'm saying that this is a remarkable election for the BJP because for the first time it is in its alliance with the JDU. I think, I'm correct on this.
Yeah.
It has emerged as the single largest party in Bihar. It is something, which has been tried by the BJP from the day the alliance was stitched right, from the times of Arun Jaitley in, way back in 2000, 2001. From that time onwards, or even before, the alliance with the Samta party is even older. So it sees that this is the beginning of the BJP becoming the elder brother in the alliance with the JDU.
Yeah.
I would take the point, that possibly Nitish Kumar would continue. After having said that on the spur of the moment and listening to my fellow panelists, I would possibly, think that yes, at least for the moment, Nitish Kumar possibly cannot be not made the chief minister. But I definitely do not see him as being a very potent leader for a variety of reasons. 5 years later, the BJP is going to be in a much more dominant position. It would also be able to nurture better local leadership, something that the BJP has completely failed in Bihar. But this is something which they will do now, that continue to try to build more local leadership, because a lot of political landscape of India is going to change in the next 5 years. So I'll leave it here that this is an election where the RJD was able to retain its base, in terms of its vote share. Also, if you compare it with what was there in 2020, it's by and large 0.5% down at the moment, 22.98 and 23.5 as shown on the screen. So essentially bad alliance. The Congress didn't do its job. They didn't fight together. Tejashwi Yadav was possibly getting worried that Rahul Gandhi is getting all the kudos for the crowds that were collecting for the vote chori campaign. Maybe the people just came without really getting convinced with what they were saying. Lots of things have to be there, but as I said again, that we have to look at this election in conjunction with what happened in Maharashtra, Haryana, and now Bihar, to take a look at the larger issues which have also surfaced, which we cannot comment on the spur of the moment today without studying the data.
Okay, before you go, I'll get Sandeep to react. He specifically had a conversation or a comment for you.
Yeah. I just wanted to, break your monotony and take you back to circa 2015. I used to write for Nilanjan then, and I was catching a flight from Coimbatore, and Nilanjan called me. He said, "Quickly finish my op-ed because NDTV has called the elections for Bihar." So I wrote the op-ed for him, got onto the flight. By the time I landed in Delhi, he said, "No, change the op-ed because
I am laughing because I was in NDTV then. And forever burned by that experience. We've never called an election till it's over after that.
And so after that, Nilanjan, to compensate, he called me to Noida that evening, and his wife gave me the most outstanding mutton curry, which I have not forgotten till today. So I had to recall that because of the Bihar election in Nilanjan being there.
No, thank you for sharing that story and reminding us why everybody has become so nervous about calling an election, right? And that is why, while these numbers have not moved for the last 2 hours, we are not calling the election.
My last word, I heard somebody saying that, have you heard the latest political joke? I said, what? He said, जो आंकड़े अमित शाह जी चुनाव के पहले बोलते हैं वही नतीजा होगा.
अच्छा.
He said 160 par, तो 160 par.
Well, it is if these leads hold, again, मैं तो बहुत ध्यान से with that 2015 experience.
Thank you.
By Nilanjan, thank you. So we'll say if these leads hold, it is a superlative performance by the BJP, leading in 85 seats. Its vote share up from 19.8 to 21.9. The RJD, its drop in vote shares is only sort of marginal, but it is leading in 33 compared to 75 seats. Look at the JDU. It is leading in 78 seats with a nearly 3-point increase in vote share. And the Congress has dropped about 1.5 points, but is leading in only 7 seats. Let's open this up. Dilip Cherian, I'll start with you, then Shashi Shekhar, and then come back to Sandeep Ghosh, and then go back to our other guests. Dilip, what's the big picture? We're not calling it. We're being careful, but the gap has not bridged at all. Dilip. Can't hear Dilip. I'm so sorry.
I don't think it's about being careful. I think we've had elections which have turned, and therefore caution is a good idea. Whether this shows that the pundits who predicted, as Nilanjan spoke and then vanished, said that the possibility of calling the election only rests with one voice. But this is certainly a huge wiping out of the RJD's high hopes in this election. And I think actually the big message is, pardon my crossing borders, is for Akhilesh. He should recognize that partnering with the Congress is not going to be a very good idea, given the speed at which its organizational incapability is being made visible. This is not about candidates. This is about ground level troop action. And I think that the real message ought to be that Tejashwi must recognize that part of the reason why a lot of his voters probably abandoned him is because they thought he was in the wrong partnership. The shocker, of course, is the rise of Nitish, who was being written off through much of this campaign. And while the BJP may have had substantial increases in its total number of vote shares, but the surprise element.
I don't know where Dilip vanished while he was making that big point, and I completely agree with him.
Credibility reasons and all that.
You're back. Dilip, we lost you briefly, but you were saying rise and rise of Nitish is the story. Dilip? Okay, Dilip.
Sorry, the story about Nitish and the myths about him as being someone who doesn't have, the ground army or the help to do this campaign, that proved to be false. And it really is caste consolidation of the kind that hasn't been seen before. The overwhelming truth of the matter is that many of the castes that Nitish always has had have stayed with him and only strengthened.
Okay, there's something obviously wrong with Dilip Cherian's connection, but let's get other voices in. Shashi, what's the big message? Again, being very careful here, but I do think that we are looking at Nitish Kumar or whatever, the NDA forming the government, Nitish Kumar most likely to be the chief minister. He has shown a very interesting kind of politics. He did not do a single interview with anybody through the campaign. He may have been underestimated, not just by the media, but certainly by the opposition and also maybe by the BJP. The BJP did not declare him a chief ministerial candidate. What do you think, Shashi?
Yeah, thanks. I think, first of all, I think you can call this election. I don't see a scenario where,
Yeah, I mean, my instinct, I'm tempted to call, but I'm being very careful.
Yeah. So I think zooming out, I think the big picture is this, right? That if you look at the run up to this election, there was a lot of talk of all kinds of things. Firstly, there were, all these conspiracy theories around vote theory, the election commission, the electoral process, the electoral rules. I mean, there was endless litigating of the process itself, right? And then you have this stupendous turnout, and especially women turnout, which is significantly higher than the male turnout in several districts. I think there's a very deep message there that you cannot do this kind of politics where if you are unlikely to win, message is not resonating. You can't just keep calling the process as flawed. I think that is the one big picture message that is emerging. The second is, of course, the kind of politics. I think the Indian economy, one of the brightest spots, if you look at the global picture, the global map, especially with all the geopolitical turmoil, the tariffs, all the stuff that has happened. Despite all of that, I think there is a very clear momentum with the overall economy, and that is reflected in the voters' aspirations, that people are voting for the economy of the future. They are not voting for the kind of SOPs that were announced, where thinking of only government jobs, every family getting a government job, and so on. I think the voter today is looking beyond that to be part of the overall aspirational growth story of India, and Bihar wants to play a role there. And Bihar, being historically one of the most economically backward of states, would want to reclaim its spot. History, if you go back to our ancient history, I mean, Bihar was the crucible of the Indian civilization, right? You had Nalanda there, you had the Magad kingdom there, you had all sorts of things that originated from Bihar. I mean, in a sense, it was the cradle of the Indian civilization. And how did it lose its way in the last few decades? So clearly,
would you say that the vote chori rhetoric in the end fell completely flat, going by these numbers?
Not just flat. I think it is done and dusted. I think if there is anything that between Mr. Rahul Gandhi and his advisors, I think they just need to completely shut shop, because it has become irrelevant. Nobody's bothered about any of this stuff. I mean, it's just that group thing that has been going on between his party, his advisors, and the motley group of activists who have been drumming up these conspiracy theories, which have practically no basis.
Let me get Sandeep Ghosh in. The big picture, Dilip Cherian is already saying Akhilesh needs to take a cue. Partnering with the Congress tends to pull parties down. For the RJD, I mean, we know now that Tejashwi had to fight behind the scenes to get declared a CM candidate, and Rahul Gandhi went missing at that time. Shashi Shekhar says the vote chori issue is not just fallen flat, it's done and dusted, it's over. The Congress is still giving statements about how, the election commission, they're still pointing fingers at the election commission. What is the big message? I mean, I think the BJP probably hoped for this performance for itself, but was not necessarily expecting this performance for Nitish Kumar?
No, I think before coming there, I'll tell you why I think BJP worked. This is part of the electoral strategy and very good electoral engineering. I'll come to that theory. But first point, which Dilip mentioned, I have been just tweeted. I say I just want, imagining the scene, what kind of drubbing or lashing Tejashwi is going to receive from Lalu for giving Congress so many seats in this election. I don't think that Lalu would have given a 56 number of seats, and he would be calling him really some choicest names for doing that mistake. And so Akhilesh would obviously take lesson for that, and any other Congress ally. Because who are what is Congress's ground strength there, which all of us have been commenting? Who are the people who were the actual few leaders of Congress who still exist in Bihar? You saw what a Tariq Anwar's comment, the other person who has quit, Shakil Ahmed, who quit after the voting date. Everybody, none of the actual leaders were there. You had only Pawan Khera speaking, and the Sunil, whatever is his name, I can pronounce his last name too well. He was coming. Those are the people, and Yogendra Yadav sitting there. They are, and Praveen guy. They are the people who are calling the Congress strategy. So I think that is a grave mistake. And Congress is also this whole arrogance to actually come up, be on the driver's seat where they're worse than a minor partner. I think that these are lessons for everybody to go. Now, when you're coming back to the alliance and the vote share and polarization, I think the Dilip's point has to be seen slightly more nuanced way. Tejashwi has delivered in terms of the Yadav votes. If we were to go by Pratik Gupta and other people's analysis, he has consolidated the Yadav vote, not only of the male votes, also the female votes. What he could not get was a non-Yadav EBC or whatever you call the extreme backward classes vote, which a Congress should have delivered, to some extent got for him. Also the anti-incumbency vote of Nitish. There's no denying there was an anti-incumbency vote of Nitish. How did BJP do that? BJP this time consolidated that, or sort of compensated for Nitish's anti-incumbency by first of all getting Paswan's son into the fold, so that he didn't undercut any of Nitish's votes. Prashant Kishor played that role in kind of sort of acting as a filter for the anti-incumbency vote getting transferred to MJB. So, as you mentioned earlier, Nitish did not give any interviews. It is the BJP booth workers, booth level management, which contributed also to JDU's win. So they have seen it this time as a holistic thing, and so has Nitish seen it. So people were asking, without Nitish, this alliance could not have worked. Again, Nitish could not have won without the BJP machinery at his disposal. That is how I see that. The last point, Barkha, I will make is, I think too much point is made about this people moving out of Bihar for employment. People will go where there is a greater opportunity. Nobody is a fool today to stay back, even at the lure of a government job, which they know how much is going to earn them. If I am giving perhaps not a correct equivalence, people will say, with a comparison with Kerala. The people from Kerala who used to go to work in the Gulf, it is not that they were doing some great job there. They were earning and they're repatriating the money, and they were happy and vote for the LDF or the UDF in Kerala to keep it going. I have seen today, Barkha, with my own eyes, I was talking about Coimbatore, I used to live there, Bihari workmen returning from Coimbatore in hordes on plane. And when I asked them how he said, they say, you see, what is my daily earning here in Tirupur or any other place I'm earning? If I were to go by train, I'd be wasting 5 days. Here I buy a ticket in advance and I'm earning in a day much more than what I'd be earning in a month in staying back in Bihar. So if they see the opportunity, if tomorrow you even get industry into Bihar, these people will still go there. And what is happening, the last point is Nitish's period, 20 years. Everybody might say, it's a glass half full empty. Even if you say it's 3/4 empty, the 25% development which people have seen is much more than what was the development earlier. And Nitish's development has cut across caste line. It has not been restricted to one community. And Nitish, like to some extent, like Naveen Patnaik, even Chandrababu Naidu gives the confidence that he can get the center to invest, and which the center has been doing. Here, so the development you see in roads, electricity, water, and everything. That is touching. People realize that difference. You and I sitting in Bombay, Delhi, or Bombay, or wherever, we won't understand this psyche. Gati Shakti, the freight corridor, all these things coming in, people understand rather than getting some Garib Rath and Kullad ki chai. They realize the difference between that and this today.
I want to actually talk a little bit about the larger politics that emerges from this situation, right? Dilip, I hope you're steadier now, because I want you to pick up on what Sandeep and Shashi Shekhar have said. One of the points that Shashi made was vote chori is not just over, it's done and dusted. There are no takers for it in this. In Bihar, it had zero impact on the result, both in the turnout and the actual numbers. Sandeep, you just heard. I want you to pick up on the ramifications for this in other states. As you said, Akhilesh, what happens now to the Congress? Look at the Congress. The Congress is down to only 7 leads. The RJD is down to only 36.
Great question, Barkha. And I think that while Sandeep has looked at some aspects of it, I must say that the thing for regional parties, the big message for them is that this double engine Sarkar theme is actually not as much of a lure if you see how much Nitish has gained. So it is a successful regional party which has the right kind of electoral strategy and obviously its own boots on the ground that makes the difference. I think that while it may be good for a prime minister to campaign, the people of any state, and Bihar is probably one of the most politically literate states there is, can make out who is going to be their leader. And the question out of the past has always been
भाई हमसे पहले कैसे क्लिक्स बस करो ना यार
give us the doles we need, give us the 10,000 rupees in the bank, and we will vote for you. But we will vote for the party that has a leader who's going to be here, based here, and working for us, and who we can hold accountable in the years to come.
Pooja Tripathi of the Congress is with us. Welcome to the program. How disappointed are you? Would you accept what was just being said here, that all of the issues that Rahul Gandhi tried to raise, particularly vote chori, had zero resonance, zero takers in Bihar? Question 1. Question 2, Dilip Cherin was making the point that this will have ramifications for an Akhilesh Yadav who should and might reconsider tying up with the Congress for UP. What's your response, Dr. Tripathi? And before you respond, let me tell you, is down to 36, leading in 36. It contested 143 seats. The Congress is only leading in 6 seats. It contested 61. And by comparison, if we could show the NDA scorecard as well, it is a very different scorecard. The BJP is leading in 87 of 101 seats it contested. And the JDU, the big sort of comeback kid story of this election, is leading in 75 in 101 seats that it contested. Dr. Tripathi.
Barkha, when you talk about disappointment, very disappointed, because this government, this campaign was run on the pitch of development. Tejashwi actually brought the issue of Kamai, Sichai, Karwai, Jansunwai, which was picked up later by Amit Shah ji, who was initially, harboring on monologue of PM ki maa ka apman and then Guspaithi and all that, and then he started talking about Kamai Sunwai. But what we see here is it's just the whole India Gathbandhan's tally has been down. You cannot call Congress a big loser because everybody is losing. When you talked about the strike rate of RJD, which is very, very surprising to me, to be first, because I've been in Bihar, I've been there when the campaign heat was going on, and then I saw people actually demanding jobs, people actually demanding reforms in health, education, people demanding, asking questions, but it has not translated to results. And 10,000 rupees dole out of 10,000 rupees is actually a big amount when it comes to something as economically deprived state as Bihar. 10,000 is the money that their counterpart husband won't be earning that much money, So 10,000 has been a big game changer. But all in all, it has been a very disappointing day. And we didn't expect this kind of result. We didn't expect this clean sweep by NDA. Congratulations to the winner. Congratulations to Nitish Kumar. I hope NDA takes a bet on him and he does not become Eknath Shinde too, and he goes on to become the CM of state. And yeah, that's it.
I must get Ashwini Shahi to respond कि नीतीश कुमार एकनाथ शिंदे ना बन पाए और हमने इलेक्शन नहीं कॉल किया लेकिन कांग्रेस ने कंसीड कर दिया है. I think it's quite clear now. Ashwini जी.
देखिए, नीतीश कुमार जी के ऊपर जो भी कयास लगाना हो आप लोग लगाते रहिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. आने वाले दिनों में
मैंने क्या किया? मैं तो सवाल
आपकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं विरोधी दलों की बात कर रहा हूं. आपने तो सवाल पूछा है, मैं विरोधी दलों की बात कर रहा हूं. देखिए, आप लोग तो जो है कुछ खोजने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं उनसे कह के, हमसे कह के, लेकिन उसमें फिर भी वही है कि नीतीश कुमार जी बिहार के सीएम होने जा रहे हैं फिर से, जब भी शपथ ग्रहण होने वाला है. दूसरी चीज, अभी देखिए राहुल गांधी जी के बारे में कहा जा रहा है, राहुल गांधी जी अप्रासंगिक हो चुके हैं बिहार में. अभी देखिए उत्तर प्रदेश में क्या हाल होता है. अखिलेश जी इस समय बहुत पूरा अमला लेकर वहां पहुंचे हुए थे, जबकि उनका कोई प्रत्याशी नहीं था. बिहार से उन्होंने, अखिलेश यादव जी ने उत्तर प्रदेश को जोड़ा था. 27 का चुनाव भी उनके हाथ से फिसलता हुआ नजर आ गया. अभी उनका एक बयान आया कि एसआईआर ने खेला कर दिया. भाई एसआईआर तो आप लोग मांग कर रहे थे, वही एसआईआर में हो रहा है कि गलत वोट हो गया, ये हो गया, एसआईआर सब सही कर रहा है. अब क्या दिक्कत है? क्योंकि अब राहुल गांधी जी को सब लोगों ने नकार दिया है तो अपने अपने बयान देने शुरू. अब पहली बार देखने को या दूसरी बार देखने को मिल रही है, ईवीएम बेवफा नहीं हुई, अब एसआईआर पर दोष देना शुरू किया इन लोगों ने. ईवीएम का किसी ने नाम कहीं नहीं लिया. वो एसआईआर को भी देखिए धीरे धीरे किस तरीके से कलकत्ता में मोहल्ले के मोहल्ले खाली हो रहे हैं एसआईआर के नाम पर, वोटर नहीं मिल रहे हैं, किसको बीएलओ पर्ची दे. इन लोगों के बीएलए क्या कर रहे थे? इस समय चुनाव आयोग ने निष्पक्षता का पैमाना एकदम समृद्ध रखा है और उसी की वजह से ये सारी चीजें आ रही हैं. वरना फेक वोटर्स के जरिए बिहार हो, बंगाल हो, ये लोग फिर से चुनाव लड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे थे. राहुल गांधी जी ने देखिए किस तरीके से यात्राएं निकाली, ये वोट चोरी वाला मामला. लेकिन कहाँ जनता, बिहार की प्रबुद्ध जनता के ऊपर कोई असर नहीं पड़ा, कोई असर नहीं पड़ा. बिहार की प्रबुद्ध जनता जानती है कि हम किस गड्ढे से निकल कर आए हैं और अब कहां हम खड़े हैं. आगे नीतीश जी की सरकार हमको कहां ले जाएगी, एनडीए की सरकार हमको कहां पर ले आकर बेहतर डबल इंजन की सरकार का क्या फायदा होता है, ये सारी चीजें बिहार की प्रबुद्ध जनता जानती है. और खास करके हमारी माताएं और बहनें जिन्होंने वहां पर जिस तरीके से अपने हक का, ये वोट उनका अधिकार है, उसका मुजाहिरा किया है, वो काबिले तारीफ है. और इस समय हिंदुस्तान एनडीए को जो है पूरे देश में जनमत मिल रहा है. अब रोने वाले, विलाप करने वाले कुछ भी कहें, कोई कारण गिनाएं, नीतीश जी को अलग करें, शिंदे बनाएं, हो सकता है कि तेजस्वी जी 30-35 पा रहे हैं, वो लेकर अब उसमें से आधे हमारी तरफ आ जाएं. ये भी देखना होगा, तब कहेंगे ऑपरेशन लोटस चल गया. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. 2/3 बहुमत से सरकार हमारी बन रही है और कहीं संदेह नहीं है बिहार का जो विकास अब तक हुआ है इससे आगे टेक ऑफ करेगा एक तरह से बिहार का विकास. और डबल इंजन की सरकार जितनी बात हुई है माननीय प्रधान, और एक सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात है इस चुनाव में, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने वहां का पूरा जो है एकदम सब कुछ देख रहे थे. एक तरह से वो इंचार्ज के ऊपर पूरी नजर बनाए हुए थे, वहां पर समय दिया उन्होंने. और ये मानना पड़ेगा कि कितने बढ़िया उन्होंने जो है चुनाव का संचालन किया वहां पर. कि आज एनडीए को, ये देखिए स्ट्राइक रेट हमको लग रहा है 5% है कांग्रेस का स्ट्राइक रेट, और भाजपा और इसमें पांचों दलों का जोड़ लीजिए क्या स्ट्राइक रेट है. हमारा 80% से ऊपर है, लगभग 80% जेडीयू का है. चिराग जी का देखिए क्या है, ये सबने मिलाकर शानदार काम किया है। मैं कहना चाहता हूं अमित शाह जी को, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को, नीतीश जी को धन्यवाद कि उन लोगों ने शानदार तरीके से अपनी बातें जनता तक पहुंचाई और जनता ने उसका सम्मान किया और जनता ने एक उत्साह के रूप में वोट देकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी, जेडीयू और पांचों दलों को हमको विजयी बनाने का काम कर जी।
मैं पवन खेड़ा का बयान पढ़ना चाहती हूँ। डॉक्टर त्रिपाठी, you were very gracious, you conceded defeat, but Pavan Khera is making this about the election commission, saying this contest is directly between the election commission of India and the people of Bihar, and let's see who wins. I'm not even talking about parties, I'm talking about a direct straight contest between CEC Ganesh Kumar and the people of Bihar. And he was still hoping, of course, that these trends could change. He still said they're early trends, we're still waiting a bit. Sandeep, do you want to react on this?
Barkha, there's nothing to react except, as I said, Congress is living in denial, and living in denial, not Congress, I would say, it is the scrutiny of people who are controlling from Delhi, who I call the ruthless wonders, the backroom boys of Rahul Gandhi, who are, ex-management consultants, etc., or economists and social workers or activists. These are the people who are ruling, and so their only way of survival would be to make statements like this. But the real congressmen who have any understanding of the ground, so you find Ashok Gehlot has at least conceded, yeah, it's disappointing, but that much to introspect.
Correct.
They are not going to make statements like this. It is only the Kheras of the world who are going to make this statement. Unfortunately, Rahul Gandhi depends on them rather than anybody else. So what to do?
I want to spend now some time because, I think Shashi said you can call this election, we'll wait, chalo, 10-15, that the NDA, the leads reflect a landslide win, a massive win for the NDA. Could we please have the graphics where we can see the votes and the seats in comparison to last time? That would be great if we could have that. But I want to spend some time talking about what this means for certain political entities. What does it mean for the future of RJD? What does it mean for the future of Rahul Gandhi? What does it mean for Prashant Kishor's attempts to be a politician? What is the winning formula for the BJP? There's so many bigger issues to talk about because the election numbers seem to have actually settled. According to the EC leads, the BJP is leading in 87. It has emerged as the single largest party. The JDU in 79. The RJD is down to 30. The Congress is down to 6. Dilip, I'll start with you. This is the big picture. The NDA is poised to form the government in Bihar with a massive, big win, where the BJP, according to even the Election Commission leads now, is the single largest party, but is likely to make Nitish Kumar the chief minister. This is what we believe. What does this mean for all the big entities involved? Like, what, will questions engulf Rahul Gandhi's leadership again? I'll start there. Dilip. Can't hear Dilip.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
So, while we should discuss the big parties, let's first dismiss the thoughts on the small parties. Prashant Kishor will probably have to rethink whether he wants to be in this business at all. The big winner actually in the small parties is Paswan. Paswan has done very well, and that's a story on its own and deserves to be seen for what he has managed to succeeded in doing. Now coming to the Congress, what again, to me the big message is leave politics to politicians and keep consultants to whatever their role ought to be. I think most people know that the kind of leadership locally on the ground in Bihar was not the kind of political entities that need to get that share of power, but people who were handpicked because of either their freshness or their alleged ability to deliver advice or consulting kind of stuff to the Congress. The Congress obviously doesn't need that if the results are any indication. And they need to see that it is hardcore politics once strategy is set wherever it is set, that should be the focus of the entire game. Nitish is the most interesting big party that we should discuss. And I don't think personally that there will be a Shinde kind of game played out on him. I think that he is definitely the winner of the day. And as I said earlier, he shows once again that a regional party with a powerful satrap at the local level is an unmitigated advantage in any Gathbandhan of any kind. So the fact that the BJP didn't have a face, the fact that the BJP was willing to play the supportive role is also a lesson which the BJP will probably take home. That while it has grown and while its vote share has gone up, I think that they need to recognize that as politics evolves, they will have in many states to be willing to take the supportive role rather than insist on being the only dominant player.
Look at the numbers, Dilip, that we have on the screen. This gives you a comparison of both numbers and vote share. The BJP leading in 86 compared to 74. And if you see the vote share, it's almost a 2-point increase in vote share. The JDU,
yes,
75 to 43 and 15.7% vote share the last time to nearly 19%. The RJD, look at what happened to the RJD. The vote share difference isn't that dramatic, but the RJD's seats, it's gone from 75, they're the single largest party, to 34. And look at the Congress, from 19 seats in 2020 down to 5 seats, from 9.6% to 8.12. Now, this is an important graphic. It gives you everything in one slide till the leads get updated. I want reactions to this, Shashi. What is it? Sorry, Dilip.
Yeah, just so that the point is valid in terms of this data, please understand that as far as my information goes from the ground, the Congress spent all its time making sure that it would not look smaller than Tejashwi. And this is the result of that effort.
Yeah. That is a very, very important point. Dr. Tripathi, do you want to respond to that before Shashi Shekhar and Sandeep Ghosh come in?
And I don't think that's true, because we were an equal partner alliance and everybody worked hard on their own issue. Everybody worked hard on their own front. You know, Barkha, results are there for all of us to see, and we may accept it or not. The point is, winners walk away with all the glory. They'll have masterclass, they'll have things. We just saw their manifesto launch, finished in just 26 seconds. Nitish Kumar wasn't even allowed to speak. And then Tejashwi Yadav on their hand was not only promising great promises to Jivika Didis, to employment, and losers walk away with brickbats. And that's the beauty of democracy, and that's okay also. So, but writing off anyone, writing off the vote chore issue is not, because we saw the massive disenfranchisement which happened through the SIR exercise. We saw the massive, in 14 out of 44 districts, women were disenfranchised, women were cut off from the electoral list. We saw, we have at this list Ranjan Thakur, Nagendra Kumar, Prabhat Kumar, Santosh Oja, Sanjay Jha, Ajit Kumar, Uday Kumar. The independent fact checkers are bringing out there. They have voted in Haryana, they voted in Delhi, they voted in Bihar. We saw a train full of people coming to Bihar and vote. So vote, it's very fashionable to write off people and say that this issue didn't work when we have this kind of result. But vote chori is a pertinent issue, and mind it, the 9 people that I named out right now, everybody has one common factor. They're BJP workers, they're BJP karyakartas or the leaders, and they have been continuously voting from Rajya Sabha member to a normal karyakarta. They've been voting at the women fancy of every state elections. So vote chori is a pertinent issue that Rahul Gandhi has been bringing up on it. The whole performance of Mahagathbandhan has brought down. We'll sit on it, we'll think about it. But writing of Prashant Kishor plays that it's a democracy, it's a fair game. Everybody's, welcome to have their own chance. So Prashant Kishor worked. Prashant Kishor came back to Bihar. He had a pitch on Swasth and he had a pitch on education. And, it's very fancy, it's very fashionable to write off every opponent. Ye nahi chala, are wo nahi chala. It's not like that. If we were fighting a pitch on development promises and look at their 2020 manifesto, I may seem very wrong in stating out, but they have not promised even one of the thing that they have promised in Sankalp Patra. They went away in 26 seconds. 26 seconds for Maggie bhi nahi banti. The way they launched their manifesto, and that's what it's people's verdict. People have elected them. People have thought about it. People have elected them, and let's see how they'll read the, and maybe in the next year we'll again tell them that they have not promised anything that they've because launching a manifesto in 26 seconds goes on to show that you are not serious about it. And on the contrary, they were opposition leaders. Tejashwi came out of his clout of whatever he has been accused of. He actually ran a very dignified campaign. He actually took on the reins of us talking the campaign on Kamai, Sunwai, Karawai, Jan Sunwai. And Rahul Gandhi has been consistently raising the issues of vote chori, and it's not nullified. The whole issue of so many people coming out and having multiple votes goes on to say that vote is being vote stolen, and that's the reality of the day. And we have to make it a bigger campaign that doesn't nullify Rahul Gandhi or Tejashwi Yadav or even Prashant Kishor. I'm saying as a Congress spokesperson too. So a very much big congratulations.
I don't think the aim is to nullify anybody. After all, Nitish Kumar said no.
But I see everybody coming and writing of retirement letters and writing of ye nahi chala, wo nahi chala things. People are talking about what chori. People, there's a valid proof, and it's not Congress proof. This is the independent factors coming out and giving them. Somebody has 17 epic cards. Somebody is voting in every state elections. These are normal people who are
okay. Let's for a moment, while media houses are being, or all of us are being very careful about calling this election. The BJP has taken out a chariot. BJP workers have taken out a chariot in Patna with Prime Minister Modi's face on it. Of course, the BJP has every reason to celebrate in current leads. It is the single largest party. It's leading on 87 seats. Let's just give you a flavor of on the ground before we come back and look at the big political picture. Can we play that? Okay, I don't think the video is playing, so let's keep. Oh. Okay, there seems to be something wrong. Let's move on. It's okay. I think the pictures give us a sense of what's happening there, and the Modi picture behind this BJP leader celebrating. Let's come out and get comments from everybody. So, Sandeep, the celebrations have begun in the BJP. Do you believe that there will be any surprises on who will be chief minister? I can't hear Sandeep either.
Yeah. I don't think that right now they cannot afford to upset the equation, and it's really quite inappropriate to compare Nitish Kumar with Eknath Shinde. They are totally different propositions, so I don't think anybody should talk about it now. As somebody mentioned earlier, I think Ashwini ji or someone, that equations may change down the line. Nitish Kumar himself may like to take on some other role, whether at the center, etc., 1 year, 2 years down the line, but right now nothing is going to happen. And as far as Pujaji's comments are concerned about fashionable, I take her point, you should not write anybody, but it becomes a fashion only when you make it a habit. Congress has made it a habit to lose elections this way and blame others, so that's why it's become a fashion also to write them off. But it's time Congress to also, I think, think and introspect. And if anybody should retire or anybody's retirement, people are calling for are not of the politicians, it is only about the consultants. I think they are the vein of Congress, and it's time for them to retire, even if you want to bring in a new set of consultants. Without that, it won't. You won't get anywhere. And what Dilip was talking about, smaller parties, you see why Paswan's party had won. He has also made the right choice of tagging along with the BJP. Here, BJP could bring something to its table and give it to it. So they are realizing that. So I think the salvation of the opposition would be to, if they have, we all need an opposition, even if it is a coalition opposition. But the only way the coalition would work is if they can have a coalition without the Congress, because as soon as you have Congress in it, Congress starts behaving as the big brother, bigger than everybody, and then pulls down the all alliances together. So if there is some kind of a configuration can emerge, and India without Congress, then probably you have some chance of some kind of a viable at least visible, viable opposition. Otherwise, this story will continue, and I'm afraid it will become a habit.
Well, I think it's safe to say, and I'm going to stick my neck out, that unless something very surprising happens, I'm calling the election. The NDA is set. I mean, I just can't keep waiting for the formality of this. The NDA is set to form the government in Bihar. It's been a landslide win for the NDA. The NDA is leading in 196 seats. The Mahagathbandhan is down to 42. The Jan Swaraj party has failed to open its account, and you have 5 for others. If you look at the comparison, also could we please look at the vote share that the Jan Swaraj party and the LJP got? It's a little bit of an incomplete graphic. We can add those, but for now, let's look at the BJP leading in 89. The BJP has had a historic win in Bihar. It is the single largest party compared to 74 seats in 2020. The JDU, written off not just by media and opponents, but maybe even by the BJP, is poised to lead to get 77 seats. The RJD is down to 30 and the Congress is down to 4. We are calling this election. The gap is very big and it is not closed or moved for the last 2 to 3 hours. I think it's safe to say that it's been not just a comfortable, but a handsome victory. I think comfortable is not a word that even captures it. It has been a landslide.
क्षमा करिए मुनीवर, मेरे पति कुटिया में नहीं है।
मालती पूनम, ये लड़कियां अपने इश्क में नहीं भागी। 19 लड़के हैं सर। तुझे पता है तो क्या है? राक्षस।
अगर यहाँ की कोई लड़की उठी ना साहब, तो वो मुंबई, बेंगलोर, नेपाल या दुबई में मिलेगी।
राक्षस नहीं है सर, बाज है।
आज के बाद बच्चियों का धंधा नहीं होगा, समझा?
नहीं मिलेगी ना पुण्य कभी।
Written off is perhaps the most underestimated politician of India, and let's get big reactions now that we're calling this this election. Pooja, I'll start with you. You said that we shouldn't be writing off people. I'm not writing off anybody, but there have to be lessons learned from every election, right? What should be the progress?
Barkha, I not only talked about writing of people, I also talked about writing of issues too. Vote chori is a pertinent issue. We see, proof every day out in public. I also talked about not writing about issues. Migration is a big problem. Education, health sector is in tatters. Bihar has not industrialized at 0.3%. Their per capita income is at 30%. I'm asking, to not write about issues and not just sing praises for leaders, however they may look promising or handsome or landslide victory. I'm talking about issues too. I'm not just talking about people. And having said that, a big congratulations to NDA because they said to form the government. And however we may say that things are going to change post 5 p.m., it does not look that it would change. And then they are going to form a next term of government. Congratulations to the winners and congratulations to the whole NDA club.
Okay, that's a gracious response and we appreciate it. Deepak, I was trying to find out the vote share of the Jan Swaraj party, लेकिन मुझे अभी नहीं मिल पाया. Seats नहीं आप प्रशांत किशोर ने कहा था या अर्श पे या फर्श पे. बहुत से लोग ने बिहार में कहा he needs another election. निराशा तो आपको होगी. आप क्या कहेंगे इस नतीजे पे? दीपक जी. दीपक जी की आवाज नहीं आ रही मुझे। हाँ, अब आ रही है जी।
जी, हम बरखा जी, हमारा कहना है कि हमारे नेताजी प्रशांत किशोर बिहार आए और बिहार में बदलाव के लिए उन्होंने ईमानदार और निश्चल प्रयास किया। हमने अच्छे कैंडिडेट्स दिए जिसमें शिक्षाविद, न्यायविद, कानूनविद और अच्छे डॉक्टर और चिकित्सक थे। हमने समाज के अच्छे लोगों को लाके आगे खड़ा किया और उनको चुनाव लड़ाने का प्रयास किया। हमारे मुद्दे जितने भी थे बिहार और बिहार की जनता से जुड़े हुए थे और हमारे मुद्दे पर बिहार के चुनाव हुए। पहली बार जन स्वराज पार्टी द्वारा उठाए गए सारे बिहार की जनता और बिहार के मुद्दे पर चुनाव हुए। जहां तक सवाल है जनता के विश्वास का, तो जनता ने आज ये राजन सरकार को मैंडेट दिया है, उनके लिए शुभकामनाएं हैं। लेकिन जब आप वोट परसेंटेज की बात करेंगे तो आप देखेंगे कि वोट परसेंटेज में अभी भी आरजेडी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है, लेकिन वो सीट के मामले में बहुत कम है। भाजपा और जदयू भी वो 20% के आसपास ही चल रही हैं। बाकी छोटी पार्टियों का गठबंधन है जिनको लेके ये वोट परसेंटेज में अपनी सीट की संख्या बहुत बढ़ा दिए हैं। 2020 में और 2025 के चुनाव के वोट परसेंटेज को देखा जाए तो जदयू के वोट परसेंटेज में अच्छा खासा उछाल आया है, लेकिन भाजपा के वोट परसेंटेज में वैसा कोई अच्छा खासा उछाल नहीं है। और लेकिन सीट के मामले में बहुत डिफरेंसेज आ गए हैं। तो बिहार की जनता ने जिनको भी मैंडेट दिया है सीट के मामले में, उनके लिए शुभकामनाएं हैं, सरकार को आगे बढ़ाएं। लेकिन जो हमारे मुद्दे हैं वो मुद्दे ज्वलंत हैं, बिहार की जनता के लिए हैं, बिहार के विकास के लिए हैं। वो मुद्दे आज हैं, वो मुद्दे कभी गौन नहीं हुए हैं और वो मुद्दे आने वाली सरकार के सामने रहेंगे। और हम उस सरकार को उन मुद्दों पर गौर करने के लिए और उन मुद्दों को ठीक करने के लिए हम हमेशा प्रयत्न करते रहेंगे और सरकार को विवश करेंगे कि बिहार की जनता के मुद्दे को सॉल्व करें और बिहार को अग्रणी राज्यों में आगे बढ़ा के लाएं।
मैं इस समय कहना चाहती हूँ दीपक जी, थैंक यू फॉर दैट। एट द मोमेंट द CPI-ML is leading in 5 seats, which means it's leading in more seats than the Congress party. I just wanted to make that point that the CPI-ML leading in 5 seats is leading in 1 more seat than the Congress party. Tavleen Singh is with us. Let's now take and even the Oasis party is leading in more seats than the Congress party. So it's been, if these leads hold and we have called the election, the NDA is set to form the government in Bihar. It's heading for a landslide win. The BJP has or is emerging as the single largest party, leading in 89 seats to its 74 last time. The JDU is leading in 77. Everybody who had written off Nitish Kumar was wrong, whether it was the Mahila welfare scheme or sympathy for him. He proved that he cannot be written off. The RJD down to 30 from 75, the Congress down to 4. The CPI-ML and Asaduddin Owaisi's party, both as of now leading slightly higher in 5 seats each compared to the Congress party. That's the big picture right now. Tavleen, I'll get first comments from you and then go around the panel. Sorry, Sandeep, you want to come in first and then I'll go to Tavleen. Sandeep, go ahead.
No, I thought you told me. No, I think one only other point I'd add is there is an infographics which has come out of the route Rahul Gandhi's vote chori yatra had taken in Bihar. In that entire route, they have been able to convert, but not yet converted, probably will convert only 2 seats. So if not only in terms of conversion of 56 to whatever 7 seat, that conversion ratio, look at the ROI of that, campaign and the yatra, which was being really hyped up by media. I think that if people don't recognize that, I think there is a serious, much bigger issue. And Congress is not just doing a disservice to itself, but as the so-called national party, it is doing a big disservice to the nation. Because there is still, across the nation, 17-18% people who still count on the Congress, and they're letting them down by not even salvaging or retaining that equity. They're just frittering away whatever equity was there over the years. And it's not therefore a matter of Congress party, other people who are there. I think there is also a disservice to the nation at large. Thank you. That's what I
Okay, let's get Tavleen in, and let's now look at the big picture. I think we have enough information here. Could we correct the spelling of CPIML on the banner? The CPIML is ahead of the Congress in Bihar. The Congress is down to 4 leads. The RJD 30. The left collectively is at 7. This is the big picture. The NDA is headed for a landslide win. Shukata Srinivas Raju is also with us. Tavleen, go ahead. This is what we're looking at. Nitish Kumar, who had been written off, didn't do a single interview in this whole election. Well, he released one video. He is set, I think, most likely to be the next chief minister, even though the BJP is the single largest party. And the Congress and the RJD literally find themselves massacred in the leads so far, despite a very high-pitched vote chori campaign by Rahul Gandhi. Tavleen.
Yes, I want to look at Bihar in the context of India, right? Because this is not since the Lok Sabha election, the Congress party has lost every election, right? Maharashtra, Delhi, Haryana, and now Bihar. Bihar was the most crucial, in my view, because they had a chance. It's got such a huge Muslim population that if they had stood for what they call their secular values and all that sort of thing, I believe that they could have done a lot better. But, much more important than that, for me, I really hope, and it's, I've been writing about this for ages, the Congress party is no longer a political party. It is a collection of courtiers that surround the family. And none of those courtiers have the courage to say to Rahul and Priyanka, can you just step back a little and let people emerge? There is no party structure, and they're up against a formidable electoral fighting machine, and they haven't yet woken up to that. So what are we going to do? We need an opposition. I find it quite dangerous in the national context that we are really, at the mercy of a party that is now, it's become what the Congress once used to be, dominating India. I don't think that's healthy.
What do you think the Congress should be doing that it isn't doing?
Well, for a start, they need to go back to their drawing board and find out at the level of the panchayats, who are their guys? Where are those Seva Dal people we used to see with the little topis on, Now, instead of them, you see the RSS Karyakartas. Where is the structure of the party gone? Why has it broken down so badly? What can they do to rebuild it from the bottom? But you see, they won't do that. They will go back to the thing. They'll talk about vote chori, and they'll talk, and secondly, I think one of the most losing tactics of the Congress party, particularly of the dynasty, is to attack Modi, just Modi. They don't really go for the BJP. It is Modi, and they belittle him, and they'll do that, and they just hope that that'll work. And, I don't think it works, because some of the language that they've used against him, I think, has gone against him, because he's not just their opponent, but the Prime Minister of India. And, when you're a political party taking on an opponent, you have to respect the fact that, that these are the structures. If you think that the election commission doesn't work, if you think the Prime Minister is nonsense, if you think you have no chance, then, either you retire from contesting elections and, just give up altogether, or you look at where you're going wrong. I don't think they've had one serious report on their failures in any of the elections they've lost since 2014.
Yeah. Okay, that's a big statement there. Shashi, let me get a last word in from you. I know you have to go. Coming right to you, Dilip, right after that. Shashi just has to step off, so we'll take a last word from him.
Yeah,
Shashi,
sure.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have 3-4 points that I just wanted to make quickly. First is, I think if there's any kind of chori, it is not vote chori, it is akal ki chori, because there is practically no common sense in the manner in which the Congress has been persisting on this issue. What Tavleen has said is very interesting, that there will be no serious review, because I think if there is a serious review, the entire leadership of the Congress will have to be shown the door, and that is the reason why there is no serious review within the Congress party. But I think there is a bigger issue with the concern from the health of the Indian democracy standpoint, that there is practically a vacuum in the non-BJP space for a non-dynastic, non-caste, non-regional party to emerge. The Aam Aadmi Party was one such hope, but that has lost its way. The Prashant Kishor phenomenon, I think, has been overhyped in the media. So that space is still vacant for waiting for someone to come in. And as far as caste-based, family-run parties are concerned, I think the only ones that have emerged viable are those which have a progressive narrative, like Naidu in Andhra, for example, or even the DMK to some extent has a progressive narrative, irrespective of all the other issues that they dabble in. So I think there is a lesson there as well for the smaller regional outfits which are family run. The last point that I want to make is the larger narrative.
Okay. Hanji, Deepak ji. Thank you, Deepak ji. Thank you. Sorry.
The larger narrative that has emerged in the last few weeks in various international media. Why is India not seeing this so-called Gen Z revolution? Why is India stable? I think there is a lesson here that the Indian democracy and the Indian economy are coming together. I think this is a very unique point in modern Indian history, that there's a convergence between democratic stability and the economic momentum, and I think that is what is really shaping things, and that is what we are seeing in these electoral outcomes, and that is the message that the Rahul Gandhi-led Congress is missing. Thank you.
All right, Shashi, thank you for that. We are continuing to analyze the Bihar election results. If by any chance you have just joined us, the NDA is all set to form the government in Bihar. It is heading for a landslide win. The BJP, and oh my God, just when I was speaking, is this actually correct? The BJP is now leading in 91 seats. I was talking a couple of minutes ago, and it was on the Election Commission, it's showing 88, but our other sources showing 91. Would be great if somebody could talk in my ear and confirm to me if this is correct. The BJP is leading in 91 seats, the JDU in 78, the RJD down to 30, the Congress down to 4. At the moment, the left is collectively at 7 seats, and the CPI-ML by itself, as well as the MIM, Asaduddin Owaisi's party, is ahead of the Congress. The BJP just increased and improved its leads. It's an extraordinary result for the party. Vinod Sharma of the BJP is also with us. I just want reactions. Vinod ji, आपको मुबारक. आपने सुबह कहा था, जब लग रहा था कि बहुत टाइट फाइट होने वाली है या क्लोज फाइट होने वाली है, 1 घंटे के लिए लग रहा था, लेकिन बीजेपी 91 सीट्स में लीड में है. अब ये भी चर्चा चल रही है कि इतने सीट्स के बाद क्या नीतीश कुमार ही मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे या कोई एकनाथ शिंदे टाइप सिचुएशन हो सकता है?
देखिए, पहले बिहार की जनता को हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं, बधाई देते हैं, जिन्होंने हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री के विश्वास पर मुहर लगाया, नीतीश कुमार जी के काम पर मुहर लगाया है, और निश्चित रूप से हमारे गठबंधन जो है उनके विश्वास पर खरा उतरेगी. बिहार में और तेजी से काम होगा, बिहार और तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगा. जहां तक मैंने पहले भी कहा था, अभी भी कह रहा हूं कि नीतीश कुमार जी हमारे नेता हैं, और निश्चित रूप से आदरणीय अमित शाह जी, मोदी जी ने कहा कि इनके नेतृत्व में हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, यही नेता है, तो उसमें कहीं कोई इफवट नहीं होगा. निश्चित रूप से नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनेगी और फिर उसी गति से हम आगे बढ़ेंगे.
पर आप कहते हैं कि नीतीश कुमार ही मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे?
देखिए, कहा ना कि हमारे नेता ने ही जब कह दिया, आदरणीय केंद्रीय नेतृत्व ने कह दिया कि सीट खाली नहीं है, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी हैं, तो इसका मतलब क्या होता है? निश्चित रूप से मुख्यमंत्री हैं और रहेंगे. तो सारी बातें स्पष्ट है, कहीं कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी. हम लोग मिलजुल कर फिर से बिहार के विकास के लिए आगे प्रतिबद्ध हैं, कटिबद्ध हैं. भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पहले भी बड़े बड़े त्याग किए हैं राज्य और देश हित में, तो निश्चित रूप से हम लोग इस पर अभी भी तैयार हैं कि नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व में सरकार बने और नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व में बिहार आगे बढ़े.
Okay, Madhavan Narayanan is with us. Welcome, Madhavan. For anyone who just joined us, it's a historic win for the BJP, which is leading in 91 seats of the 101 it contested. it's also very important to look at strike rates. So the BJP contested on 101 seats, is leading in 91. Nitish Kumar, written off by almost everybody, makes a stupendous comeback, leading in 78 seats of the 101 it contested. The LJP, Chirag Paswan's party, also pretty good strike rate, 22 leads in 28 seats contested. Can we switch to the Mahagathbandhan scorecard? Look at the RJD. The RJD contested 143 seats. It's down to 30. It had won 75 seats last time. And now look at the Congress party. The Congress party contested 61 seats. It is down to 4 leads. The CPI-ML and the Congress right now have the same performance. 10 minutes ago, the CPI-ML was actually ahead. But if you look at it in strike rate, the CPI-ML has done better than the Congress, because the CPI-ML only contested 20 seats. In those 20 seats, it's leading in 4. The Congress contested 61 and it's leading in 4. So this is the situation that we are looking at. Although the BJP is very clearly emerging as the single largest party, let's go to the comparison graphics on our screens as well. Nitish's story has been a great comeback story. Shugata, your first thoughts, do you agree with Tavleen that it is of course devastating for the RJD, but it is a wipeout for the Congress party?
Thank you, Barkha. Thank you for having me. I completely agree with what Shashi just said and also Tavleen ji. But there is a very interesting observation that I want to make about the JDU's strike rate and the number of seats that the JDU has gained. So JDU contested as many seats as the BJP and they won 78. See, that, but still JDU looks very vulnerable to me, because now the maneuverability that the JDU always used to have in the previous elections is completely gone. So they are now subservient to the BJP. They cannot say that we will run away with midway with the RJD, because if you add the numbers, Barkha, I don't think they can form a government together or with the entire Mahagathbandhan.
No, what do you mean?
I mean to say that in case
you mean if Nitish turns sides?
No, that is me. What I'm trying to say is that in earlier elections, Nitish used to always have the upper hand. See, 2020, Nitish got just about 43 seats, and BJP was I think 74 or 75. But still, Nitish was made the chief minister because the numbers were very different on the other side. If you added a simple arithmetic, would actually give them a small majority. That's how Nitish went away in the middle. So this time, that kind of a possibility does not exist. Nitish looks a little vulnerable to me because he does not have that maneuverability this time. He has to just stick to the BJP. See, I mean, the strike rate and then the vote percentage, everything is completely different this time. So the Mahagathbandhan, if you look at it, the number of seats that they have won, or the strike rate, or the vote percentages are all very, very shallow. So it does not add up for them to sort of, claim anything at all. So I think that is where we see a bit of a problem. Then the second thing, Barkha, is the CPI-ML and the entire left versus the Congress. So that is a complete decline of the Congress. See, across India, the vote percentage of the communist parties is under 1% or 1.2% or something like that. But if a small faction of the communist party gets much more than a national party like the Congress, then I would call it ideological chori, because in the last 5 years or 6 years, Rahul Gandhi has been trying to position the Congress party on the far left. And he has tried to steal the left agenda. He has tried to steal the Mandal agenda. He has tried to steal the federal agenda from the Tamil Nadu Dravidian party. So none of that has worked. None of that has worked because no work has happened on the ground. So this whole problem is of ideological chori does not work without any basis. There has to be some kind of a groundswell where you can apply it. So that is completely gone. And the third big point that I think I want to make, Barkha, is this is officially a post-Mandal situation. See, if you look at the split of votes that has happened, Yadavs are split. the Muslims have split. If you look at areas of Bihar where the BJP and the JDU have made inroads, Yadav strongholds have been broken. And I think this is the first election which signals the end of the Mandal politics officially. I mean, it was on the decline.
It also may tell you something about the women voters. Look at we now have.
I was coming to that.
Just if you want to pay attention to the number on your screen as you speak. 60% women turnout in 2020, 71.6% in 2025. Go ahead, Shagata. And Madhavan, I'm coming to you right after that.
I'm so glad you brought in the women thing. It's precisely because of that gender flatness that was worked upon. It is through gender that Modi and the BJP and the right wing have completely, broken the caste kind of nexus that used to exist. It could be the extreme backward class or the OBC or the Muslim Yadav combinations. All of that. See, the moment 50% of the electorate is wooed in a certain way and they behave in a certain way, then no caste combination works. So I saw a video becoming viral, Barkha, of a husband beating a wife because she voted for the BJP. Now, this is something not unreal. I really saw that video. So I think that this is the beginning of the end of the Mandal game. Caste will be relevant. See, nobody should think that caste becomes irrelevant the moment the Mandal thing becomes, less significant. Caste and Mandal are very, very different. I want to make that point very, very clear. And then the last thing is also, see, the BJP, if people call a lot of things as propaganda and Godi media and all that, see, BJP, the best propaganda that they've done is that they have presented themselves as a victorious machine. After a point of time, the psyche of the people works in such a way that they want to be associated with a winner, not a whining person. Rahul Gandhi in the last 5 years has not put across a single positive line. See, democracy doesn't work like that. And over and above that, you don't understand cultural politics. And in a place like Bihar, cultural politics is everything. It could be a comment about the Chhat Puja or whatever. So one is ideological chori, two is post-Mandal, three is this kind of absence of understanding of cultural politics. And then JDU also gets locked now. JDU can't move anywhere because the numbers on the other side does not allow for an alternate government.
Okay, I think this is a very interesting idea that while this is so much Nitish's comeback moment, he's going to be vulnerable because of how well the BJP has performed. The BJP is now leading in 91 seats. Madhavan, I know you have a point. I'll allow Taveen a quick interjection and come right to you after that. Taveen.
Yeah, I just want to make the point. The women thing is astounding. The fact that it's gone up from 25 to 70. I don't remember. But
60 to 71%.
All right, but we need to, all of us, think about whether this last minute money that is distributed, as happened in Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, I know because I live in Maharashtra, that changed the election. Did that happen in Bihar? And does it not count to an electoral malpractice? We need to think about that.
Well, the opposition has made that allegation, Vinod ji. ये सवाल की जो 10,000 रुपया का welfare scheme था, उससे पूरा चुनाव बदला है. But Taveen, I would wonder, I don't know if the whole election, could we just mute Vinod ji while I ask my question? Thank you. I'm just saying, Taveen, to you, I've been asking this question as well. The opposition has made a big noise about it. But the turnout and the result, the gap, it just seems too gigantic for it to be a single issue. For it to be a single issue tilt. Taveen, do you agree?
But Nitish has been wooing the women since he became chief minister. So, and this last minute thing, because if you want to give them 10,000 rupees in their bank accounts, then do it 6 months before the election, but not just at the last minute. In Maharashtra, it changed. I saw it change. So, I really think that we need to think about whether this isn't a continuation of they used to give them liquor bottles and all that before. Huh?
So, Vinodji, I'll ask Vinodji to respond to this. Madhavan, do you want to add to that or should I ask Vinodji to respond first?
देखिए, कई एक फैक्टर इसमें है. सबसे पहला तो हमारी पार्टी 6 महीना पहले से कार्यकर्ताओं का संयुक्त सम्मेलन, सभी हमारे जो पार्टी गठबंधन दल के साथी हैं सबके साथ मिलकर जिला स्तर पर हमने सम्मेलन किया, कार्यकर्ता संवाद किया, आपस में एक दूसरे को बैठा करके रणनीति तय की, जो बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर साबित हुआ। सारे कार्यकर्ता काफी सक्रिय हो गए, सभी हमारे पांचों दल के, और उनने पूरी शक्ति लगा दी। कार्यकर्ताओं के बल पर इतनी बड़ी लड़ाई लड़े और जीते हैं। जनता का आशीर्वाद निश्चित रूप से जनता तक हमने जो काम किया वो ले जाने का काम किया। हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने पहुंचाया जनता तक कि हमने क्या किया है। नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने क्या क्या बिहार को दिया है, तो सारी बातों से लोग कन्विंस हुए, हमारे विकास पर वोट किया है। कोई केवल महिला, ठीक है, महिला बहनों का और माताओं का बहुत बड़ा आशीर्वाद रहा है, लेकिन सारी चीजों को, परिस्थितियों को उन लोगों ने समझा कि बिहार इनके नेतृत्व में आगे बढ़ेगा, मजबूत होगा, तब जाके इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग उतरे हैं। पहली बार बहुत लंबे समय के बाद इतने वोटर्स निकले हैं हमारे नीतीश कुमार जी और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विश्वास पर। और हमने करके दिखाया था, जो कार्यकर्ताओं ने ये बताने का प्रयास किया नीचे स्तर पर जाकर कि हमने किया। आज बिजली सरप्लस होती है, पहले गांव देहात में 1-2 घंटे बिजली आती थी, आज शहरों में भी 2-4 घंटे पटना में कट जाता था लालू जी के रिजीम में, राजद के रिजीम में, लेकिन अब वो ऐसी परिस्थिति नहीं है, बिजली कभी कटती ही नहीं है बिहार में। हमने बिजली मुफ्त देने का काम किया 125 यूनिट, जो ये भी बहुत बड़ा अच्छा लगा। हमारे जो मतदाता है उनको लगा कि सरकार इतना हमारा ख्याल रखती है कि जो खास करके गरीब स्तर के जो लोग हैं, उपभोक्ता हैं, उनको और मदद मिली, जो डेली कमाते खाते हैं। और बहुत स्तर पर हमने काम किया, महिलाओं के लिए, युवाओं के लिए किया है। हमने स्वास्थ्य योजना चलाया, 70 वर्ष से ऊपर के जो वृद्ध हैं उनको 5 लाख तक का इलाज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पूरे देश में, उसका बिहार पर भी व्यापक असर पड़ता है। प्रधानमंत्री गृह योजना के तहत हमने करोड़ों लोगों को मकान दिया है, उसका भी असर पड़ा है। और बिहार की जनता जानती है कि इस शासनकाल जो एनडीए है, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और नीतीश कुमार जी की जो जोड़ी है बिहार में, बिहार को आगे ले जाएगा, बिहार में सुशासन देगा और खुशहाली लाएगा।
पर सर ये जो जोड़ी है, हाँ, मैं आपकी बात एक तरह से सहमत हूँ कि एक इश्यू नहीं हो सकता, बट येट माधवन, देयर इज अ पॉइंट दैट वी हैव सीन इट इन महाराष्ट्र, वी हैव सीन इट इन मध्य प्रदेश, and we are seeing it in Bihar. I'm not saying it's a single issue election. I'm not saying that the result would have been dramatically different, but had the women not been given money. But you know, the point is, there are serious repercussions for political parties here. For the Congress, are these updated figures? I don't think these are updated figures. If somebody could confirm to me, I'm not sure they're updated figures. So let's have them. Shirali, I'll need you to confirm to me what these figures are. Madhavan, let's come in with your response. Madhavan. I can't hear Madhavan. Madhavan, I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Madhavan. You might be muted.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Is it better? Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I want to say something on each of these previous speakers, my fellow panelists. All of them made very good points. But let me begin in reverse order. Vinodji just said about development schemes, and I want to point out that the women were not wooed all of a sudden. There has been a tailwind to this, beginning with the bicycle scheme that Nitish Kumar had with women, and then Modi talking about Lakpati Didis and drone Didis. There has been a steady build-up of a BJP, NDA, JDU combination that has been assiduously and systematically wooing women, enough for people like Vinodji to be at the grassroots level, picking up the ball and running with it. Unlike Congress, who, as Shugata rightly pointed out, has been suddenly throwing ideological stuff without having a ground machinery. That is one thing. So let us not assume that. But there has been, Tavleen was right about some of the ethical issues about the election, but that is for the part of the election commission related controversy of suddenly announcing and going with the welfare schemes. No, on September 26th, the Mahila Mukhyamantri Mahila Yojana was launched, which is technically they always are on.
Okay, can we ask Madhavan to reconnect? Can we ask Madhavan to I'm just not.
BJP.
Madhavan, please, thank you. I can't hear you. Shugata, I want to come back to you and to pick up what Tavleen said. You said that one of the things that is, emerging from this election is people don't like a whining politician, and you believe that the Congress is always playing the victim. and that the BJP, everybody likes a winner, and the BJP's great narrative is we are winners. And so therefore you feel they're going to win, so you keep voting for the winner. And I see the psychological play in that. But to Tavleen's point, that the last minute welfare scheme, it seems to work, especially with the female voter. How would you respond to that?
No, that's a very valid point, Barkha. I mean, I don't disagree with it at all. Now, there are ethical issues involved, but this is not the first time it's doing it. It's not just the BJP that has done it. You come to my state of Karnataka. How did the Congress win 135 seats, which it did not even imagine it would win, with the 5 guarantees distributed universally to everybody? Cash transfers, free bus rides, pensions to, not pensions, doles, unemployment doles, all of that. So every political party has played that game of, wooing their electorate with certain schemes. And the BJP, I think Madhavan was right with that. It is not that it was done suddenly. There was a tailwind already, and this was an icing on the cake.
And by the way, the NDA has touched 200 seats. I was just flagging that. The NDA has crossed 200 seats in Bihar.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So, since NDA has crossed 200, the Paltu Ram does not think will never work now, because the Mahagathbandhan RJD's numbers are very, very small. So that is the earlier point that I was making about Nitish never being able to sort of do the somersault midway now. Anyway, so as Madhavan rightly said, it was not something that happened overnight. So they had everything running, and they saw that there is this thing which may make a difference, because I think midway they realized both the MGB and Mahagathbandhan and NDA had almost an equal vote share, about 42% each. So how do you tilt the balance? So they tilted the balance by offering this. So whether they should have done it right before the election or whether it was a last minute thing, no, I don't think so. It was not a last minute thing. It was a consistent build up, and the BJP has sort of engaged the gender vote much more than any other political party, precisely because they want to break the caste nexus that had been created. That's precisely why I said that the Mandal politics seems to be over, because 50% of your electorate is sort of amenable to something else, some other kind of an argument and reason. So that is the most fascinating part of this election for me, because caste remains, the organizing factor will remain. You will not give up your caste identity, but the way you do politics with your caste changes from now on. And that is a big lesson that is going out, especially Bihar, because Bihar is the one where all the caste revolution started, and all the and even the oppositional elections started with Jai Prakash Narayan and all that. And you also know the kind of controversies that these people sort of created, the Congress people, by calling Rahul Gandhi Jananayak. Although a very small number of people called him that, the BJP made it an issue, because Jananayak was something that was attributed to Karpuri Thakur, the great Karpuri Thakur. So you couldn't have made such blunders. And the other thing, Barkha, the last point that I want to make is, when Mamdani won the New York mayoral election, the entire liberal gangs were up in, euphoric dancing and saying aunties claiming him in Delhi and all that. But the problem is they did not ask the basic question. Mamdani came from outside of the Democratic Party. He was part of the Democratic Socialist Association.
Okay.
Shifted the agenda of the entire Democratic Party, took it far left, far more left than Bernie Sanders. And that is how he made an impact. Can something like that happen in the Congress party today?
I think it's a great question, but unfortunately, the comments we've seen from the Congress, I'm just going to play out one. Madhavan, I'm hoping your connection is better after that. And Taveen, just give me a second. Ashok Gehlot is commenting on these elections, and they are talking about the danger to democracy, quote unquote. Let's listen in and then come back and discuss the political implications for national politics.
देखिए, जीत हार की बात तो छोड़ दीजिए। अब तो बात कीजिए कि डेमोक्रेसी खतरे में है। जो हालात हरियाणा के बाद में महाराष्ट्र में बने हैं, महाराष्ट्र में जो बने थे ना, वही हालात यहाँ बने हैं। एक तरफा जीत सब पार्टियां साफ ही हो रही है। और जिस रूप में ये धनबल का प्रयोग करते हैं ना, आप हम कल्पना नहीं कर सकते हैं कितने उम्मीदवारों को पैसे देते हैं, कितने पैसे बांटते हैं। कल्पना के बाहर की बात है, कल्पना के बाहर की बात है। और जिस प्रकार चुनाव आयोग इनका साथ दे रहा है, मूक दर्शक है। वोट चोरी की बात जो की, वोट चोरी का मतलब क्या? वोट चोरी का मतलब खाली लिस्टों में गड़बड़ नहीं है। अगर आप निष्पक्ष चुनाव नहीं करवाते हो, वो भी वोट चोरी है। रिगिंग होती है, आप चुप रहते हो, वो वोट चोरी है। कहने का मतलब जो अगर चुनाव निष्पक्ष करवाने में सक्षम नहीं है इलेक्शन कमीशन, वो वोट चोरी है। भाई आप चुनाव आयोग का मतलब ही निष्पक्ष चुनाव हो, जीते हारे कोई भी हारे। उसकी बजाय अगर मान लो एक व्यवहार के अंदर भी एक पक्ष लोगे, आप एक सत्ता पक्ष का लोगे, तो वो भी वोट चोरी है। तो मेरी दृष्टि में वोट चोरी का मतलब आप बेईमानी से चुनाव जितवा रहे हो किसी एक पार्टी को। नंबर एक, जो धनबल का प्रयोग के लोग कर रहे हैं, धनबल का, वो तो कमाल के कर रहे हैं। तो डेमोक्रेसी कैसे रहेगी? चुनाव आयोग के रवैया ये हो। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में एफआईआर चल रही है, आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट की बात नहीं मानोगे। आपने एफआईआर शुरू कर दी कई राज्यों में। अरे आप एफआईआर कोई बुरा नहीं है, निष्पक्ष अगर बन जाए, वोटर लिस्ट जो है वो सही बनना आवश्यक है डेमोक्रेसी के लिए। आप यही कहते हो भाई हम उसके लिए कर रहे हैं, तो भाई क्यों नहीं आप जो है तमाम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बुलाते, बात करते, सुझाव लेते, तो वो खुद आपको कोऑपरेट करते। विश्वास जमा रहता है इलेक्शन कमीशन पर। आपने विश्वास को तोड़ दिया, उसको शक पैदा कर दिया, संदेह पैदा कर दिया। अच्छी बात है क्या? अब 10,000 रुपये बटे वहां पर 1,35,00,000 महिलाओं को 10 करोड़ रुपये 10,000 रुपये गए खाते में चुनाव चलते हुए। मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है इलेक्शन कमीशन को हो क्या गया है। दिन दहाड़े डाका होने वाली बात हो रही है, चुनाव के कैंपेन शुरू हो गया, चुनाव की पोलिंग हो रही है, उसके एक दिन पहले 2 दिन पहले तक भी आप पैसे बांट रहे हो, पेंशन दे रहे हो बुजुर्गों को, दिव्यांगों को और महिलाओं को, क्या कहते हैं, एकल नारी को। ठीक है। और सबसे बड़ी विधवाओं को भी। राजस्थान में क्या हुआ था? चुनाव शुरू होते ही सब पेंशन मिलना बंद। ये तो उदाहरण के सामने है, पूरा देश देखेगा, पूरे देश की जानकारी मिलेगी। राजस्थान में क्या, बाकी राज्यों में पता नहीं। राजस्थान के अंदर हमारे यहाँ पर जैसे ही चुनाव डिक्लेयर हुए, कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट लागू हुआ, हम मोबाइल बांट रहे थे 1,40,00,000 महिलाओं को। और स्कीम पहले की थी हमारी, बजट की घोषणा थी, तब भी उसने रोक दिया। 34 लाख हम बांट पाए। वहाँ क्या हो रहा है बिहार के अंदर? आप कहते हो तो पहले की घोषणा थी, घोषणा पहले की थी, तो भाई चुनाव डिक्लेयर होते ही कम से कम रोक देते ना आप। अभी आपने अलाउ क्यों किया उनको? ये मेरा आरोप है इलेक्शन कमीशन पर कि जिस प्रकार का वो व्यवहार कर रहा है। नेता पति पर कोई बात कहते हैं तो वो जिस प्रकार जवाब देते हैं, हमें तो शर्म आती है कि इस देश के अंदर इतना बड़ा मुल्क है जिसकी डेमोक्रेसी तारीफ पूरी वर्ल्ड में होती है, वहाँ का इलेक्शन कमीशन इस प्रकार व्यवहार कर रहा है। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और कंडम करने लायक है।
Okay. Tavleen, any reactions? Meanwhile, before you react, Tejashwi Yadav is leading by a slender margin of 500 votes. He was trailing a few minutes ago, and the last time he won by 38,000 votes. The reason this is important is I do not believe a single welfare scheme can explain this. It is an anti, it's not just a pro-BJP, pro-Nitish vote, it is an anti-RJD vote. It is an anti-RJD vote. Can we unmute Tavleen, please? Okay, I'll do it. Tavleen, give me a second. I'm going to unmute you. Yeah, go ahead.
I did not say this was the only issue. What I do know is that in Maharashtra, there was no consistent viewing of the women voter until the last minute. And women said for the first time in their lives, they had money in their bank accounts and they would vote for the government, right? And what has happened is the Maharashtra government is broke. It can't pay its contractors because of this. And, I mean, it's a bit rich for Ashok Gehlot to be talking about how, democracy is in danger because Dhan Bal is using. They're the ones who laid down the grounds for all this. They've been doing it for years. So, welfare schemes should not be announced at the last minute. The other point I want to make is I'm old enough to know what Bihar was like under Lalu. And I think that the real issue, you're absolutely right, is a vote against that, because, the Biharis I've talked to at the village level all say that they are worried that if Tejashwi comes, he's just going to bring Lalu back. And those horrible years, they were terrible, terrible years. Private armies. Let's remember where Bihar was before Nitish. There was a massacre of caste massacres. It was a horrible time. The only reason why anybody went to Bihar was because there was a new massacre under Lalu. It was terrible. And, the family would go into a shop if there was a wedding, close the doors and just steal jewelry and all that sort of thing. And I don't think people have forgotten that. So I'm not at all saying that women.
And I want to say both of Lalu Prasad Yadav's sons, Tej Prasad Yadav is trailing by 24,000 votes, and Tejashwi is fighting, literally hanging by a thread, leading by 500 votes in a seat where he won by 38, which could well be a defeat. He may scrape through.
It's so humiliating.
Yes,
Then you may as
absolutely.
well lose.
Absolutely, absolutely. Madhavan, let's bring you in now.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, go ahead.
Let me begin by agreeing with Tavleen on some of the key issues. May not be. I mean, I was there when Lalu was arrested in Patna on the Potters camp, but I don't think that is as much a force as some of the other issues. Let me first also point to some of
Can't
the
hear
election
you.
commission.
There's something
Hello,
else
can you hear?
open. There's something else open at your end. Okay. Let's carry on. Shukata. Okay, JDU posted, I'm told Nitish chief minister hai aur rahenge, and then deleted their post on social media. But we had a JDU spokesperson on the program just a couple of hours ago, and he said, "Aur dikhaiye na chehra kaun hai." And the BJP has won, and it's a very interesting thing to think about. The BJP, the single largest party, doesn't have a great local face in Bihar. And so the JDU was able to say, who else is the face? But if you look at the seats now, the BJP, this is the final comparative slide that we have on. The BJP is leading in 90, the JDU is leading in 81. So the JDU has held its own. But you're right that kind of, the BJP has done extraordinarily well, but may not have an individual, but they've never cared about that in a Madhya Pradesh or a Rajasthan or Maharashtra. RJD, there I agree with Tavleen. The RJD is down to 28 seats and the Congress is down to 5 seats from 19. Let's talk some big picture. What does this mean for the BJP, brand Modi? What does it mean for Rahul Gandhi? What about the much hyped Prashant Kishor? What happens to regional parties who often end up in alliances with the Congress to take on the BJP? I'll start with you, Shugata.
The last question that you asked is very, very significant, Barkha. What happens to regional parties that tie up with the BJP? See, I mean, the JDU from now to a year from now, you will have to wait and see how Nitish sort of survives, because Nitish's health has been an issue, and that's a real thing. It's not that Nitish is up and running and everything is fine with Nitish. So I don't think they'll disturb the status quo now at this point of time, because there are, it has an implication for the national picture, because they need their MPs and all that. But a year from now, if Nitish weakens, then I think the BJP will be in a far better position to make a move that can sort of look very different from what it is looking today, because JDU may splinter. There are already rumors of the 2022 MPs that they have. There are 8 or 9 who are firmly aligned with the BJP, and the rest elsewhere, and all that kind of talk has been happening for a very long time. So the very important thing is that from now, for a year from now, I don't think there is going to be, they're going to disturb anything. So they will wait until the whole thing sort of subsides. I mean, Nitish, they'll wait and watch and see what happens to Nitish. And then I think they will make their move. BJP will be very patient with JDU. But JDU has every potential to splinter in 10 different directions.
That's an interesting thought, that you believe that despite such a big win, you believe the JDU is more vulnerable than it's ever been before.
Yes. That's because they have no other partner on the other side of the ideological divide to tie up with, and the numbers don't add up. That's one. And the second reason is that Nitish himself is not very well. So you will have to wait and see what happens from now to the next 1 year, 1.5 years. And then the BJP will, I think, make its move. They will be very, very careful until then, because they will not want to give a wrong signal nationally about, disturbing an alliance.
Yeah, by the way, the BJP has just posted this on X saying next West Bengal. So I think that's where they're headed now. The NDA at 200, the Mahagathbandhan at 38, Prashant Kishor failing to open his account. Vinod ji, आपसे पूछूंगी कि बीजेपी की इतनी बड़ी जीत, लेकिन कोई लोकल लीडर नहीं. सुगता कहते हैं कि हो सकता है नीतीश कुमार बने मुख्यमंत्री, लेकिन अपना पूरा टर्म ना कंप्लीट कर पाए. हो सकता है बीच में ही चेंज आ जाए.
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का हर खाता मुख्य
Can't hear. I'm so sorry, but I can't hear Mr. Sharma. I can't. I don't know this last.
मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया, प्रधानमंत्री बना दिया. तो हर कार्यकर्ता यहाँ लीडर है, हर में गुण है, हर लोग जमीनी स्तर पर काम करता है. इसलिए कहना उचित नहीं है कि कोई मेरे पास चेहरा नहीं. चेहरा बहुत है, लेकिन राज्य हित और देश हित को भाजपा आगे रखती है और उस पर निर्णय लेती है. तो हमने पहले भी कहा कि आदरणीय जब स्वर्गीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी थे, उस समय भी नीतीश जी चेहरा नहीं थे, लेकिन हमने चेहरा बनाया, उनको आगे लाया, मुख्यमंत्री बनाया. पिछली बार भी हम बड़ी दुगनी संख्या थी हमारी, उसके बाद ही हमने इनको मुख्यमंत्री माना. तो उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. देखिए, निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छी छवि बनाई है सुशासन की और भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त सरकार की. नीतीश जी ने उस पर कायम रहे हैं, अभी तक वो काम कर रहे हैं, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी उनके साथ हर जगह खड़ी रही है. राज्य का विकास हुआ है, इस पे कोई नहीं कह सकता कि विकास नहीं हुआ है. तो निश्चित रूप से अभी भी हम चाहते हैं कि नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में हम आगे काम करें और बिहार आगे गति से बढ़ता रहे. नीतीश कुमार जी की इच्छा होगी, स्वेच्छा से छोड़ेंगे, तो फिर निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी विचार करेगी किसको आगे लाया जाए. वो तो समय बताएगा, लेकिन अभी निश्चित रूप से हम उनके नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़े हैं और आगे भी हम लोग चाहते हैं कि राज्य उसी गति से बढ़ता रहे, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का आशीर्वाद मिलता रहे और बिहार और भी खुशहाल हो, उन्नति करे.
जी, थैंक यू विनोद जी. Thank you so much. Madhavan, I'm going to make a last attempt to get a comment from you. I'm hoping we can hear you this time. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me now? At least let me check my voice first.
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Very quickly, let me comment on what Tavleen said as well as Sugata said. Both have made excellent point, relevant. Tavleen is raising ethical issues. I'm afraid ethics don't stand in politics unless it is certified by law. A lot of these things will be heard out in the Supreme Court of India because the SIR issue is not going away either in Tamil Nadu or Bengal. And there was an excellent article by PDT Achari who was Secretary General of Lok Sabha, detailing why the problem is not SIR itself, but the entire method and the haste with which voters are being voted out, taken out of the rolls. And that is controversial and continues to be controversial. And that is something, along with what Tavleen said about the announcement of free schemes or welfare schemes. We can disagree on ideology, but there are some election-related procedures that need to be followed. That will continue to be a matter of public interest in the courts and as well as political discourse. Let me come to this important point about JDU and Nitish Kumar's role. I want to point out there has been a clear pre-nuptial agreement under which Nitish Kumar will be the chief minister. And his health may be cited to ease him out, but because JDU is important also in the national parliament, nothing can happen in a hurry. Last but not the least, I want to add that this is an oh my election. By oh, I mean the defeat for Mahagathbandhan and especially Congress. My is Muslim Yadav is gone and Mahila Yuva is in. So there is an oh my factor, but the implication is economic and not social. I agree with Sugata that there is a post-Mandal politics, but I have just written an article where I have said it's the economy stupid, taking from Bill Clinton's 92 slogan, but it's not yet time to say it's not caste, because there is an intersection of caste and economy, under which the interesting point analogy I'm drawing is from the film North by Northwest, where Cary Grant actually takes part in an auction in order to lose it so that he'll be protected by police. So this is similar.
Okay,
Congress
Madhavan, I'm so
Mahagathbandhan have
sorry.
set for the NDA. Oh,
Madhavan,
there
it's
is
a
an
terrible,
economic
I can tell
agenda
you,
that is.
I can't.
Sorry,
follow
then.
you.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, in that case, I am like Mahagathbandhan today, defeated out of voice.
That we heard.
So-
That we heard. That part we heard. Somehow that part we heard. And there's Yashwant Deshmukh. Thanks. Yashwant, can you hear me? Yashwant, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay.
Are you getting?
If somebody stops muting you, I might be able to. Yashwant, say something.
I can hear you. I wonder if you.
Thank you. Yes, thank
Yeah,
you, thank you. So, all right, we have Tavleen Singh, Shugata Srinivas Raju, and Yashwant Deshmukh of C Voter here. It's C Voter's data that you have been seeing all morning, the automated data that they've been feeding us, and it's been so useful. I want to get your sense on this big picture, Yashwant. A historic win for the NDA, 200 to Mahagathbandhan's 38. Could you tell me whether this is as you expected?
Well, absolutely. I was expecting, and I mean, in the post-poll data that we shared otherwise with you, and I did tell you that there is a double-digit gap as far as the female voters is concerned, and there is no way it is going to stop at a conservative number. If the female voters do come out, and they did come out, and the kind of gap that they were showing up in that way, it would have been in any case one-way traffic. So the turnout is what I have been telling for the last 1 year. Just keep an eye on the turnout, keep an eye on the turnout. If the females are coming out big, and then Nitish Kumar is winning big. And I have used the term Nitish Kumar winning big because it's not NDA, it's Nitish Kumar's mandate. Let's be very honest and upfront.
So it's interesting. It's interesting that you say it's Nitish Kumar's mandate, because actually it's the BJP that is the single largest party, and we have your data on screen which shows how the BJP is leading in 91 of the 101 seats it contested, and the JDU is leading in 81 of the 101 seats. And by the way, at the moment, according to the EC, Tejashwi Yadav, who won his seat by 38,000 votes last time, is trailing by 2,000 votes. You say it is Nitish's mandate. Can you elaborate on that?
It is Nitish's mandate simply because of the female voters whose connection with Nitish Kumar is of the generational policy that we have discussed in the previous time. Last time when we were discussing the second phase and the first phase turnout. And yes, BJP is important part of that thing, because Prime Minister Modi's own popularity has only helped propel this victory, and BJP's infrastructure, rank and file, and an organization on the ground that has helped. I get it, but make no mistake, in the two engines, the first engine was Nitish Kumar in Bihar election. It was always going to be an election where our remember, Barkha, I did say this to you, that this is going to be a watershed election, because if at all females decide that they are going to turn this election on its head, then no politician worth the salt in the future will be only and only looking into the caste and religion and other those kind of arithmetic and a very temporary solution. What Nitish Kumar has done, that he has shown to all the future politicians of India that even in a state like Bihar, which is like arguably most constrained by the caste and religion arithmetics, if you can come up with a long-term generational policy and have a patience to, let it fructify, you are going to reap the political benefit out of it. So I believe all the girls, school-going girls 20 years back who got the bicycles and the poshaks and the scholarships, they have repaid that fixed deposit in multitude because they have become housewives, they have become mothers of other kids, they have become entrepreneurs now by courtesy the 10,000 bucks which has been given. So I don't treat, first of all, we have discussed this, Barkha, that I don't treat any scheme aimed at female vote bank as Labharti scheme, because money given to males, we know where it goes. Money given to females, we know comes back to the society in terms of healthcare, in terms of education, in terms of taking care of the family and society at large. And if they are now becoming entrepreneurs, this is a different ball game. So Nitish Kumar has done a great service to this country purely by showing that if you have a vision to invest in the future, in generational policy, you can win elections. You can win election on your own with your alliance partners, and you can see something which breaks the entire thing of shackle of caste and religion driven politics.
Okay, I want you to, I want Shugata and Tavleen to come in, Yashwant. But first, I want to show you what the JDU has just posted on social media. It's very actually interesting. The JDU has said the trust of Bihar's women has triumphed. The NDA has triumphed. Bihar has triumphed. Now, you said this is Nitish Kumar's mandate, and even I felt that. But Shugata, I want you to repeat your argument on why you think that while this is Nitish's moment, you believe Nitish Kumar will be vulnerable in a way that he hasn't been before. Could we unmute Shugata? Shugata, could you unmute yourself?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to respond to what Yashwantji said. You know, I mean, this is indeed Nitish Kumar's mandate, but Nitish Kumar could not have been believed by the Bihari masses, because you know the 10,000 scheme that was done, it is actually going to cost 9% of the GDP, and I don't think anybody in Bihar would have believed that without Modi's backing, that 9% of that, you know, I mean, the cost part of it could have been managed. So the believability in the announcement of the scheme was created by the support that Modi gave Nitish. So it's a kind of combinational thing is what I would like to read. While I agree the larger point that Nitish has been the face, Nitish has done to women voters or women electorate consistently for the last 10-15 years is what is, as he rightly said, you know, fixed deposit and a huge kind of return. But the other point that I was making earlier, which is that, see, this is something that is very interesting because it breaks the caste thing. You know, I mean, the gender thing is, if 50% of your electorate is looking only at economic and welfare measures and voting outside their caste kind of preferences, then I think the caste becomes extremely irrelevant. And Nitish did something very, very interesting, Barkha, over the last 2 decades, which is, if there was an OBC, Nitish created something, you know, he made it more dominant, the extreme backward class. So he splintered the OBC vote so that Lallu does not get the entire advantage of it. If there was Dalit, he made it Mahadalit. So, you know, this kind of splintering has indirectly benefited the BJP is what I'm trying to say. Because BJP was never on a caste vote. BJP, even to this day, I don't think believes in a caste argument, because it creates a pan-India nationalist kind of argument, and they were also against caste census. It is just as a kind of a checkmate mechanism that they agreed to a caste census, but they were vehemently against caste census. So now, with Nitish playing this gender card wonderfully, brilliantly, I think it also serves the BJP agenda in a reverse manner. So they don't, if you can show now that if you cultivate 50% of the electorate in a manner that Nitish has cultivated, or any other leader in any other state has cultivated, then the caste thing actually drowns. That's the reason why I said this is a significant election where the Mandal way of playing politics completely changes. It's not that caste is going away. Nobody should mistake caste and Mandal. Mandal is a style, it's like Hindutva. You know, it's like a style of playing politics. That style of playing politics will have to be looked at completely differently from now on.
Okay, that's very interesting. Yashwant, do you want to respond? And then I want to bring in Taveen also. wanted to come in. I
Just
think Taveen
just the one liner. Yeah.
I've
Oh, you
got
have to
only
go.
10 minutes.
Okay.
I want to finish
Okay.
I've just got 2 points. to make. I've got column deadlines today. So I have to start writing. Okay.
Last comment. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I very rarely disagree with Yashwant, but I'm going to this time. Don't speak of this women thing as a vision for Bihar. That is wrong. Just wander around the villages of Bihar and just see how desperate that state is. A vision would be that you would really be able to uplift that state. Now, every time you divert money into welfare schemes instead of into creating jobs, what is the biggest problem of Bihar? It is the economy. The Biharis have to leave that state because there are no jobs in the state. So, Jan Suraj, who I endorse, and I really hope one day they win, but they have a vision. They are talking about building Bihar up into the first 10. Like Naveen Patnaik, he is a friend, let me make it clear, but he did that in Orissa. That can be done in Bihar, but it cannot be done with welfare schemes and prohibition and that kind of thing. What it needs is a really clear idea that this is what we're going to do. We're going to create jobs in the following way. So it's not a vision. It is Chunavi goose, actually. And when you do that, whenever you do this, you're taking away from something to give women a salve. It'll keep them happy. You'll get their vote. But what about Bihar? You look at Bihar. Just look at, he's lifted it up to some extent, but it's still the poorest state in India. And it's the poorest state because his vision is not as good of a vision as it should be for Bihar. On that happy note, I have to leave. Barkha, I've got deadlines.
Okay.
I'll lose my job.
Okay. Thank you, Taveen. Thank you. We'll keep the conversation going. Thanks for your time. Yashwant, I'm sure you want to respond to that.
So I kind of partially agree in that way. I hope you are getting my voice.
Yes.
Okay. I kind of agree with her on the vision of Bihar, but I just wanted to underline the point that the 10,000 scheme was actually aimed directly at the female entrepreneurship. And when we interviewed female, almost 60%, 6 out of 10 females said that they will use money to do something for earning something, in terms of doing something for their livelihood. They are going to utilize that money not for anything else. Rest of them did say, "Purana karja hai, kuch usko chukayenge." Some said that bimari mein kuch something else, ghar mein kharch karenge. But I mean, even if 6 out of 10, forget about 6 out of 10, I would consider even 1 or 2 out of 10 actually uses that money to become an entrepreneur or generate job, that would itself bring out a big change. But what the point which I wanted to make, and I'm not entirely disagreeing with Tavleenji in that way. Basically, see, what exactly has been the problem of not just Bihar, but most of the India at large has been that the politics of India has been played on the identity cards way too much. All right. Not that a female identity card is it is different. I mean, in more ways than one, but religion or the caste, which kind of overwhelmed or overlooked the real issues on the ground. With females, I have just found in so many data sets all these years, they think differently. The first time I recorded a different kind of female voting was way back in 1998 Delhi Assembly election when Sheila Dikshit ji won. At that point of time, the pyaz ke aansu jo BJP ne piye the, you remember the onion became. But housewives cracked that election on the issue of onion. It was not the males. BJP in 1998 polled distinctly well even among the male voters. It was the females of Delhi that called that battle. So from that point onward to today, when we are looking at the state which is defined by caste arithmetic, Barkha, you look at Bihar and the first thing people start ki kaun jaat ho, kya hai, kitna hai, jatigat equation, and I haven't been in the watching the news. You are the first show to come on, honestly, but I knew for sure that even in this mandate, which is a watershed mandate from every perspective, everybody still would be counting caste. What? Let me tell you, when we were looking at the post-poll data, and I told you, Barkha, this is a double digit among the female. It cannot be one way if it is really about female voters, because I could see a significant deviation even among the Muslim women, even among the Yadav women, and there were caste barriers which were being cracked on. We talked about the Yuva voters, Barkha, but we keep on underlining the fact that half of that young voter is also female. You know, we understand the point that the huge majority of the youngsters in Bihar were born after the Jungle Raj thing. They don't remember. So, but that applies only to male part of the younger Bihar, not the female part of younger Bihar, because their mothers have reminded them what was during the RJD rule, you know, and they have paid. Actually, they were full of gratitude towards Nitish Kumar. While I totally get this point that BJP is an important part of this thing, it was a double engine because Prime Minister Modi is also extremely popular among the female voters. And it was not because just 10,000 ki ghoshna, but also the financial strength that the BJP being in the center brings along. I totally get that. So Nitish, it was a very well played out double engine game, no doubt about that. But the sheer fact, Barkha, that females of Bihar have broken the caste arithmetic, and to some extent even the religion arithmetic. When we'll share the data with you this evening, you will see in that way. So that is a watershed moment, and that will force, Barkha, a big number of politicians who actually and seriously want to play a 20-30 years long political graph line. They will force to do that.
I do agree that there's been a shift, and I also agree with many of Shugata's observations. Now I want to come to the hardcore politics. Do you agree with Shugata that Nitish Kumar will be more vulnerable because of how well the BJP has done? Your own data shows us 91 leads out of 101 contested for the BJP, 81 for Nitish, 22 for LJP. If I can just do the comparison to the Mahagathbandhan scorecard, could you give it to me? This is the C-Voter automated data that we've been looking at all morning. I need to see the Mahagathbandhan. There it is. Look at what's happened to the RJD. I actually, while I was talking to you, I hadn't actually been paying attention. It seems to be, is the RJD down to 25 seats?
That's right.
Then we need to update our numbers. We need to update numbers. The RJD is down to 25 out of 143 contested, and the Congress is down to 24.
This only means one thing, that the females Bihar have even breached the Yadav and the Muslim equation. It only means that, Barkha, nothing else, I'm telling you. And why numbers sometimes may suggest that Nitish Kumar is vulnerable. See, Nitish Kumar got 50% of the BJP seats. I mean, 50% of what the BJP score line was last time. Still, BJP made him the chief minister. There is a reason to it. It's not just about Kurmi Koiri Kushwaha thing that BJP wants to take in a post-Nitish scenario as and when the eventual, because BJP and RSS, they plan not for 5 years, but for 50 years kind of thing, timeline. They do plan things like that. But now with the female thing, I do not think BJP is going to take that risk. Take it in writing, Nitish Kumar probably will retire only when because if Nitish Kumar is replaced right now against his wishes, it will be seen by women of Bihar as something of a backstabbing sort. I don't think Prime Minister Modi is going to take that risk. If he would have been taking that risk, he would have done it way back. I think whatever government Nitish Kumar was running for the last few years, I mean, in the 2 years, it was primarily being run by the BJP ministers and the BJP's rank and file in Bihar. Nitish Kumar was more or less kind of a figurehead over there.
I think Shugata's wanted to respond, but I do want to talk about the complete devastation to the RJD. Can I go to the C-Voter? Could I go to the C-Voter? Yeah, Shugata, go ahead.
A quick response to Yashwantji. Yashwantji, when I say that Nitish is more vulnerable, it's from the point of view that he has, it's from the point of view of arithmetic. See, he's been known as Palturam, that kind of a thing. So he can't abandon the NDA this time because the arithmetic does not support on the other side. So he has to stay put with them. So he is that way completely locked with the NDA is what I'm trying to say. It's
I think,
vulnerability.
that point is well taken. I think you are
But you
absolutely
don't, Shubhata, you don't mean that they could play around with him. And
They can play around with him. As I said earlier, it will only happen a year later when they see, it depends on his health. So they'll see the progression of his health. And then I think after a year, they may sort of make a certain move. But they'll be very, very careful for now. They will not touch him for now. Because I think, as Yashwantji said, the women vote, plus, nobody, and see, the biggest propaganda item of the Mahagathbandhan was Nitish is not the CM. He is somebody, he's being controlled by somebody else. Nobody likes somebody who is down to be poo-pooed like that. Culturally, basically the Hindu cultural, if you look at it through that prism, if you're old and vulnerable, nobody would like to, like you to beat him furthermore. I think that generated a lot of sympathy for Nitish as well, because there was memory of him doing a lot of good work for the last 2 decades. So I think that sentiment also went against the Mahagathbandhan, because you heard Tejashwi Yadav and Rahul Gandhi call him all kinds of things. They did not name his ailment, that's all. They said everything else. So that was a bad move.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Can we talk for a moment about the Congress? It is extraordinary at this point that the Congress, the Congress is down to 4 seats. And if I may go to the C-voter data, I want to show the scorecard on the C-voter data on how it actually compares with the CPI-ML and other parties. JDU's Anand Singh, by the way, in prison on charges of murder, has won from Mokama. But Yashwant, the Congress contested, as your own data shows, 61 seats and is leading only in 4. The CPI-ML contested 20 and is leading in 4. So the CPI-ML strike rate today is better than the Congress strike rate.
Absolutely. And now that the dust is settling down, let me say this. I mean, people are, my friends in Congress are not going to like this, even though I indicated it to them in personal and as well as on the show in a very polite way. The entire campaign of SIR it just backfired. Let's accept that. And I was sensing that, and I did tell them that you did nothing but you wasted 1.5 months of Tejashwi Yadav's campaign. That's the only thing you did. And while the people on the ground which were coming to your rallies were all coming from the anti-BJP camp, largely due to Tejashwi, you took so much of time even to declare him as the chief ministerial candidate, basically just opening up the fact or the lines that not everything was as seamless as one would have liked to see from the opposition's point of view. Right. Now, while one has wasted Tejashwi Yadav's campaign, Tejashwi Yadav could have otherwise focused purely on Rozgar. Somebody might have liked to advise him, don't go to say har ghar mein sarkari naukri, but say naukri, say naukri. Because I think he came up with sarkari naukri thing as a last ditch effort, because he could sense that SIR campaign failed and he had to do something out of the box so drastic that it could just, roll over everything else. So Tejashwi did whatever he could do. It was Congress which pulled Tejashwi down and Mahagathbandhan down. It was the SIR campaign against the Election Commission which wasted the time and the effort and the resources, everything one can think of. And it still pains to see that not learning from this, it is 200% in likelihood they are going to double down on that. The indications are they are going to double down on that.
And even the vote share to seat conversion, if you look at this slide on your screen, MIM has only about 1.86% in the leads, but is leading in 5 seats. CPI-ML has about 3.1, but is leading in 4 seats. The Congress has 8.15% vote share, but is also leading in 4 seats. So the conversion of vote share to
8% is coming from the fact that they contested 62 or 64 seats.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Otherwise,
That's right.
what exactly is the ground zero situation of Congress? They need to reflect on that. They need to reflect on that. Priyanka Gandhi, you remember, worked wonderfully during the Beti Ladki Hu Lad Sakti Hu campaign, which actually benefited them in the Lok Sabha election. But this brings them down. Now imagine what kind of power they will have on the negotiation table when they are talking about seats with Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh, for that matter. That power is taken away. So I think something is drastically wrong, and you will know very quickly within 24 hours. And I can say it full confidence, the way things are moving. They will double down on the campaign against the ECI without realizing that historic turnout of Bihar has happened just purely out of the trust in the process by the Bihari voters. Living in denial is not something which is a right thing to do. I fear they will not only double on the campaign, they might even pressurize Tejashwi Yadav to reject this offer results, do something as stupid as it can be by kind of boycotting the ceremony and not going to the assembly or not accept. I hope Tejashwi Yadav sees through that. I hope he doesn't fall for that. I hope he's a young guy. He has a great political future ahead, because he, in the worst of the time, is still sitting pretty on 35% vote block.
But it's been a devastating election, and if he loses his own
no
seat,
doubt. But we have seen many phoenixes rising again out of those kind of ashes. If you have 35% vote share with you, Barkha, you only have to work hard to win trust of 5% more votes, saying that I do not belong to my old party. I have the same party, but with the new color. I have this vision, and be there on the ground, and he has a future. I don't discount him, but he has to see through it. He should not be falling trap to some stupid advisor of not accepting gracefully this defeat and move on, to learn and move on. Something he has to do, and I genuinely hope he learns from Akhilesh Yadav, who did the same thing way back, and he bounced back, bounced back last year. He has been there. So I hope that he doesn't fall into that trap. But I, honestly speaking, I do sense a terrible double taking down on the current campaign of the Congress about future SIR. While on the other hand, by the way, Jagat, yesterday I read a story in Indian Express how DMK is wonderfully using technology to ensure that SIR is rolled out in the most seamless way can be. I know for sure that TMC is doing the same in West Bengal. So I don't think they are going to go against the ECI. They are going to use their machinery on the ground to get the SIR done properly and use that thing, because they know the ground situation. Our friend tweeted very nice. I'm talking about Tehseen on the Congress situation.
Let's bring it up.
That's a beautiful tweet, and with a share that zameen niche nahi hai aur aapko pata nahi hai wala jo share hai. I mean, somebody needs to take a stock at that. This entire election commission thing has, I don't know who advised, what did, and somehow they still feel in the campaign they would still like to say that vote chori happened and BJP and NDA has won because of that vote chori. 71% females coming out and voting, giving a double-digit lead to the Nitish Kumar-led campaign is not vote chori. That is something which he has earned with his hard work in 25 years of his public life.
Right. And Shogata, you wanted to add, I mean, Yashwant thinks that they will be doubling down by the Congress of, lashing out at the EC, which will be the biggest mistake to make after a turnout like this. Can we unmute Shogata?
Hello.
Yeah,
can you hear me? Yeah.
So
the stubbornness of Rahul Gandhi Barkha is not going to allow their partners to sort of chain se rehna unke with them, to collaborate with them. So the stubbornness is going to drive away the partners, in the coalition that the Congress has built across the nation. You will see that happening in Tamil Nadu next. I think Yashwantji mentioned, just mentioned Tamil Nadu. See, Tamil Nadu is where Congress is again dependent on DMK. But DMK is very smart. DMK does not speak the language of self-righteous language of Rahul Gandhi. As a political party, you cannot speak a self-righteous language. But Rahul Gandhi seems to have created a kind of, a rhetoric where he tries to see ghosts everywhere. He does not trust the Supreme Court. He does not trust the Election Commission. He may have reasons to say so. But, if you want to remain a political party, then you have to institutionally engage. So when they asked him for an affidavit, you should have given an affidavit.
Exactly.
When there were no objections,
absolutely.
When the SIR was released, there was not a single objection raised in the list.
Exactly.
If you had a institutional or a party organizational mechanism, you should have punched holes into it. Now, when you don't do that, you better give up that argument and move on. See, the most important thing for Congress, Barkha, is to say that, yes, we have lost. I think telling themselves that we have lost is the biggest service that they can do to themselves. So,
exactly.
And the last point, Barkha, the vote chori is something that they will never be able to prove, because vote chori happens in several forms, not the kind of presentations that they make. But the other thing which their allies will not tolerate is their ideological chori. See, Rahul Gandhi has sometimes tried to be Rahul Yechuri and sometimes tried to be Rahul Yadav. Yogendra.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
So he has tried to take away the agenda of the left by moving left. He has tried to take away the agenda of the DMK by speaking a federalist kind of language and a linguistic pride kind of a language, which he can't sustain because people don't see him that way. And then he has tried to take the caste agenda from Yadavs. And Barkha, you asked me this question in 2024 on the day of results, and I said the 100 seats that they have won is not theirs. They're actually trying to, they're dancing with borrowed plumes, and those plumes were that of Akhilesh. So they thought that it was theirs. It was never theirs. So they have made a huge mistake, Barkha, and they should tell themselves that we have been defeated. We have to work our way up. That is the only simple thing. Yeah.
And Barkha, one more thing, just to add to this point,
Yes.
Katihar Yatra was more important than Columbia Yatra.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, what the hell, Barkha? I mean, how can you, at the peak of Barkha, of a campaign, go on something as absurd as Colombia, Peru, whatever, and which is not even an area where we have a big number. If he would have just come to Dubai, probably he would have met more Biharis in the camp over here working and done a better campaign over here. So his own image of being a part-time politician where once in a while he wakes up, does some yatra, gets some engagement, and that engagement, because history has told us, Barkha, that you do a yatra if you are on the ground, your popularity and your numbers will increase because people love seeing the politician coming to them. All right. But the moment you get some kind of muscle, you get a sensing of an out of proportion idea of your own strength, where you do not even have proper polling booth agents to put up a hole in what Election Commission is trying to do. So in that case, at that point of time, if you will skip the main campaign and go away somewhere, I guess when the first time I heard, actually, I thought he was going to Columbia University. Honestly speaking,
वैसे वो मेरी
I really thought that he might be going for some speaking assignment there. But then I didn't know he's talking about the country as in Colombia, and I was like, okay, reality check. reboot. This is something I can't even laugh at that. It doesn't bring me, because honestly speaking, this country, more often than not, in our MOTN polls and all the trackers, huge overwhelming majority has been saying this country needs a serious and better opposition. Nobody wants unhindered power to be given to anybody. So I feel like crying at that, because country needs you as a serious opposition, and something is definitely wrong, and you are not conceding or accepting what is wrong in your.
And absolutely, and there's going to be some amount of churn within the Congress. Shashi Tharoor, and you would have seen the Congress has now started openly attacking Shashi Tharoor. Pawan Khera a few days ago, because Shashi Tharoor said something about LK Advani, said as usual Shashi Tharoor speaks for himself and not for the party. Could we correct the spelling of Shashi Tharoor on the banner? And in the meantime, let's play out Shashi Tharoor's reaction.
Waiting for the final official results, but it's very clear that the lead is overwhelmingly with the NDA.
Do you think the Congress, I think only 4 seats are right now leading in Bihar?
It's obviously seriously disappointing, and if that turns out to be the final result, remember it is not yet the final declared result, but if it turns out to be that, then I think there will have to be some very serious introspection. And I don't just mean introspection in terms of sitting and thinking, but also studying what went wrong, what were the tactical or messaging or organizational mistakes. Please understand that I am not somebody who has campaigned in Bihar. I was not invited to campaign in Bihar, and therefore I cannot give you any first-hand information. But I've been talking to people, I've been talking to journalists who have come and gone from there, I've talked to political operatives who have come and gone from there, and I've talked to ordinary people from the state of Bihar who are doing other jobs outside whom I've met, including some of our security people at the airports, a lot of Biharis in the CISF. So I've got a sense, and I think that similarly, our party leaders must do some very serious analysis of where things went wrong. Because, whenever an election happens, there's got to be some factors that are specific to that particular situation, as well as specific to our organization, the way our organization functions, that we need to understand and see what we can learn from.
And alleging election commission again.
I personally would need to see much more detail as to what that is based on.
Okay, so he said it needs serious introspection. Well, I don't know if the Congress is even going to, as Yashwant said, say we've lost and we've got to do something about this, or whether they're going to attack the election commission. I want to, in the end, talk about Prashant Kishor. I mean, we need to talk about Prashant Kishor, because here is the contrast. There is Nitish Kumar on the one hand, Shugata, who did not do a single interview. Ek bhi nahi. He released a self-recorded video 2 days before the campaign. That was the extent of his media outreach. There's Prashant Kishor, very media accessible, very media friendly, lot of media attention on him, did not manage to open his account, right? What happens to him? I'll start with you, Shugata, and then Yashwant. And then we'll take closing comments. Yeah. Shugata, can you unmute yourself, please, Shugata?
Yeah. I think, to be fair to him, I think he has just created a name recognition, created a base, created some kind of an organizational structure, which I think will pay off in the future. I don't think, if he is a practical person, I don't think he was looking for results in this election. Having said that, see, the other thing is about the hype that he creates around himself. See, in 2014, he said Modi won because of me. Then all the other state elections, he said they won because of me. At least even if he did not say that, that was the kind of messaging that happened, that he makes people win. And now that whole thing is slayed, one shot, that a person who can't even get 2% vote share, what did they do? He was dealing with big brands, and those people were well entrenched in Indian politics for a very long time. He was only sort of doing the icing on the cake and probably improving their communication, and also sort of keeping things together. In fact, I remember very clearly during the previous Tamil Nadu elections, I was there and I asked a top DMK person as to why did you engage Prashant Kishor when you know so much more about your institutions and your organizational structure and your district level units. You know so much more. Why are you bringing him in? So he said something fantastic. He said, see, we want to deny a lot of people a lot of things, and we cannot say that on their face. So we want to make an excuse keeping this man in the front. So, lots of political parties used Prashant Kishor for a lot of reasons. But I think somewhere he started believing that he was the reason for their victory. Nobody can, see, you can't build the image or a brand of a person just by, getting some 10 interviews or, managing things for 6 months. It's an insult to the Indian electorate if something happens like that. So I think he has learned a very hard lesson. And I think he's going to be there for a longer period due to his age and his whatever. So he's created a name recognition for himself. I'm sure he's going to play a better role in the future, Barkha.
Right. Let's not sort of write him off right now. I'd be very interested in seeing the vote share of Prashant Kishor, Yashwant, because you had said that if he manages to get as much as Chirag Paswan got in vote share last time, you'd consider it a good start or a good. We don't have that number yet. Just asking my producers to also check. But Yashwant, let me unmute you, Yashwant. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't have that because he is not a recognized party yet. So we'll have to actually add up final results and then look into what kind of vote share he's eventually managing. But he created a buzz, no doubt about that. And he created a buzz for change. Remember, we tracked his journey of popularity from almost 2% to 22%. And at that point of time, also, I said that this is popularity, this is not vote. We don't know how much actually will get converted. Ironically, in generating that buzz, I believe what he did was that he rebooted the system, which kind of took away the lethargy generated around Nitish Kumar. When the contest became bipolar, then a lot of that buzz, a lot of that traction, which was deviating towards Prashant Kishor, in the eventualities when they saw it is leading to victory of Mahagathbandhan on RJD, they kind of swung back to Nitish Kumar and NDA. Because you remember when we put up a bipolar question, a 2-horse race, Nitish Kumar was leading Tejashwi by 46% to 41%. And that was telling me that if this contest is going to get bipolar, then a lot of Prashant Kishor traction, because 7 out of his 10 supporters were coming from NDA. And I have said this is more often than not, that, if he would have voted that much, he would have polled that much, it would have been disadvantage NDA. But I think in the bipolarity of the thing, just like in Uttar Pradesh, when things became bipolar between Akhilesh and the BJP in the last assembly elections, even a person like Mayawati got uprooted. Her entire vote share collapsed, seat shares collapsed. So obviously, this was a much more a bipolarization of that. But I agree with you that, Prashant Kishor, if I was advising him, I would say don't lose heart. I think what you have created is a brilliant start without having any legacy of being a film star or a legacy of having a political father figure, or having a legacy of being out of a Jayaprakash Andolan or Anna Andolan, no Andolan. If you can create this much of a buzz around you without doing that, I would seriously recommend him just be there on the ground, look at the future where 2 biggest names of the Bihar politics are too old now, and in 5 or 10 years down the lane, there would be a vacuum out there, and if he stays there, who knows, he could even become quite significantly big in the 5 years down the lane. But at this election, I think he created a campaign which ended up rebooting the system. And when his supporters realized that his candidate is not in a winning position, they probably, in a bipolarity, they shifted back to the NDA camp, majority of them.
Let's just take a very quick last words from both of you, 30 seconds each. Shugata, big lessons for the Congress and for the RJD, and the same question to Yashwant. Shugata, I'll start with you. Yeah, it's certainly been, it's not just big lessons. I think they have to completely reboot themselves. In RJD, despite the fact that they have a ready base, they still have to rework a lot of questions. And
I'm really skeptical if they will ever align with the Congress again, because I think they need to change, because Bihar politics has changed, Barkha, with this election, with the kind of focus that's been there on the gender thing, and the kind of the welfare programs have started rolling out, and the Yashwantji spoke about a generational thing a few minutes ago. So that generational thing has actually happened. So there is a kind of a shift in Bihar politics. So RJD also has to learn to rework itself. It won't work with the existing kind of MY or whatever. In fact, I read a very nice piece yesterday or day before in the Times of India, where it said in the MY, M has become silent because the number of tickets that were distributed to the Muslims, even by the Mahagathbandhan, was very, very circumscribed. And they gave them tickets only where the population was more than 40%. So now all that kind of things will completely...
Explaining everything so simply. Yashwant Deshmukh, Sugata Srinivas Raju, always a pleasure. Take care and see both of you very soon. If you have just joined us, we are looking at, thank you guys. We're looking at a situation where the NDA has actually achieved a massive win in Bihar. The NDA leading in 199 to the Mahagathbandhan's rather disappointing result for it. In fact, the opposition would find its numbers devastating. The RJD is leading in only 28 seats, the Congress in 5, the left collectively in 5. The Mahagathbandhan stands at 38 to the NDA's 199 in leads. Yogendra Yadav is with us. Thank you, Yogendra ji. Disappointed?
Indeed, the results are disappointing. The results are demoralizing, especially the extent of defeat of the opposition. But am I surprised by the results? Probably by the extent of victory, but not by the NDA victory, because from day one, I felt this election was an election where NDA had a clear advantage, structural advantage right from the beginning, something that they never surrendered at any point.
What do you mean by that? Because let me just club one thing with you, which perhaps you did not anticipate from day one, and that was the turnout. If you look at the turnout in Bihar, which has broken all records, it does show an enthusiasm in the voters to participate in this electoral process, right? So given that, what do you mean by the structural advantage of NDA?
I'll come to turnout. The structural advantage is number one, that NDA is a larger coalition than Mahagathbandhan. The BJP must be given credit for the fact that they have managed to stitch and managed to hold together, despite all kinds of difficulties, a coalition which is simply a larger coalition. In 2020, it appeared as if both the coalitions were of the same stature, but that was not true because Chirag Paswan was outside. Once you account for his inclusion, then NDA is always sort of at least 5% bigger than the MGP. In the Lok Sabha, their advantage was 8%. Now it looks like a 10-point advantage. That's the first thing. Number two, the NDA has a larger social base to draw upon compared to Mahagathbandhan. Mahagathbandhan's pool is at the most 40%, 32% Yadavs and Muslims, and 8% auxiliary smaller communities. The NDA has at least a 50% pool to draw upon, because their auxiliary, that of the EBCs, is fairly large. So they draw upon a much larger pool. They are a larger social coalition. Number three, over the years, and not just in this election, NDA, specifically Nitish Kumar, has very successfully, very deftly cultivated, targeted, and secured the support from women, which can neutralize almost anything else. These three political advantages, plus fourth, and I'm not going to say fourth is the only factor. I'm not going to say fourth is the predominant factor. But the fourth is systemic support, which is administrative structure, the entire governmental system, money, media, and unfortunately, the election commission. all these which were in a fairly one-sided way. So because of all this, but even if the fourth factor was not there, I would have imagined the first three factors were enough to give NDA a clear advantage in the election. Many friends focused over much, as we tend to do in the campaign days, smaller moves, this statement, that particular candidature, ticket distribution, etc. I thought these were of minor significance. In basic terms, as you speak of the fundamentals of economy, if you were to look at the fundamentals of Bihar's politics, this election was for NDA to lose right from day one. They had an advantage, they kept the advantage, and therefore their victory does not surprise me. The margin of victory does surprise me, though.
Talking about the margin of victory, and when you say there were structural advantages, social base, I understand, money, media coverage, fair enough. But look at the fact that Tejashwi Yadav is at the moment, at the hour that I'm talking to you, trailing by 4,000 votes. This is a seat which he won the last time by a 38,000 margin. What I'm trying to suggest, Yogendra ji, is that the BJP may be a richer party, the BJP may get more media coverage. You may not be happy with the election commission, but the overwhelming mandate A to the BJP, to Nitish Kumar's great comeback moment, and B, it seems a vote against the RJD. Why would Tejashwi Yadav, the face of the Mahagathbandhan, be trailing in his own seat? He might scrape through, but he's having to scrape through.
Yes, of course, that would be very demoralizing for the opposition, for Tejashwi, because in all the opinion polls, Tejashwi Yadav has been actually slightly ahead of Nitish Kumar as a person considered for Bihar's CM's post. So I wouldn't know of the seat exactly, but do look at the fact that actually Mahagathbandhan's vote share has not gone down compared to what it was in 2020. But what has happened is that it is
marginally gone down, but the seat conversion has been absolutely decimated. The seat
because the change may have been less than 1 percentage point. I don't know the exact figures as of this moment.
We have the figure.
But broadly, their vote share is where it was. NDA has made two big changes. Number one, they have regained the coalition. And because they regained the coalition, that gave them 5-point advantage straight away. And number two, they have added to the votes which went to others. So instead of being more fragmented, this election has been more consolidated. And the NDA has added to vote, to which women have contributed in a very substantial and significant way. So these things have happened.
Because I wanted to see the figure, the RJD had 23.5% of the vote share in 2020, and in the leads right now it is 22.95%. So very marginal drop. Very marginal.
So it's about the same. The message for RJD, to my mind, is the following. Whatever the numbers, the basic fact is that in a state where there's enormous poverty, inequality, where unemployment is such a major issue, where basic infrastructure for health and education is still abysmal, in that state, if an opposition does not fails to convince the people to give it a chance, something must be wrong with the opposition. And I can think of two things. Number one, that the social coalition, which was the foundation of the great social revolution in Bihar of 1990s, the Mandal Revolution, it was a social coalition of what was called the Garib Gurba of Bihar. Remember, Lalu Prasad Yadav was always the leader of Garib Gurba. In fact, unlike Uttar Pradesh, in Bihar, Lalu Prasad Yadav's social base was not limited to Muslims and Yadavs. He was the hero and leader of all the backwards, all the disadvantaged, all the marginalized. That reduced itself to a Muslim Yadav coalition. So in fact, the rise of the MY coalition is actually the decline of social justice politics. That is the one big lesson. That's one thing Tejashwi Yadav might wish to learn from his father. But one thing he must unlearn from his father, namely the legacy and the accusation or the taint of Jangal Raj. Now I know that it is muchly hyped. I know the media has ensured that it remains in popular imagination. I know the media would erase all such things when they happened in Nitish Kumar's time. But the fact is that the memory of Lalu Prasad Yadav's last regime is something which in Bihar's popular imagination does not invite trust. And not only for the forward caste, it's also in substantial number of smaller EBC communities. Also, there is a sense of anxiety when they see Yadavs and Muslims consolidating, when they see the prospect of Lalu Prasad Yadav's family coming back to power. These are things that Tejashwi Yadav should have worked upon, or this is a challenge that they need to take on. There is no way of escaping that. It is true that Election Commission has been once partisan. It is true that the entire system has been against them. It is true that it's becoming almost impossible for an opposition to win an election unless there is a popular wave in favor of them. Despite all this, here is something that Lalu Prasad Yadav's family, that Tejashwi Yadav, should have done, which was not done.
Yeah, so can I ask you a little more about the Muslim Yadav coalition? What you're actually saying, I think, is that it was too narrow and siloed a sort of dependency, and that the RJD has not managed to grow either beyond it in terms of social alliances or transcend it. You see, you can transcend the sort of calculations of social alliances, or you can have so many social groups within your ambit that you don't have to transcend it. I think what you're saying is that Tejashwi Yadav has been limited by his dependency on the Muslim Yadav coalition.
Yeah, that's certainly one way of putting it, because, I mean, there's no doubt that they tried to go beyond the inclusion of VIP, and through that of the Mallah community, the inclusion of IIP, etc. But even that does not reach even the level that Akhilesh Yadav achieved. Akhilesh Yadav's PDA is still not the alliance of all the disadvantaged communities, but at least it's no longer only MY. In Tejashwi Yadav's attempts, that could not be achieved. So that's certainly a limit. And do remember that while Muslims and Yadavs have voted for Mahagathbandhan, may have voted for higher proportion that compared to the past. But that actually invites a reaction. Muslims and Yadavs put together are 32% of Bihar's population. Fine, you got used to get 70% out of that. You may get 80% out of that now. 80% would give you only, what about 1.5 to 2% of Bihar's vote. But when people see Muslims mobilizing in greater numbers behind RJD or Mahagathbandhan, it has a counter-mobilizing effect, and it gives BJP a space to do Hindu polarization. And when people see Yadavs on the street with certain kind of confidence that we are going to come back to power, then it recoils on the party, because large number of communities then say, oh my God, we need to do something about it. That's one. So that in terms of social coalition needed to be expanded. Number two, you have to go beyond just the social coalition and the social arithmetic. The point is, here is a state which has one of the worst records of human development. Here is a state which is crying out for improvement in its educational health infrastructure. Here is a by push factor, not by pull factor. And in that state, can we not make these into an issue? To be fair to Tejashwi, he raised it in the election manifesto. He spoke about it in his speeches, but that's not enough. You need to appear to be more credible alternative. Tejashwi Yadav had an asset. When he was deputy chief minister, he had given more jobs than Nitish government had done in its tenure. So he could build on that. But did he manage to do it? I don't think he managed to do it successfully. So there was definitely a failure on the part of the opposition, notwithstanding all the systemic biases that have operated against the opposition.
Sorry, I think that's the operative bit, that, whatever systemic biases you believe exist, and you've listed some of them, the opposition has to own up to its own failure. And I think that's what you just said, that the opposition needed a better social coalition, a better narrative, a better counter narrative to maybe take on the perceptions of the Jungle Raj quote unquote memories? Where do you define this failure when you say, despite the systemic biases against the opposition also failed? How would you define that failure?
Barkha, I would say both things. While I would want, you said what I believe to be systemic biases. So, while I would want the opposition to acknowledge that their politics needed modification, that their politics had serious failures, I would want you to acknowledge that the entire system has been rigged in this country against the opposition. And when I mean you say you, I mean the opinion makers of this country. I mean people who are watching and reporting, opinion makers, builders, media, and general public of this country. So it cannot be, while Yogendra, what you say about possible biases, let's not use that language, Barkha. You know politics of this country, and I know politics of this country. Let's be straight and honest about these things.
No. See, let me respond to it since you've raised this point. I definitely think that the BJP is the resource-rich party. I definitely think that mainstream TV channels, have a certain tilt. But equally, I think our media is polarized and, in a way that it's never been before, which for me as an old-time practitioner, I don't actually know. I just want to be driven by the facts. What I'm asking you is simply this. Where do you define, in any election, unless Yogendra ji, you are questioning the fairness of this election result, which I don't think you're doing. You're talking about structural biases, not the process. Unless you're questioning that, there is something the opposition did wrong, or the people of Bihar were not convinced that they did right. And all I'm asking you to do is to identify that. What do you think that is?
But I thought that's exactly what I was doing for the last 5-7 minutes.
No,
let me repeat it once again.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let me again repeat it. You want me to say it for the third time? Let me say it. Okay. One, that opposition in Bihar, which began as a social revolution in the post-Mandal phase, which really broke the back of feudalism in Bihar, which was very important, and the upper caste hegemony in Bihar was broken for once. Gradually, that opposition got reduced to a very narrow social coalition, a social coalition that excluded the most disadvantaged among the OBC, and a significant proportion of the Dalits were excluded from that. So the opposition's challenge is to rebuild that alliance of the bottom of the pyramid. Because what Nitish Kumar has done is that he has become the very strategic position that he occupies in Bihar's social hierarchy. He has used that to reinstate the upper caste hegemony in Bihar by making large number of EBCs partners in this coalition. That needs to be broken, and the onus of that lies with the opposition. Who else would do that? Opposition has to do it, clearly. That opposition must appear to be a credible alternative. There are issues in Bihar. There are issues crying for attention. There are issues that in any other state of this country people would have thrown such a government out 10 years ago. I mean, I can't imagine people in Punjab suffering this kind of a government. They would have thrown it out 10 years ago. In Bihar, it continues, because people have now come to have such low expectations from any government, because the opposition does not seem to be offering a credible alternative. And credible alternative does not happen simply because you say nice things in the manifesto released 10 days before the election. It happens because you are with the people, you are among the people, and your election manifesto is known to everyone 6 months before the elections have begun, which is to say top 2 or 3 things are known to the people. This did not happen. And that's something that opposition needs to do.
Can I ask you about the Congress? Because out of the 5 seats where the Congress is leading currently, 4 of them are leads which are less than 2,200 votes, right? Tejashwi, as I already mentioned, is trailing by around 5,000, but there are many rounds of counting to go. Only 11 are complete out of 30 rounds of counting. My question about the Congress is an important one because the Congress contested 61 seats and it's leading only in 5, 4 of which are by very narrow margins. This, for the Congress, as the principal opposition party of India, raises some anxieties. It will have a ripple effect on other alliances that other regional parties may want to forge with them in other states. Some might even say Rahul Gandhi's focus on vote chori found no resonance electorally with the people of Bihar. How do you see the performance of the Congress and the debate around Mr. Gandhi's focus on vote chori and SIR?
Congress may be and is a principal opposition in the country. Congress is nowhere close to being the principal opposition in Bihar. Congress is a tertiary player in Bihar. Congress has potential goodwill. Congress has probably added to its goodwill, but it has absolutely no mechanism of translating that goodwill into votes because it has no organizational network. It has no karyakartas on the ground. And therefore, in this election, in a sense, it's with the RJD that everyone floats. So I'm actually not surprised when the alliance does poorly, Congress does very poorly. Congress would do a little worse than the rest of the alliance. I'm more surprised and disappointed by the very poor performance of CPI-ML, a party which actually has cadre, which has done work on the ground, which has a network on the ground. They have also done very badly. So so in a sense, when the overall alliance drops or does so poorly, and when Tejashwi Yadav in his own seat is doing poorly, then what about people like Congress who are actually, in a sense, far, far behind in the picture? What lessons for future? Lessons for future for Congress is when you are a tertiary player, you should play it like a tertiary player. That the negotiations were carried so far. I mean, let's not forget that NDA had its own share of enormous difficulties in their alliance building, something that media did not want to pay attention to, and media had all the time and space in the world to talk about the difficulties in Mahagathbandhan. But the fact is that this, while it may not have damaged so much on the ground, but in perception terms, it created the impression of an alliance which is not quite there. And that's something that the media was happy to lap up. So in its future negotiations, I think it's important that Congress goes out of its way and learns from BJP, in a sense, the art of building difficult coalitions, building and sustaining difficult coalitions, where Congress can play a more important role. And secondly, the simple fact is there is no magic formula to reviving Congress in a state like Bihar, unless you are willing to work for 5 years at least on the ground. No amount of, you change your state president, which is a good move. They made the right move. You bring in someone like Krishna Aluveru, nice move. Today, unfortunately, in India's political analysis, once you lose the match, then your captain was wrong, your fielding was wrong, your batting was wrong, your catching was wrong, everything was wrong. That's the usual Indian political analysis. I would say that those things Congress did right, but there's simply no. I mean, if your overall coalition is not up to the task, then no matter what you do in 1 month, you're going to win this election. You have to be prepared to work for 5 years. The real question is, does Congress have it in them to work on the ground for 5 years? Does Congress have those kinds of leaders who would work for 5 years? If they do, they still have. I mean, even today, when I look at a figure of 4 or 5 for Congress, even now I'm willing to say Congress has much greater potential goodwill in Bihar than any of its votes and seats might suggest. But they have to really work for a very long term and work on the ground, which has been very difficult for the Congress.
Finally, on the vote chori issue, I'm not saying all issues are electoral issues alone. I'm not saying that. But electorally, it didn't yield the kind of response from the public that perhaps you would have hoped for.
2 things. One, I can respond probably more about myself.
Yes.
The SIR campaign that we launched, anti-SIR campaign that we launched, that we have continued. We did it, Barkha, because we believe that SIR is a dilution of universal adult franchise, which it is. And I'm proud of the fact that we did it. I'm proud of the fact that because of that campaign and because of the vote adhikar yatra that the opposition took, Election Commission got frightened and stopped halfway through this disenfranchisement exercise. That the original target of 1.5 to 2 crore was reduced finally only to 40 lakh people who were names that were struck. So in that sense, anti-SIR campaign was legitimate, correct? Even if I realize tomorrow that opposing SIR and ensuring universal adult franchise favors the BJP, I will still do it. Because for me, this is not about ensuring that this party wins or that party wins. It's about ensuring universal adult franchise. As for the vote chori campaign of Congress, which is not only about SIR, it's a different kind of a campaign. Look, vote chori campaigns are not election campaigns. Please see the difference. Vote chori campaign success or failure lies in the fact of whether people accept your charge, whether people believe that the electoral system is being unfair and doing things that are illegitimate. I would suggest go on the ground, ask people, do they believe in it? But no vote chori campaign in the world ever helps you win elections, because that's not what it's designed to do. That's not what chori and vote chori allegations are about. So I don't expect any vote chori allegation to win you elections. It's a different matter to say that the time spent on vote chori during the election campaign period, could it have been devoted on other issues? That's a question which will continue to be debated. Also, because this is it's a large dilemma that opposition faces in this country today. As the entire electoral system is being rigged against the opposition, how much attention do you put on opposing the rigging versus trying to win within a rigged election? That's a difficult dilemma. If you face this dilemma tomorrow, you would have the same problem, Barkha.
Could you define rigged system? What do you mean by that?
The rigged system is exactly what I said, Barkha. What you politely said, BJP has more resources. The simple fact is BJP throws so much money into this election, white and black. Maharashtra was a scandal for any democracy, that the entire election machinery, the state machinery, is used to favor the ruling party. That the Election Commission is no longer an umpire, it's a player. All these are rigged. By rigged, I do not only mean EVM and people voting for someone and finding that the vote was cast for someone else. That's a very, very limited aspect of it, on which I will not comment unless I have evidence. But in the system is clearly rigged against the opposition. And it is a very serious dilemma. Barkha, if you were an opposition leader tomorrow, you would have the dilemma. Should I participate in this match knowing fully well that the umpires are one-sided and the ground is uneven? Should I walk out? Should I play? Should I try and win? That's a dilemma that the opposition faces, and it's a cruel dilemma.
But Yogendra ji, the same cash-rich, resource-rich BJP was pulled down below a majority mark by the same opposition in the Lok Sabha elections. My point being that isn't there a concern here that if the opposition looks at, the system is tilted against us, it's actually never going to go out there and find a new message, maybe a new face, maybe a new social coalition. There has to be, to win, you have to first acknowledge defeat. To win, you have to first say, okay, there's also something wrong with me.
Barkha, that I thought is exactly what I was saying for the last 20 minutes or so. That there is something very seriously wrong with the opposition. But in political science, there is a term called competitive authoritarianism. And the term is about those regimes where there's authoritarian regime, where elections are lopsided, but the possibility of the ruling party losing an election is not zero. So when you say the ground is uneven, the ground is tilted against me, doesn't mean I would always lose the race. But I would win the race only when I'm 10 steps ahead of someone else. then only I would win it by one step. That's exactly what the logic does. That's exactly what happened in Lok Sabha. So I'm not saying opposition can never win any election in this country. No, that's not going to be the case. And that's exactly why the dilemma. If that were to be the case, then there's no dilemma after that. Once it's clear that opposition cannot win any election in this country, of course they should boycott it thereafter, if that is the situation. The dilemma is precisely because we are in a competitive authoritarian system where element of competition is still real. However, it's tilted. And that's the thing you have to understand and see, okay, is it so tilted that it's pointless to run the race? Or is it tilted, but I should still work very hard to somehow win the race? That's the dilemma the opposition faces. And I don't envy them for the cruel choice that they have to make.
All right. I know you have to make many appearances, so we'll have maybe a longer debate, discussion, conversation later. Yogendra ji, thank you for your time. Always appreciate it. And we will get, I hope, the opportunity to decode these results with more granular data in the next few days. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. That was Yogendra Yadav there saying that the results have indeed been demoralizing and dispiriting, but continuing to say that he saw systemic biases against the opposition, and yet also acknowledging that the opposition has had failures of its own, including Tejashwi Yadav's dependence on the MY, the Muslim Yadav coalition in Bihar. On the Congress party, he said the Congress needs leaders who are willing to work on the ground for at least 5 years. We will close with a return to our focus on the numbers. Where do the numbers finally stand? It's been a landslide win for the NDA in Bihar, an absolutely unequivocal electoral victory. The NDA at 204 to the Mahagathbandhan's 32. If I can have a look at the party-wise breakup, I think that's very important to have a look at. It has been a very, very, very big win for the BJP that has improved on its performance from 2020. I'm just waiting for those numbers to come up. Waiting for those numbers now to come up. There they are. The BJP is now leading at this moment, leading in 92 seats. It is the single largest party. The JDU, Nitish Kumar, who'd been written off at 82. The RJD has been pulled down to 25 from 75. Tejashwi Yadav is at this hour trailing in his own seat. He may scrape through. He may eventually win a seat. We don't know. But remember, this was a seat that he had won by a margin of 38,000 votes the last time. And the Congress is down from 19 to 5. Prashant Kishor's Jan Swaraj party could not lead in any seat. That's it from our team at Mojo Story. Thank you for spending the last 7 hours with us. There's, of course, be a lot more analysis coming up on the channel. But I think we can all give ourselves a short break for now. And we'll be back with all of you again very soon. Thank you for watching. See you soon.
It's great to see you here. Thank you for watching our work. If you haven't subscribed yet, don't forget to click the bell icon and subscribe to Mojo Story and support independent, robust journalism.